Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
Chapter 11 My Hero Academia. On a hot summer day in the streets of Shinjuku, Japan, a young and handsome man was walking back from his office job. The bags under his eyes were a clear sign of his sleep deprivation. This man was Travis Wyatt, a 20-year-old office worker. Unlike many of his peers, who were investing in their futures or pursuing higher education, Travis had opted for a straightforward office job. Although work wasn't exactly a challenge for him, he found enjoyment in it, particularly because of the many attractive colleagues. His reputation was well known, having had affairs with several of them, including his boss's wife, showcasing his confidence and charisma. Travis had moved from Britain to Japan due to his father's job transfer. The relocation had been relatively smooth, given his young age and lack of deep attachments to friends back home. Learning a new language posed no significant challenge for him either, thanks to his adaptable mind. Despite achieving excellent grades throughout his schooling, Travis had no interest in further education. Instead, he was focused on earning money to indulge in his passion for anime. His spending habits included purchasing manga, though he often read them illegally, figurines, and various merchandise. His wardrobe was filled with hoodies adorned with anime characters, which he cherished deeply. From this, it was evident that Travis was a devoted weeb with no intention of changing his ways. He also was a big fan of the DC universe. He had just finished all of Superman's comics and was ready to watch the new movie. Heard its peak. I somehow avoided major spoilers for this long. Today after I clock out I'll go see it, he thought. When he reached the crosswalk, he crossed the street slowly with the other pedestrians, who seemed to be having a typical day. However, Travis noticed a young boy looking around anxiously. Due to his short stature, the boy couldn't see well in front of him. He'll be fine, Travis thought dismissively as he continued across the road. The light turned red, signaling that no one could cross anymore. The boy was still in the middle of the street, searching for his mother. Coincidentally, a truck was barreling toward him, the driver having passed out from too much drinking and leaving his foot on the gas pedal. Travis heard a woman scream, "Hayato!" He looked back and saw the same boy, frozen in fear in the middle of the street. Without hesitation, Travis sprinted toward the child and pushed him out of the way. In an instant, his world seemed to shift into slow motion as he faced the oncoming truck hurtling toward him. Damn, talk about a jinx. Bang. In the bustling city of Musudafo, Japan, a world where heroes and villains clash almost every single day, the extraordinary has become ordinary. But it wasn't always like this. It all began in China, when news broke of a miraculous birth, a baby glowing with bioluminescence. That single event marked the dawn of a new era. Soon after, people all over the world began developing strange and powerful abilities, gifts that would later be known as quirks. Many years have passed since that first quirk appeared. Now, nearly 80% of the global population possesses some form of superpower. In response to this dramatic shift, a new profession was born, heroes. Trained, licensed, and adored by society, these individuals now stand as protectors of peace. On a quiet afternoon at a local kindergarten playground, a young boy with unruly green curls sat alone on a swing, his gaze distant as he stared up at the sky. The gentle creak of the swing chains echoed softly around him. Then, all at once, his vacant eyes sharpened. Where am I? He muttered, blinking rapidly as he looked around in confusion. The sound of his own voice startled him, and instinctively, he grabbed his throat. He raised his small hands, and froze. What the? His hands were tiny, childlike. His body, smaller than it should have been. Panic started to bubble up. Am I a kid again? No, wait. I wasn't pale. He thought, stumbling off the swing and rushing toward the nearest reflective surface, the silver slide. The moment he saw his reflection, his legs gave out. Why the hell did I become Deku, of all people? He thought bitterly, collapsing to his knees. That's right. Our main character, Travis, was no longer himself. Somehow, he had woken up in the body of Izuku Midoriya, the main protagonist of My Hero Academia, one of the most iconic anime of the new generation. I thought I'd end up as Superman or something, since that's the last thing I watched. Guess that's not how this works. He thought with a sigh, steadying himself as he stood up. All around him, other kids played without a care in the world. Ignoring them, Travis scanned the playground and made his way toward the school building, searching for a bathroom. Just as he reached the door, a young teacher approached him with a gentle smile. Need some help, Izuku? She asked, bending slightly to his level, hands on her knees. Oh no, I'll be fine, he replied politely. Thank you. She smiled warmly as he walked past. He seems more confident than usual, she thought, watching him disappear inside. Travis locked the bathroom door behind him and stared into the mirror. For a brief moment, he wanted to cry, but he held it in. I just need to get one for all, and I'll be solid. Unfortunately, I won't get that until I'm 14. Bloody hell, and I also have to deal with that blonde monkey, Bakugo, he thought with a heavy sigh. Then, without warning, a bright red and blue screen appeared before his eyes. His heart leapt with excitement. Welcome, Travis Wyatt, to the world of My Hero Academia. In this world, your task is to become the greatest superhero to ever exist. To do so, you will need power. Which is why we will grant you the abilities of Superman. However, not all at once, such a thing would destroy your current body. You must work hard to gradually unlock his full potential. Remember, Superman is not just the man of steel, he is also a man with a heart of gold. By embodying heroic values, you will grow stronger. To begin, complete the following objective to earn 1% of Superman's power. Loading assignment. Thank God, Hizuka thought. I really thought I'd be stuck struggling until I met All Might. After a few tense seconds, the screen refreshed. Initial assignment. Duration, 1 month. 1. Exercise every day. 2. Outrun all your classmates. 3. Save a cat from a tree. 4. Do chores and treat others kindly, even your enemies. Complete all tasks consistently to receive 1% of Superman's abilities. Not bad, really. I expected something insane like Saitama's training regime. This is actually doable, Hizuka thought with a small smile. You can summon this assignment board at any time with a single thought. Complete your tasks early, and you may receive bonus rewards. Good luck. The screen vanished. He looked at himself in the mirror again, but this time, he was smiling. This was the beginning of something incredible, he could feel it in his bones. Power, purpose, and maybe most importantly, the women in this world, he thought with a sly grin. Mirko, wait for me, darling. He thought. To be continued. Chapter 2-2, Hope. Izuku walked out of the bathroom with a smile on his face. He wanted to do everything on his list, and he wanted to do it soon. Not because he was impatient, but because the very thought of remaining weak gnawed at his chest like a parasite. He looked around at the children playing in the hallway of the preschool, some laughing as they chased each other, others crying over spilled toys or unfair games. A smirk tugged at his lips. They don't got a clue in world what they're doing, he thought, shaking his head slowly, almost pityingly. Walking back into the small classroom, Izuku returned to his low desk and pulled out a battered green notebook with the label Hero Analysis 13 on the cover. He flipped through a few pages, filled with obsessive sketches and notes about heroes, combat styles, and quirks. His younger self had once poured hours into this, but now, as useful as this is, I won't have any need for it right now. I just need to write everything I need to know about the future and how I can invest early on so I can be at least as wealthy as Momo. I'm not planning on surviving on grant money, he thought, reaching into his tiny backpack to pull out a pencil. He began jotting down fragments of what he could still remember: emerging tech companies, early quirk support gear manufacturers, and certain incidents that would become major turning points in hero society. At that very moment, Izuku was just 4 years old. His limbs were small, his voice still squeaky when he spoke out loud, and yet his mind held memories far beyond this age. He hadn't had his quirk evaluated yet. From what his memories told him, that would happen in about 3 months. Not that he was looking forward to it. Wait, am I going to become Kryptonian or just get Superman's powers? He wondered, biting the back of his pencil. Suddenly, a calm, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind, smooth yet heavy like thunder wrapped in velvet. You will become Kryptonian. No human can survive from gaining his powers. Which is why when you receive 1%, I would recommend you go somewhere far, so nobody can hear you scream in agony. His eyes widened slightly. The classroom around him, once filled with the sound of scribbling crayons and cheerful hums, now seemed distant. The word sank into his chest like a cold stone into water. Damn. Then again, no pain, no gain, literally. He thought with a nervous chuckle, though goosebumps crawled up his arms. He closed the notebook. It suddenly felt heavier in his hands. The path ahead was going to hurt bad. But for once in his life, he wasn't afraid. He was preparing for greatness. Even if it broke him first. He continued scribbling in his notebook, each word etched with precision and urgency. Every major event he could recall from the next few years: USJ, Kamino, the rise of the League, Nightie's death, the public safety shifts, was documented with grim clarity. He noted every agency that rose to prominence, every hero worth investing in, every piece of information that could give him a head start. Stock trends, development companies tied to hero support tech, and even small-time firms that would boom after certain disasters. He was building a roadmap not just to survive, but to dominate. After filling in the last bullet point, he closed the notebook with a small sigh of satisfaction, placing it neatly into his school bag. His mind, however, wandered elsewhere, specifically to the persona he'd need to maintain when he got home. Man, she was bad. Sadly, I'm really into incest. Though Bakugo's mom isn't exactly safe from that either. He thought with a mischievous smirk stretching across his childlike face. A few hours later. School was out. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the pavement. His mother, Inko Midoriya, stood waiting at the gate with her usual warm smile. They walked hand in hand through the neighborhood, her presence comforting and familiar. "How was school today?" she asked, swinging their arms gently. "It was nice. I had lots of fun with Kikin and everyone else," he said with a convincing smile. "You look happier than usual. Did something good happen? Wait, don't tell me, did you finally get your quirk?" she asked, eyes lighting up with hopeful curiosity. She really is a mother. How perceptive of her. Izuku thought, glancing at her with a fond, amused look. Not really. I'd have told you if I did. I think I'm just a late bloomer. I'm sure it'll start to develop in a few months, he replied, keeping his tone optimistic. Let's hope so, Inko said, nodding. Remember, your checkup is in 3 months. It's been 2 months since your birthday, and there's still no sign. That's why I booked the date for December. Maybe you just need a little more time. Don't worry, Mom. I'm sure I'll get it before then. For now, I want to start exercising, so I'll be stronger by the time my quirk shows up, he said with bright eyes. Inko smiled, visibly touched. That's a great idea. Maybe I should do the same. I think I'm starting to gain a little weight. The two laughed as they turned the corner and reached their home. The sun was beginning to dip, casting a golden glow over the yard. Inko went straight into the kitchen to start dinner, humming a tune as she chopped vegetables. Izuku, wasting no time, stepped into the backyard, still in his school uniform. He rolled up his sleeves and began working out. Or at least, he tried to. Push-ups proved harder than expected. Freakin', flimsy-ass arms. How the hell am I supposed to do anything when I can't even manage a single push-up? I need to make weight somehow, he thought, collapsing onto the grass in frustration. As he stared at the cloudless sky, an idea sparked. The beach, of course. That trash heap is filled with all kinds of junk. I could find scrap metal, tires, maybe even old gym equipment if I'm lucky. If not, I'll make my own. He grinned to himself. Tomorrow after school, he'd go there. With his goal set, Izuku stood up and ran back inside. He made a beeline for the bathroom, stepping into the warm water of the bathtub. As the steam began to rise, he looked down at his tiny, undeveloped body. I miss my old body. I had a hammer between my legs, he thought dryly, sighing as he leaned back. A voice echoed inside his mind again, smooth, cryptic, and almost amused. You can get it back, if you complete the assignment in 2 weeks. Izuku blinked, then chuckled. I guess I know what I'm doing, he thought, determination flickering behind his eyes like a lit match ready to ignite. To be continued. Chapter 3. I'm cool now. The next day, Izuku woke up feeling unusually refreshed. Sunlight peeked through the curtains of his bedroom, casting a golden hue over the All Might poster above his bed. For the first time in a while, he didn't feel groggy or half asleep. His body still ached from yesterday's attempt at working out, but it was a good kind of ache, the kind that meant he was doing something right. He hopped out of bed, walked to the bathroom, and took a warm bath on his own. Afterward, he dried himself, brushed his teeth, and got dressed without a word. That's when his door creaked open behind him. Inko stood frozen in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock. Her son was not only awake before her, but was already dressed. His green shirt was neatly tucked into a pair of tiny jeans, and he was combing his damp hair in front of the mirror. Huh, you woke up earlier than me. You also bathed yourself and got dressed? She asked slowly, narrowing her eyes. Did someone swap you? Or wait, are you a clone? Izuku turned to her with a soft smile. No, I just didn't want to burden you anymore. That answer, paired with the honest look in his eyes, melted her doubt instantly. Her hand came up to her chest as her expression softened. Ah, baby. But I don't want you growing up that fast. At least save our bath time tradition, she said with a teasing pout. Okay, Mom, he replied, not wanting to break her heart just yet. He turned back to the mirror and studied himself. His mop of green hair was still unruly, and his outfit was plain but clean. I have no drip, but I at least look fashionable. Sure, I'm a kid, but that's not an excuse to wear a trash fit, he thought, straightening his shirt one more time. As he made his way downstairs, he was caught off guard by a sudden flash. Inko had her phone out, camera pointed at him, a wide smile on her face. I'll save this one for when you're all grown up, she said sweetly before walking toward the kitchen. Izuku blinked, then snorted. Bitcoin's already been created, it seems. From the looks of things, everything in this world besides the quirk system is the same as mine. Meaning I should invest. He sat down to eat the breakfast his mom had prepared, steamed rice, grilled fish, and a single egg, just how he liked it. Unfortunately, there was one small issue with his brilliant financial plan. I'm broke. I don't even have a bank account. Being a kid sucks balls. He grumbled internally, stuffing his mouth with rice. After eating, he put on his little shoes, waved goodbye, and told his mom he'd be coming home alone. As he walked the familiar streets of Musudafo, backpack bouncing on his shoulders, he continued strategizing. Bitcoin doesn't really boom until 2013. That gives me about 3 years. I'll be 7 by then. Maybe Inko could open a kid's savings account for me. Yeah, that could work. She's super trusting. If I make it seem like it's for a future education fund or something, she'll probably help. The plan wasn't perfect, but it was a start. Halfway to school, he spotted a familiar figure up ahead. Bakugo Katsuki Kiken was strutting toward him, hands jammed into his pockets and flanked by his 2 usual lackeys. All 3 of them wore smug expressions. Well, if it isn't Deku. Where were you yesterday when we were exploring the creek? Bakugo asked, lips curling into a cocky smile. Izuku didn't even slow down. He walked past them without a second glance. I went home like everyone else. The 2 goons froze in place. Did he just ignore us? Yeah, I can't believe it. Kiken's gonna be mad. Bakugo stared at Izuku's small back as he walked further away, his jaw clenched tightly. The air around him practically crackled. Deku, he thought, his red eyes narrowing. Izuku arrived in class just as the morning bell rang. The classroom buzzed with childish chatter and squeaky laughter as kids ran to their seats. But unlike the Izuku of yesterday, or the Izuku they all thought they knew, he didn't join in on the noise. He simply walked to his desk, pulled out a pencil, and sat in silence. There were no desperate attempts to please the teacher, no awkward stuttering when someone asked him about quirks, and certainly no goofy smiles aimed at Bakugo. He just existed. Calm, detached. I mean, I'm a freakin' adult in a kid's body. Why the hell would I want to entertain anyone in this daycare circus? He thought, glancing lazily around at the other 4-year-olds flinging crayons and drooling over glitter glue. Snot-nosed brats. The teacher noticed his quiet demeanor but said nothing, simply raising an eyebrow. Izuku met her gaze with a casual, emotionless stare. She looked away first. Later, during break, most of the kids had rushed outside, yelling as they scattered across the playground. Izuku, however, had crawled into the shadowy space beneath the jungle gym, resting with his knees tucked in his back against one of the metal bars. The dim shelter gave him time to think and, more importantly, plot. I'm a kid, so I need to be sneaky about this afternoon's excursion. Don't want to attract any unnecessary attention. Can't have some random grown-up tailing me and asking why I'm lugging a rusty tire down the street. He thought. He began organizing a mental list, when to slip out, what routes to take, what to bring. He could feel the excitement building in his chest. He was actually looking forward to this. Suddenly, a pair of feet landed heavily in front of him. He looked up and of course, it was him. Bakugo crouched at the entrance of the jungle gym, his usual explosive energy wrapped in a scowl and a smirk. Deku, he said through gritted teeth, his voice laced with irritation. Izuku raised a brow, unimpressed. What's up? You really have the nerve to ignore me of all people. Bakugo sneered, stepping closer. Here we go. Izuku thought, already bored. Oh yeah, I was in a hurry, bro. No big deal. Bakugo's eyes twitched. He'd expected fear, flinching, backtracking. But Izuku was sitting there like he didn't give a damn. Which, to be fair, he didn't. If it weren't for my assignment, I would have beat the brakes off this twerp already. He thought, keeping his tone casual. Bakugo huffed, clicking his tongue. Then suddenly, his mood switched. Well, don't do it again. Now let's go play tag. You're it. He declared, jabbing a finger at Izuku's chest. Izuku didn't move. Nah, I'm just gonna chill here. Not feeling like playing today. Bakugo stared at him like he'd grown another head. Why? You're always happy to be it. Just don't feel like it, bro. Let me sit back, Izuku replied, folding his hands behind his head and reclining like he owned the place. For a moment, Bakugo didn't speak. He looked down at him, at the weirdly confident way he lay there, like a cool older brother lounging on a rooftop. It bugged him, but he couldn't deny it. Izuku looked cool. TCH, Bakugo grunted, turning on his heel and walking away without another word. Izuku kept watching the clouds through the metal bars above him. This assignment better be worth it, he thought. Somewhere nearby, Bakugo stopped and glanced back briefly. What's up with him? Why does he look cool? He thought, confused and just a little irritated by the shift. To be continued. Chapter 4-4, Trash Gym. After school, Izuku wasted no time. The moment the bell rang, he bolted out the classroom, offering a half-hearted wave to the teacher and ignoring the curious looks from his classmates. His small legs moved with purpose as he sped down the familiar route that curved toward Musutafu's forgotten corner, the trash beach. A few minutes later, he stood at its edge. The sea breeze carried the stench of rust and decay, and the waves lazily lapped against piles of discarded metal, plastic barrels, shattered appliances, and rotten furniture. It was a graveyard of civilization's leftovers, and to Izuku, it was perfect. He stepped forward, scanning the mess with sharp, calculating eyes. All right. I don't think I can bring anything back home. Except maybe dumbbells and a hand grip, if I'm lucky. I'll have to train here in secret, he thought. Izuku weaved through the trash, lifting bent pipes and kicking aside torn tarps. For the first few minutes, it was disappointing, empty water bottles, broken chair legs, rusted pans, but then, he found gold. First, an intact pull-up bar welded into a fallen support beam. Then, an old stationary bike, only slightly bent on one side. Not far from it, he unearthed a crate with 3 adjustable dumbbells, some weight plates still attached. Nearby lay a dusty sit-up bench, its cushion half torn but usable. It was as if fate had dropped an entire home gym into the sand, just waiting for someone to claim it. Jackpot. Guess this place'll be my gym now, he thought, a grin tugging at the corners of his lips. With newfound energy, he began building. He propped up old broken refrigerators to act as walls, stacking them in a square shape to block out the wind and give him privacy. He dragged a rusted, detached door over and leaned it at the front like a makeshift entrance. It took sweat, time, and all the strength his small frame could muster, but eventually, he stood back and stared at his creation with pride. His secret gym. Yep. I'll be ripped before I know it, he thought confidently, wiping dirt off his cheek with the back of his sleeve. Satisfied, he dusted himself off and jogged home just before sunset. Once there, he got changed, told his mom he was going out to play, and grabbed a water bottle before heading right back. And then, the real grind began. Under the fading light of the setting sun, Izuku began his workout drill. Pull-ups first, but he could barely manage 2. Then squats, push-ups, sit-ups, even an attempt at running laps around his makeshift walls. His body screamed at him. His arms burned. His legs trembled with each rep. Sweat drenched his shirt, and his breathing grew ragged. But he didn't stop. Not once. Hours passed until, at last, he collapsed onto the sand-covered ground, gasping for air. The cold wind hit his face, cooling his skin, and all he could do was lay there, utterly exhausted, but smiling. Yeah, this is the beginning, he thought, eyes half-lidded as he stared at the orange sky overhead. The road ahead was long. His body was weak. But he had knowledge, motivation, and now, a training ground. And that was more than enough. After that brutal workout, Izuku dragged his aching body home, his shirt soaked through and clinging to his skin, each step heavier than the last. His muscles throbbed, his breath burned, and it felt like gravity itself had doubled just for him. When he finally slipped through the front door, he was quiet as a shadow. The house was dim and quiet, only the distant hum of a TV murmuring in the background. He crept through the hallway, careful not to alert anyone, and made it into the bathroom. The second his body hit the steaming bathwater, he felt like he'd been reborn. The tension in his shoulders melted. The pain in his calves dulled. Even his thoughts slowed, lost in the haze of heat and exhaustion. A breathy laugh escaped him, soft and bitter. No way I'm moving tomorrow, he thought, slumping back into the tub, the world outside slipping away. Then the door opened with a quiet creak. He barely turned his head before she stepped in. Inko. She stood in the doorway like she owned the room, towel draped casually over one arm, her other hand resting on her hip. The light from the hallway spilled over her, outlining every curve. Her hair was tied back, loose strands framing her sharp cheekbones and teasing her collarbone. But it was her eyes, smoky, amused, a little dangerous, that truly caught him. What the hell? He blinked, caught off guard. You promised we'd save bath time together, she said, her voice velvet smooth with a teasing pout. Izuku chuckled weakly. Sorry, kinda forgot, he admitted, eyes trailing down her frame without meaning to. Inko smiled, but not the innocent kind. It was slow, knowing. No matter, she said. Move up. And just like that, she let the towel fall. Her body wasn't the kind worshipped in magazines, but it was the kind that left men speechless. Full, soft curves that invited touch. A natural, womanly thickness that exuded warmth and maturity. Her hips flared with effortless confidence, thighs plush and smooth, and her chest, round, heavy, and real, made the steam in the room feel even thicker. She stepped into the tub gracefully, water rising around her as she lowered herself behind him. Without a word, she pulled Izuku back until his head rested against her chest. Her breasts, warm and pillowy, molded around him, cradling him like silk cushions. His breath caught for a second, more from the heat of her skin than the bathwater. As her arms lightly wrapped around his chest, Travis closed his eyes and let out a satisfied groan, his head gently bouncing with each breath she took. Yep, this is the life, he thought, his lips curling into a lazy smile. The next day, Izuku made his way to school as usual, his backpack bouncing lightly against his back. The morning sun bathed the streets of Musutafu in gold, but his focus was already ahead, on progress, on training, on the list of objectives that would shape his future. And once again, just like the day before, he saw them. Up ahead, huddled around a large tree, was Bakugo and his gang. The three of them were snickering, faces twisted with amusement as they hurled stones upward at something trapped in the branches. Izuku squinted. A soft, terrified mew echoed through the air. Up in the tree, clinging for dear life to a narrow branch, was a small orange kitten, its fur bristled, tail puffed out, and eyes wide with fear. What are these retards doing? Izuku wondered, already feeling his blood simmer. Bakugo laughed loudly as one of the rocks narrowly missed the kitten. His two lackeys chimed in, enjoying the chaos like it was some playground sport. This is my chance, Izuku thought as he stepped forward, his expression calm but sharp. Not cool, guys, he said, voice flat and disappointed, standing just a few steps behind them. They turned toward him, their amusement fading into mild surprise. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Izuku didn't stop to explain. He walked straight past them, placed his bag down, and began climbing the tree without hesitation. His small hands gripped the rough bark, and despite his weak body, he moved quickly. Within seconds, he reached the kitten, gently grabbing it by the scruff as it whimpered softly. Then, without fear, he leapt down, landing clumsily, but keeping the kitten safe in his arms. He looked up at Bakugo, eyes calm but filled with quiet disappointment. "I thought you wanted to be a hero, Kaken," Izuku said, shaking his head slightly. The way he said it, not angry, not accusing, just sad, hit harder than any insult. Then he turned and walked away, cradling the kitten like it was the most precious thing in the world. Bakugo stood frozen. His fists clenched at his sides, but not from anger. "Wait, why do I feel bad?" he thought, confused by the unfamiliar tightness in his chest. He looked up again. Izuku had knelt down by a nearby bush, where the kitten's mother, a larger calico, was waiting nervously. He placed the kitten down gently, and the two cats nuzzled each other with relieved purrs. A soft smile spread across Izuku's face. Bakugo stared. That smile, of doing something good for others, it lit something inside him. A/N, not that kind of flame. Man, I hate that side of the MHA fandom. Izuku stood tall, watching the cats for a moment longer before turning around. In his mind, a notification chimed, unseen by all but him. One of the invisible tasks on his mental checklist had just completed. Get in. He thought triumphantly, his heart beating faster. This wasn't just about strength. It was about character. To be continued. Chapter 5-5, complete. For one straight week, Izuku worked out with relentless focus, pushing his small body to its limits. Every muscle ache, every cramp, and every drop of sweat reminded him of what was at stake. Day by day, his movements became more refined, his endurance grew stronger, and his posture more confident. At school, his classmates noticed the change, especially during physical education, where he easily outran all of them in a foot race. He had also become more helpful around the house, surprising Inko with how mature and dependable he had suddenly become. Whether it was taking out the trash without being told or sweeping the house, Izuku did it all without complaint. Now, it was Saturday morning. The sun peeked in through the bedroom window, casting light onto the wall opposite his bed. Izuku sat up, shirtless and a little sore, his eyes locking onto the board hanging above his desk. There it was, his assignment board, every box ticked, every task scratched off with fierce determination. Wow, finished in less than 3 weeks. Pretty good results, he thought proudly, wiping a bit of sweat off his brow. Suddenly, a soft mechanical ding echoed in his head, followed by a notification that shimmered in front of his eyes like a digital hologram. Assignment complete. Here are your rewards. You will become Kryptonian and receive 1% of his powers. Your body will begin the Kryptonian conversion process. Your cells will gradually adapt to Earth's yellow sun, increasing power over time. Your pain threshold and durability will also evolve, allowing you to handle future upgrades. Warning, the transformation process will be painful. Initiate at your own risk. Izuku's eyes widened as he sat frozen in place. A strange warmth was already building up inside his chest, like fire flickering behind his ribs. So this is it, it's really happening, he thought, placing a hand over his heart. Do you wish to begin the transformation process now? Yes/no. Izuku took a deep breath. I've trained, I've prepared, and I've earned this. Let's go. He mentally selected yes. The moment he did, an intense burning sensation surged through his entire body. It felt as though lightning had struck every cell at once. He clenched his teeth and fell to the ground, trembling. Shit. This hurts like hell, he screamed internally. His skin felt like it was being peeled from the inside, his bones creaked like they were being reforged. It was agony beyond words, but even through the pain, he smiled. No pain, no gain. This is what it takes to be strong. And so began Izuku's Kryptonian rebirth. 3 excruciating hours later, the pain disappeared, like it had never been there at all. Izuku lay on the floor, panting, blinking at the ceiling. Slowly, he sat up, glancing down at his trembling hands. He stood, stretched, and looked around. His body felt lighter, stronger. But on the outside, he looked the same. Weird, he thought. Note, Superman's powers unlock and grow stronger over time. As you mature, you'll begin to notice more changes. Be patient. That made him sigh. So, how do I grow stronger then? I mean, I only got 1%, how do I raise it? You'll need to complete many missions before reaching 50%. But by then, you may not even need more power. Reaching 100% means you'll be completely unshackled, on par with a fully matured Superman. Wait, what? I thought you already gave me 1% of his power. Correct, but it's 1% of an 18-year-old Superman. Not full potential. If we gave you too much power now, where's the fun in the journey? TCH, I guess you're right. As long as I get to fly and shoot lasers eventually, I'm not complaining. He stood up and stretched, cracking his neck. His muscles felt springier, more responsive, like his body was humming with a subtle kind of energy. Oh, by the way, important update, you and Inko are no longer related. What? He screamed. 3 months later, Izuku and Inko visited the quirk registration center. Surprisingly, the doctor confirmed he had developed a quirk, but they couldn't determine what it was. There were no physical signs, no indicators of what it could be. They politely asked him to return once he discovered more. Yeah, not happening, Izuku thought as they walked out. Later that day, he stood outside his house, the midday sun shining down on him. As the rays hit his skin, he suddenly felt something awaken within him. A warm, powerful pulse surged through his chest, spreading outward. His lips curled into a grin. That always feels good. I should go to the beach. But just as Izuku was about to cross the road, an assignment board flickered into existence right in front of his face, glowing faintly with a golden hue. The sudden appearance made him flinch and step back in surprise, nearly bumping into a passerby. What the hell? He muttered, blinking rapidly. The board shimmered as glowing text appeared in front of him. Assignment. Objective: save the little girl from being hit by a car. Rewards: plus 1% power increase. Hand-to-hand combat, beginner proficiency. Izuku's eyes widened as he instinctively turned his head. In the distance, barely 20 meters away, a small girl had broken away from her mother, chasing a bouncing ball into the road. A car was speeding down the lane, the driver unaware, the child oblivious. Her mother's scream pierced the air, full of raw panic. That's actually useful, unlike the bonus reward you gave me before, Izuku thought quickly, remembering what he received months ago. Bonus rewards: complete 2 weeks. Stylish glasses. Plus 5 extra inches, custom Superman suit. Besides the second and maybe the first one, the last one is kinda useless, it's too big for me to wear, he thought dryly. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. His ears caught the squeal of tires and the girl's scream growing louder. Without thinking, he pulled up his hoodie and muttered under his breath, "It's hero time." He paused. Fuck, that's cringe, he thought, cringing at himself as he crouched low. To be continued. Chapter 66, Time Skip. Then he was off. In a blur of motion that felt both natural and unreal, Izuku dashed forward. His body felt lighter than ever before, and the world around him seemed to slow slightly just enough for him to reach the girl with perfect timing. He swept her up in his arms, pivoted on his heel, and jumped out of the road just as the car screeched past them, missing them by inches. He landed smoothly, one knee bent, the girl held tightly against his chest. Her wide eyes stared up at him in silent awe. "You okay, kid?" he asked, his voice calm despite the adrenaline still pumping through his veins. The girl looked up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. Her round cheeks, short brown hair, and familiar eyes made him smile behind his hoodie. Well, if it isn't Eureka, he thought. She gave a small nod, lips trembling as tears began to spill down her cheeks. Then suddenly, the assignment board appeared again in front of his eyes, glowing brightly. Mission complete. Heavy checkmark plus 1% power gained. Heavy checkmark hand-to-hand combat, beginner, unlocked. Heavy checkmark bonus rewards received. He gently placed the small Eureka back on the ground just as a frantic woman, her mother, came sprinting over, scooping her up in a tight embrace. Without waiting for thanks or recognition, Izuku turned away and stepped into the crowd. Before anyone could catch a good look at him, he'd already vanished down a narrow alleyway, his hoodie drawn low over his face. So that's how it feels, not bad at all, he thought with a small smirk. Izuku walked along the quiet beach, waves crashing gently against the shore as the early morning breeze brushed through his hoodie. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before focusing his thoughts. He summoned the Superman suit. A flash of light burst before him, and the iconic red and blue outfit appeared, floating in the air, though, unsurprisingly, it was triple his current size. Cool, but let's tweak this a bit, he thought, grinning to himself. He focused on the colors. I want it green, with a glowing S on the chest. Instantly, the suit shimmered and shifted, the reds turning into deep forest green, and the S emblem pulsed faintly with radiant emerald light. A few more adjustments to the boots, gloves, and cape, and it finally matched his taste. Nice, he thought, arms crossed proudly. But then he frowned. How the hell am I supposed to wear this thing? It's huge. Before he could finish the thought, the suit suddenly dissolved into particles of glowing energy and surged into his body. His eyes widened as he felt the suit wrap around him from the inside out, materializing perfectly onto his skin like a second layer. He looked down in awe. It fit him perfectly. Man, this is freaking awesome, and it's my size now. Too bad I'm still a pipsqueak, he muttered, flexing his arm with a small grin. Still, can't wait to get into UA. With that, he clenched his fists and gazed out over the ocean. 10 years later, Izuku had changed. He'd grown taller, much taller than anyone had expected, even to the amazement of his own mother, who often looked up at her son now with a stunned expression when she saw him. His once slightly awkward features had matured, sharpening into a jawline that could cut steel and eyes that carried a calm yet magnetic intensity. To say he was handsome would be an understatement, he was dangerously good-looking. So much so, in fact, that nearly every girl in class had fallen for him, hard. Right now, Izuku was slouched at the back of the classroom, one arm resting lazily on the desk as he stared out the window. The sunlight hit his face just right, casting a golden glow over his already perfect features. His emerald hair was slightly tousled, giving him an effortlessly cool look that only made things worse for everyone else. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was in chaos, or more specifically, the girls were. All eyes were on him. Every single girl had turned in her seat, cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling like a shoujo manga panel. Hearts practically floated around their heads. "Alright, class, please spell handsome," the teacher said with a playful tone, clearly aware of the atmosphere. Without missing a beat, the girls responded in perfect, love-struck unison. "Izukumuidoriya." Izuku slowly turned his head to look at them, face deadpan, expression blank. The girls swooned like dominoes, hands to their cheeks, some nearly falling out of their chairs. A collective sigh of dreamy adoration filled the air like perfume. The boys, meanwhile, sat in steaming silence, gritting teeth, clenched fists. One guy snapped his pencil. Another muttered darkly under his breath. Their eyes glared daggers at the living embodiment of every romantic rival they'd ever imagined. "I swear to God these girls be trippin', dog," Izuku thought, blinking slowly as he turned back to the window, tuning out the chaos behind him. A/N This is a reference to a TikTok anime meme. Just search "I swear to God these girls be tripping" meme on TikTok if you don't get it. I hate explaining jokes, but if you understood it, then I see a hot loyal Yandere Asian bad guy in your future. Class had finally ended. With his bag slung lazily over his shoulder, Izuku walked out of the classroom, ignoring the dreamy stares still being thrown his way by half the girls behind him. His tall frame drew attention whether he wanted it or not, but he didn't care. His mind was elsewhere. It's been 10 years, and things have been going great. A small, satisfied smile touched his lips. In the last decade, Izuku had done more saving than half the professional hero agencies combined, excluding All Might, of course. No one could top him. But still, the numbers didn't lie. He'd become the talk of Japan, hailed on social media and whispered about in alleyways. They called him the hoodie hero, a ghost in the streets, a savior in the shadows. Always wearing a plain black hoodie, no flashy costume, no media presence, just results. To the average citizen, he was a miracle. To the Hero Commission, a nuisance, a crook, a vigilante who operated outside the system, stepping on toes and snatching headlines from licensed heroes just trying to make a living. But to Izuku, he was just doing what needed to be done. In 10 years, he'd saved over 500 people, 100 robberies thwarted, 150 hostage situations resolved, 250 suicide attempts prevented. The rest, just your average drug-enhanced villains and street-level chaos. Seriously, what is Japan's problem with suicide? He thought with a sigh, walking through the school gates. They gotta fix that. But by the time he reached his neighborhood, the scenery had changed dramatically. Gone were the clustered apartment blocks and narrow alleys. Now he walked through a serene, high-end residential area, lined with trimmed hedges, luxury cars, and modern mansions that oozed money. He stopped in front of the second-largest house on the block, its sleek design mixing glass and stone, a beautiful matte black sports car parked in the driveway. He opened the door and stepped inside, a grin on his face. "Man, I love my house," he muttered, kicking off his shoes and heading down the polished stairs. Financially, Izuku was set for life. Thanks to his knowledge of the future, he'd invested in all the right places: stocks, tech startups, crypto, real estate. Every risk was a guarantee to him. And with every boom, his bank account exploded. Now, he was practically a teenage tycoon, not that anyone outside his mom really knew. He made his way down into the home gym, where the sound of rhythmic beeping and sneakers pounding echoed in the room. Inko was on the treadmill, sweat glistening on her forehead, laser-focused on the screen in front of her. "I'm back, Mom," Izuku called out casually. She glanced over and smiled, slowing the machine before hopping off and grabbing a towel. "How was school?" "Pretty boring as usual, I guess. I'll go and study since I've got nothing better to do," he said with a small shrug. "Alright, well have fun," she replied, taking a sip of water. "I still need to beat this dumb girl called Rabbit Power. She's fast as hell." Izuku chuckled under his breath, shaking his head as he turned to go upstairs. In his room, he tossed his bag onto his gaming chair and stripped off his uniform shirt, revealing the toned, lean muscle that came from years of night patrols and training. With a relaxed breath, he began to float, rising off the floor with ease. "Yep, I'll never get tired of this feeling," he thought with a smirk as the familiar hum of power coursed through his body. 20%. He let himself hover for a few seconds more before dropping onto the bed, the mattress creaking softly beneath him. Hands behind his head, he stared at the ceiling. Just a few more hours. Then the real fun begins. To be continued. Chapter 77, Man of Steel. When night came, Travis heard the loud sound of a scream, followed by shouts of a man about to jump. "Man, another attempt I guess," he thought as he rose from his bed and opened his closet. He looked at the black Superman suit, then looked at his hoodie. "Why not have my debut today?" he thought to himself with a smirk, but quickly brushed the idea off as he knew it was too early. He hasn't even applied for UA. So he decided to just wear his block outfit. He opened up the door to his balcony and with a leap, Izuku took off to the skies fast. In the heart of Mustafa, a sprawling metropolis where towering skyscrapers cast long shadows over neon-lit streets, the city lights shone brightly like stars brought down to earth. The air pulsed with the rhythm of city life, honking cars, muffled chatter, the occasional bark of street vendors pushing for one last sale. Some people were just getting off work, shoulders slumped from exhaustion, while others embraced the night, laughing, drinking, dancing beneath the artificial glow. But high above the noise and color, perched on the narrow edge of a tall commercial building, stood a man silhouetted against the night sky. His knees trembled slightly, shoes half dangling over the concrete lip, as wind tousled his messy black hair. His wide, bloodshot eyes scanned the world below, people the size of ants, cars no more than glowing specks moving like fireflies. I can't do it, he thought frantically, heart pounding as if trying to escape his chest. His breathing came in quick, shallow gasps. His fists clenched and unclenched at his sides, the skin around his knuckles pale from pressure. Down below, a few people walking by happened to glance up and froze. Gasps spread, some pointing. A woman screamed. Phones were whipped out, some to record, others to dial emergency services. Within minutes, sirens blared through the night. Police cars screeched to a halt near the building, lights flashing violently red and blue, cutting across the street like warning beacons. The fire department soon followed, their ladder truck positioning itself in vain. A policeman stepped forward, lifting a megaphone. His voice cracked through the device with authority but held a note of calm. Please calm down. Step away from the ledge. You're not alone. But the voice was drowned beneath the man's thoughts. A memory, vivid and venomous, surged back with the force of a tidal wave. The image of his girlfriend, naked in bed with another man, laughing like he never existed. The way she had once clung to him, promised forever, now reduced to a lie that cut deeper than any blade. His chest tightened. His vision blurred, not from the wind, but from the flood of tears that refused to stop. He had no family, no friends. Only her. She was his anchor, his only light, his reason. And now she was gone. She was my everything. He thought bitterly. And I was nothing to her. His face twisted, not just in sorrow but in fury. His lips trembled, then parted in a broken scream toward the heavens. Fuck it. He spat, voice hoarse. She wouldn't even care if I died, that bitch. The crowd below murmured in horror. Some shouted, begging him to step back. But he didn't hear them. He was staring at the city lights, the ones that once looked magical when he walked with her hand in hand. Now they were just cold, distant, unreachable. The wind blew one final time. He smiled, not in peace, but in surrender, tears still gliding down his cheeks, catching glints of neon light as they fell. And then, he let go. But just as the man plummeted through the open air, a sudden black flash streaked across the night like lightning cutting through the darkness. The crowd below barely registered what had happened, only a blur tearing through the sky at impossible speed. In the blink of an eye, the falling man was snatched mid-air, his body suddenly spinning as if caught in a cyclone. A strong arm wrapped around his chest. The pressure was firm, secure. His descent slowed sharply as wind howled past his ears. Then, thud, his feet landed hard against the cold, rough asphalt, legs buckling slightly under the shock of survival. What just happened? He thought, heart still hammering in his chest, lungs struggling to catch up with reality. He fell to his knees, staring at his trembling hands. Then he looked up. Behind him, standing tall under the soft glow of the streetlights, was a figure clad in a dark black outfit, and his sharp eyes, kind, but unwavering, locked onto the man's. Don't kill yourself, the hero said plainly, his voice youthful but steady. There's more to life, or something. His tone was awkward but genuine. The man stared, breathing heavily. Who are you? Hearing that, the figure chuckled softly, then gave a relaxed, lopsided smile. You'll find out soon, he replied. And with that, the mysterious savior's feet began to lift off the ground. A low rumble built in the air as pressure swirled around him, then boom, he launched into the night sky, leaving behind a powerful gust of wind that swept across the crowd like a wave. The onlookers gasped, some shielding their faces from the blast, others frozen in awe. Sirens still flashed, but all eyes were on the sky where the strange new hero had vanished, leaving only silence, wind, and hope. Izuku sat perched on the edge of a tall building, legs dangling over the ledge as the soft breeze tugged at his cape. The city of Mustafa sprawled below him, lights twinkling, cars weaving through traffic, life buzzing in its usual rhythm. He stared down with a calm expression, taking a deep breath as he scanned the city for danger. One save down tonight, and it felt good. That was solid for my first save tonight. Kinda feel like Batman with the whole brooding on a rooftop vibe. He thought, glancing at the reflection of his reflection. Still, I think I want to keep Superman's colors. They feel right. Plus, imagine me rocking full green, I'd look like a damn bean. He smirked to himself. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Mom. He sighed, stood up, and with a soft hum of energy, whoosh, he took off, disappearing into the night sky like a streak of wind. Within minutes, he was home. A quick outfit change later, he was back to plain old Izuku, now seated across the dinner table from his mother. So, you'll go to UA next year? Inko asked, placing a dish in front of him. Yeah, I can't wait, he replied between bites, shoveling in food like he hadn't eaten in days. You know, we never went back to the hospital to re-register your quirk, she said, watching him closely. I'm sure they'd lose their minds seeing how many powers you've developed. Nah, I don't really feel like it, he shrugged. I want to keep things on the down low. Super secret identity style. Unlike most heroes who can't wait to slap their name on a billboard. Well, okay, she said, slightly hesitant but respecting his decision. She turned to the remote and switched on the TV. Breaking news. The reporter's voice cut through the room. Tonight, we're live on the scene where the mysterious hoodie hero saved another life, this time, a young boy on the verge of suicide. Eyewitnesses say he swooped in moments before the jump. Many theorize the hoodie hero is just a boy, based on his voice and body size. The question remains, who is this masked savior? Will he join the vigilantes or become a pro-hero? This is Fubuki Takama, reporting live from Central Mustafa. Inko blinked, lowering her chopsticks slowly. Wow, a boy, huh? He's so brave, she said pointedly, then turned to Izuku, who was now eating even faster like he could dodge the conversation by speed chewing. I thought I told you to stop with the hero stuff until you're old enough. But Mom. He protested, mouth half full. He was going to die if I hadn't stepped in. No one else has super hearing like I do, at least not to the magnitude I have. I can hear a scream through a thunderstorm from 10 blocks away. Inko sighed, clearly torn between admiration and worry. I understand, baby, but you're still a teenager. What if you run into someone dangerous, like a hero killer? Oh God, don't even make me think about what would happen. Mom, Izuku said, setting his chopsticks down and meeting her gaze. I'll be fine. I'm not like everyone else. He stood up slowly, cape flicking behind him ever so slightly as he raised his chin with a grin. I'm the Man of Steel. The TV announcer suddenly shouted the title of an old superhero documentary, interrupting his dramatic declaration. Both of them paused. Then Inko burst out laughing. Izuku groaned and sat back down, hiding his face behind a bowl. To be continued. A/N. This is an Invincible reference by the way. Chapter 88, Hero. Izuku went upstairs, yawning as he loosened the collar of his shirt. His body ached slightly, not from exhaustion, but from habit. After every patrol or class, a hot bath was practically a ritual now. He stepped into the bathroom, turned on the water, and waited for the steam to build before sliding into the warm bathtub, sinking in until only his head remained above water. The heat soaked into his muscles, and he let out a long, relaxed sigh. Besides Eureka. I haven't met a single other girl from class A yet, he thought, staring at the ceiling. But even worse. I haven't had the chance to watch any of my favorite female heroes live. A pause. Not that it matters. I've already gone through all their content. He closed his eyes, a mixture of shame and resignation washing over him. R34 is going to be the death of me. He rubbed the back of his neck, sinking deeper into the water like he could drown the thought. After about 20 minutes, he finally stepped out, drying himself off with a soft towel before heading back to his room. He was halfway to collapsing onto his bed when his ears perked up. A scream. Faint, but real. High-pitched. Feminine. Muffled. His hearing zoned in immediately. Back of a van. He paused. Kidnapping, huh? His expression hardened. I'd better get ready. In a flash, he opened his closet and slipped into his usual black stealth outfit, lightweight, flexible, perfect for quick movement in the shadows. Hoodie zipped, mask in place, he slipped out onto the balcony. Whoosh! With a burst of wind, he shot into the sky like a black comet, vanishing into the night. Moments later, Inko walked down the hallway in her slippers, gently knocking on his bedroom door. Izuku, let's talk about your hero thing. She said softly, a mix of concern and exhaustion in her voice. She waited a few seconds, but there was no response. Sighing, she slowly opened the door. The breeze greeted her first, the kind only a wide-open balcony could bring. The curtains swayed, and the cold night air kissed her face. She stepped in, seeing the bed untouched, the room empty. Her shoulders dropped. Again. She murmured, frowning as she walked over and quietly shut the balcony door. You're going to give me gray hairs, I swear. With a final sigh, she turned off the light and went to bed, trying not to imagine what kind of danger her son was diving into this time. Izuku soared through the cold night sky, cutting through the clouds like a bullet as his sharp eyes locked onto a speeding van barreling down a highway. The city lights blurred beneath him, cars honking in confusion as the vehicle swerved between lanes recklessly. Wow, they made it all the way to the highway. Where the hell are the police when you need them? He wondered with a frown, adjusting his trajectory downward. He dropped like a missile, landing on the roof of the van with a loud metallic thud. The impact shook the whole vehicle, but he kept his footing. Without hesitation, he blew out a chilling breath, freezing the roof solid, making the metal brittle and easy to crack. With a swift punch, he shattered the frozen metal, creating a gaping hole, and slipped inside. The interior was cramped and dark, the only light coming from flickering dashboard lamps. In the back, a little girl huddled in the corner, trembling in fear, eyes wide as she clutched her knees. Hey, Izuku said gently, crouching down and offering his hand. I'm here to save you, alright? Let's get you out of here. But before he could move closer, watch out. The girl screamed, eyes behind him. His eyes widened, what? And before he could react, a fist like a boulder slammed into his side, sending him flying through the now open van door. His body skidded across the highway, bouncing off the asphalt with painful force. Fucking hell. Izuku grunted as he rolled to a stop, bits of gravel clinging to his hoodie. He groaned, pushing himself up. How was he that silent? I didn't even hear his heart. X-ray vision would have been real nice right about now. Without wasting another second, he shot back into the air and blasted forward, catching up to the van in less than a second. In a streak of black and blue, he crashed back inside. This time, he got a good look at the man. The villain was massive, his arms like tree trunks, fists like bricks, and skin rough like concrete. Veins bulged along his shoulders as he held the girl close, using her as a human shield. The name's Brick Hand, the man snarled. You better back off, or this little girl's head becomes mush. Izuku didn't flinch. He only shook his head slowly. Then, boom. In a blur of speed, Izuku appeared right in front of him, seizing the villain by the throat and lifting him clean off the floor. The girl screamed as Brick Hand lost grip of her, floating in the air as the van continued racing forward below them. Where are you taking the girl? Izuku asked, voice low and serious. Brick Hand laughed, then spat in Izuku's face. Like I'd tell ya. Izuku narrowed his eyes, wiping his face with the back of his hand. Then he smirked. Well, I guess you've grown tired of living. And with that, he hurled the man skyward, sending him screaming into the clouds like a launched rocket. Phew-yuck. Izuku zipped back down, caught the now crying girl, and placed her gently on the side of the road just as the van finally lost control and crashed into a barrier, smoke rising from the engine. He made sure the girl was safe and turned back to the sky. He shot upward and caught Brick Hand mid-descent like it was nothing, gripping him by the collar as they hovered in place. You ready to talk now? Izuku asked, voice cold. They're taking the kids to the harbor. Brick Hand screamed, tears in his eyes. Some private island, human trafficking or something. That's all I know, I swear. I'm just the bouncer, man. Izuku stared for a second, then nodded. Good. Within minutes, police sirens wailed in the distance. Red and blue lights flooded the highway. Izuku descended slowly, landing near the wrecked van where officers were already on scene, and standing among them. Eraserhead. Aizawa's eyes narrowed the moment he saw Izuku. His hair floated up as he activated his quirk, gaze locked. But Izuku didn't stop. He walked straight past him, dragging Brick Hand by the collar like trash, and handed him to the nearest officer. Then, deepening his voice, Izuku spoke with weight. These guys are traffickers. They're headed to the harbor. You'd better hurry if you want to catch the others. I'll meet you there. And with a burst of wind, he took off into the sky again, cape fluttering behind him like a shadow in the night. Aizawa stood frozen. I erased it. I know I did. So how the hell is he still flying? His eyes followed the mysterious hero as he disappeared over the skyline. To be continued. Chapter 99, Busted. Izuku arrived at the scene just as the rusted creak of metal echoed from the docks. His eyes narrowed. Children, little girls and boys, were screaming from inside a massive shipping container, chained and huddled together, their tiny fists banging on the steel walls in panic. The container was strapped onto a tanker, ready to be loaded onto a looming cargo ship. Pedophiles, he thought darkly. The worst kind of scum to ever walk this earth. Even worse than the Nazis. His boots hit the concrete with a sharp thud as he landed in front of the ship, sending a gust of wind that rippled across the dark sea. Men emerged from all directions, surrounding him with rifles and machine guns pointed right at his chest. They wore ski masks and bulletproof vests, barking orders he didn't even bother listening to. Izuku simply raised his hands slowly, as if to surrender. One of them stepped forward, smirking beneath his mask as he aimed his gun directly at Izuku's face. Move and you're dead, freak. Izuku tilted his head. Then, in a flash, his hand shot out and grabbed the man's face, slamming it into the ground so hard the pavement cracked. Crack. Pow. 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 Gunfire erupted instantly, raining bullets in all directions. The rounds bounced off Izuku's skin like pebbles hitting steel. His black outfit, however, was another story. It began tearing from the impact. TCH, this suit's gonna be dust if I don't wrap this up, he thought, irritated. With that, he vanished in a blur. He reappeared beside one of the gunmen and delivered a roundhouse kick that launched the man straight into the side of the ship. Bang! Before any of them could react, Izuku was already behind the next group. He moved like a ghost, untraceable, unstoppable. One by one, they fell, beaten unconscious before they could even scream. In less than 30 seconds, it was over. The port echoed with silence, broken only by the distant cry of approaching sirens. Izuku turned toward the massive container, lifting it effortlessly with both arms before gently placing it down in an open space. He walked to the hatch and yanked it open. What greeted him was a heart-shattering sight. Dozens of children crouched together, faces streaked with tears, their bodies trembling with terror. Some didn't even look up. The pain in his chest twisted into rage. You're all safe now, he said softly, his voice deep and calm. He turned around and walked away. The ship still had one rat hiding in its belly. Izuku honed in on the heartbeat with ease and strode below deck. He found the captain, a bloated, sweating man, curled up under a table, trying to stay still. Izuku reached down and yanked him up by the collar. Where were you taking these kids? He asked, voice eerily calm. Please. I was just following orders. The man stuttered, eyes wide. They told me to bring them to some island, some billionaire's private place. That's all I know. No names, no nothing, I swear. Show me where. By the time the police arrived at the docks, Izuku was already in the air with the captain gripped tightly in one arm. They headed over the sea, past the coastlines, until they reached a secluded island far off near the Bahamas. Izuku landed hard, a crater forming beneath his boots as he dropped the captain onto the sand. There was a towering mansion just ahead, lights flickering from the windows, and the muffled sounds of laughter, moaning, music. He could hear everything. Sounds like a damn Epstein party, he thought coldly. He didn't knock. Izuku stormed into the mansion and shattered their little fantasy world. Cameras were already floating around him, recording everything. He exposed them, every face, every act, every disgusting detail. No more hiding behind lawyers or money. He streamed it live. Twitter, YouTube, news outlets. The whole world saw. When the British authorities arrived, they found the mansion in ruins, the guests zip-tied and terrified, evidence plastered all over social media. There was no escaping this. The world thanked him. The media called him a savior. A child trafficking ring made up of some of the world's richest and most powerful men had just been brought down in a single night. They tried to offer him a prize, a medal, and even a global honor ceremony. Izuku refused. He gave them no statement, no interview. He simply flew off into the night, heading home to Japan. The next morning, the world woke up to breaking news unlike anything they'd seen before. Screens across Japan, and soon the globe, were flooded with footage taken from the live stream Izuku had unleashed at the billionaire's island mansion. News anchors, reporters, and social media influencers couldn't stop talking. News anchor, live broadcast. Good morning, everyone. What started as a tip-off about a missing children's trafficking ring has exploded into one of the largest criminal busts in recent history. The so-called Hoodie Hero, a mysterious vigilante who has remained anonymous since his first appearance, stormed a private island last night, exposing some of the world's most powerful elites involved in the vile trade. Reporter, on site. We're here at the Ministry of Justice, where officials are scrambling to respond. The operation's success has been hailed worldwide, but questions remain about the vigilante's identity, his methods, and whether the Hero Commission will acknowledge his role. Across social media, hashtags like Hoodie Hero, Child Rescue, and Justice Serve trend globally, sparking widespread praise and debate. People shared clips from the raid, expressing gratitude and awe. Fans created fan art and memes, some joking about the Hoodie Hero's dark costume and lightning-fast moves, others speculating about his true identity. But not everyone was supportive. Editorial column, The Daily Sentinel. Vigilantism is a dangerous path. While the Hoodie Hero's actions saved lives, they also bypassed the law and risked innocent lives. Who is this boy playing judge, jury, and executioner? Japan's heroes are licensed, trained, and accountable. This masked teenager, however well-intentioned, must be stopped before tragedy strikes. Inside the Hero Commission headquarters, officials exchanged grim looks. The commission's PR team scrambled to draft a statement acknowledging the rescue without endorsing the vigilante's methods. Meanwhile, some pro-heroes watched the news with mixed feelings, relief for the rescue, but frustration at the media spotlight stealing their thunder. Back home, Inko watched the coverage quietly in the living room. She glanced at her phone, her worry deepening with every new headline and viral clip. I'm happy he saved those kids, but I still can't help but worry for my boy, she murmured. A/N, now don't go hating on a mother for wanting her son to be safe. Kinda like how brain-dead DB fans hate Chi-Chi for not wanting Gohan and Goten to fight. Who in their right mind would let a child fight aliens? Elsewhere, Izuku lay on his bed, scrolling through news clips and tweets on his phone. A faint smile played across his lips as he saw the outpouring of support and the fiery debates alike. They don't know it's me, and it has to stay that way. He locked his phone, reached for his black hoodie, and slipped it on. I wonder how I'll do when I get to UA. Well, I'm not scared, next month I take the test. Can't wait, he thought. Outside his window, the city buzzed on, unaware that their silent guardian watched over them, ready for whatever came next. To be continued. Chapter 1010 Meeting Mitsuki Bakugo. 1 month later. The sun was high and the air buzzing with nervous energy as Izuku stood among the other hopefuls outside the UA entrance exam site. The exam itself had been a breeze, so easy, in fact, that Izuku finished well ahead of the crowd, leaving behind puzzled stares and whispered rumors. Stepping out, he felt the familiar rush of accomplishment and relief wash over him. The test was just another stepping stone, and he was ready for what came next. Behind him, a familiar presence emerged, Katsuki, glaring fiercely, jaw clenched tight. Look at him, thinking he's better than me. If I get into UA, I'll prove I'm the top of the class, no contest. Katsuki seethed silently, eyes locked on Izuku's calm silhouette. Izuku let out a soft sigh and began walking home, the quiet streets welcoming him back. I never met All Might personally, he thought as the familiar cityscape passed by, but I'm curious about the one who got all for one. Whoever they are, I hope they find their own path, maybe even peace. Later, in the comfort of his room, Izuku sank into his gaming chair, fingers flying across the controller. The familiar sounds of digital battles filled the air, his focus sharp. Suddenly, the door burst open with an enthusiastic bang. Izuku, I finally beat Ribbit Power. Inko exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she danced around the room. Nice, Izuku replied without looking up, a lazy smile tugging at his lips as he kept his eyes glued to the screen. Inko's smile faded slightly as she remembered something important. Oh, by the way, Kaken's mom is coming to visit, she said, crossing her arms thoughtfully. Izuku paused his game, turning with a smirk. Oh, is her brat son coming too? Of course. I thought you guys were friends. Inko teased, raising an eyebrow. We are, he said with a confident grin, eyes gleaming mischievously. Right, she said with a knowing smile before heading toward the door. Well, I need to get bathed. As the door closed behind her, Izuku's grin widened. A classic MILF. Can't wait to see her, he thought, chuckling quietly as he resumed thrashing the game enemies. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Inko dried her hands on a kitchen towel and made her way to the door, her expression lighting up as she saw who it was. Mitsuki. It's been a while, girl. Inko beamed, pulling her old friend into a warm hug. Yeah, it really has. And wow, you look stunning. Is there a new mister in your life? Mitsuki teased with a smirk, her tone playful and familiar. Of course not. Well, besides my handsome Izuku, of course, Inko replied with a chuckle, brushing a stray hair behind her ear as she stepped aside to let them in. Well, I'm excited to see him. It's been a few years since I laid eyes on that boy. Mitsuki stepped in, her eyes scanning the clean, warmly decorated home. Katsuki, greet her, she added sharply, elbowing her son. The spiky-haired teen rolled his eyes but obeyed. Hello, ma'am, he muttered. Hi, Katsuki. Izuku's upstairs in his room, okay. Inko said, her tone polite but distant. She motioned for the two to enter as she and Mitsuki walked further into the house, their footsteps echoing faintly against the wooden floor. Katsuki glanced around the home with thinly veiled irritation. Marble countertops, polished floors, subtle hints of wealth in every corner. A far cry from the tiny, cramped apartment Izuku used to live in. With this kind of money he could have easily gone to Horasuma. Guess he wanted to flaunt it instead. I hate him even more now, he thought bitterly as he climbed the stairs. Upstairs, he entered Izuku's room and immediately paused. Gaming rig glowing with RGB lights, a wall-mounted TV playing lo-fi beats in the background, a mini fridge in the corner, and shelves filled with books, figurines, and expensive tech. The room was every teenage boy's dream. Izuku was reclined in a gaming chair, controller in hand, eyes on the screen. He glanced back when he heard the door. Sup, he said casually. None. What you playing? Katsuki replied, his voice low. COD. Wanna play? Sure, he shrugged, sitting next to him. The two boys silently began to game, the tension between them unspoken but heavy. Guess he's cool about all that bullying I did to him. That's surprising, Katsuki thought, shooting glances at Izuku's relaxed face. Where's your mom? Izuku asked, still focused on the game. Oh, she's downstairs, Katsuki replied. I should go say hi. Wait here, Izuku said as he slipped on his house slippers and walked out the room. Left alone, Katsuki leaned back, letting his eyes wander again. He noticed the phone on Izuku's desk, latest model, of course, then frowned. Probably thinks he's above me now. Just 'cause he's rich and handsome. I'll show you, Deku. Meanwhile, Izuku made his way downstairs, the smell of vanilla and fresh polish lingering in the air. In the living room, Mitsuki and Inko were seated comfortably on the couch, sipping wine and laughing over some old memory. He stepped into view. Mitsuki's laughter stopped mid-sentence as she looked up. Her eyes widened. Wow. Well, if it isn't Izuku, she said, standing up. Wow, you've grown. What is your mother feeding you? Izuku grinned, walking over as she pulled him into a hug. I don't know, love maybe. He replied with a cheeky smile. Both women burst into laughter. You're still slick with your words, I see, Mitsuki said, pinching his cheek lightly. Don't go breaking any of those young girls' hearts at UA, you hear me? Why would I? I respect women of all types and ages, especially the older, wiser ones, he said smoothly, lifting her hand and kissing it. Mitsuki blinked, surprised, before smirking. Consider me charmed. Well, I should get back upstairs. I hope you enjoy your time here, he said as he turned and left, the faint scent of his cologne trailing behind him. Mitsuki watched him go, then slapped Inko's thigh. What did you teach that boy? She asked, half joking, half incredulous. Nothing. Inko laughed. He's just always been like that. Good with words. Of course, he doesn't flatter me like that since I'm his mom, but every time we go out, all the women we pass give him that look. Oh, that look. Wow. Mitsuki sighed, taking a sip of her wine. If he weren't underage, I'd give him a chance. You're married, dear. Don't forget that, Inko warned with a playful glare. Oh yeah, almost forgot, Mitsuki giggled, clinking her glass with Inko's as they leaned back into the couch. To be continued. A/N, Poor Masaru. Chapter 1111, Night Snack. Upstairs, Izuku opened the door, stepping back into the room. Katsuki was still seated, gripping the controller, but his eyes weren't focused on the game anymore. They flicked over to Izuku with a strange look, one that tried to mask bitterness behind indifference. You were gone a while, Katsuki muttered. Yeah, your mom talks a lot, Izuku replied casually as he flopped onto his bed, resting his head against a pillow. TCH, Katsuki clicked his tongue. She probably thinks you're some kind of prince now. Izuku raised a brow. Why? Because I'm not living in a shoebox anymore. Katsuki's jaw clenched. He didn't respond right away, pretending to be focused on the game, but his grip on the controller tightened. I didn't mean it like that, he said, voice low. Izuku smiled faintly, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Sure you didn't. The tension in the room lingered for a moment. The sound of digital gunfire and explosions from the screen filled the silence until Katsuki broke it again. Your room's nice, he said grudgingly, scanning the space. Posters of famous pro-heroes lined the walls, some vintage All Might ones, some newer, sleeker designs of current top heroes. A sleek computer setup with glowing LEDs rested on the desk, surrounded by top-tier gaming gear. His bed was king-sized, covered with black and green sheets, and there was a full shelf of trophies and books. Thanks. Got most of this last year. Izuku sat up and stretched his arms. Mom kind of went all out after things got better. Katsuki huffed. Must be nice, having everything just handed to you. That made Izuku pause. He slowly stood, walked over to his desk, and picked up a small photo frame. In it was a picture of him and Inko, smiling in front of a rundown apartment with peeling paint and a cracked window. Nothing was handed to me, Kaken, he said quietly. You just weren't there to see what it took. Katsuki looked away, biting back a response. Deep down, he knew it was true. He'd seen Izuku bruised, humiliated, and alone more times than he could count, but he always thought the guy would stay there. Weak, quiet, forgettable. Now he stood taller, shoulders broader, voice calmer. And worse, he forgave too easily. You ain't even mad, huh? Katsuki muttered. After all the crap I put you through. Izuku turned, his green eyes steady and unreadable for a moment. I was mad, he said honestly. I cried. I hated myself. I hated you. He sat back down, leaned back on his arms. But I'm not that scared kid anymore. I've got people who believe in me. I believe in me. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Besides, I figured beating you at COD today will be way more satisfying than holding a grudge. Katsuki scoffed, trying to hide how deeply the words cut. You cocky nerd. Izuku laughed. Better a cocky nerd than an insecure gremlin. Their bickering softened the tension, just a little. Downstairs, the moms were deep in conversation. Mitsuki swirled her wine glass, cheeks slightly flushed, not just from the alcohol. I swear, she said, exhaling, that boy of yours, he's not just good-looking, Inko. He carries himself like a man. Inko blushed, sipping her own wine. Trust me, I see it every day and still don't believe it. The way women look at him, it's like they're trying to undress him with their eyes. Mitsuki laughed loudly. Well, I don't blame them. If I didn't know better, I'd think you raised a future heartbreaker. Inko shook her head, smiling. He's respectful though. Never even brings a girl home. But I see it, how he opens doors, carries bags, and that way he speaks. That boy could charm a nun out her habits, Mitsuki said, eyes glittering mischievously. She leaned in. You ever get jealous of the attention he gets? Inko snorted. Please, I'm his mother. Still. Must feel weird when women your age blush around him. Makes you wonder, right? Inko gave her a sidelong glance. Don't you get any ideas, Mitsuki? Mitsuki grinned. Hey, I'm just saying, if I was 10 years younger and divorced. You're still married. Tragically, Mitsuki replied with a sigh. They both burst into laughter. Back upstairs, the game had turned competitive. They were yelling, laughing, tossing popcorn at each other as they fought for top score. And for once, Katsuki didn't feel like punching him. Not yet anyway. Time passed, and the moon climbed high into the sky. The city outside was quiet, painted in silver light, and the hum of nighttime stillness filled the air. Mitsuki and Katsuki stayed the night since it was too late and she was too tipsy to drive. Inside the Midoriya apartment, laughter and chatter from earlier had faded, leaving only the faint sound of the TV playing reruns in the living room. Mitsuki had drunk more than she expected, half a bottle of wine with Inko and maybe a few too many playful dares from their card game. Her cheeks flushed with residual warmth as she lay next to Inko on the bed. Her friend had already passed out, snoring softly. Hell, Mitsuki muttered, sitting up slowly. Too much wine. She gently climbed off the bed, stretching her arms above her head with a soft groan before padding toward the door. The hallway was dim, lit only by the soft glow of the kitchen light. She rubbed her eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku stirred awake. Half asleep and thirsty, he got up to grab a snack. As he stepped into the hallway, he nearly bumped into someone. Mitsuki. Whoa! She gasped, stumbling slightly. Instinctively, Izuku's hand shot out, gripping her waist to steady her. His fingers brushed against her bare skin. Her pajama shirt had ridden up a bit. She froze for a moment, blinking up at him. Are you all right, Mrs. Bakugo? He asked, his voice calm, casual, but his emerald eyes gleamed in the low light. She blinked again, as if surprised by how close he was. Why yeah, thanks, kid. Guess I wasn't watching my step. He slowly let go of her waist, his touch lingering just a second longer than necessary. Bathroom? She asked after clearing her throat. Use mine. It's closer than the one down the hall, he said. I'll show you. He led her inside his room. It was neat, cleaner than she expected for a teenage boy. Posters of video games and sci-fi movies were on the walls, a few weights by the corner, and a glowing monitor still displayed a paused game. Wow, she said, glancing around. Your room is really nice. I'm sure Katsuki showed his annoyance. Jealous little brat. Izuku chuckled. Really? I didn't notice. She gave him a side glance. MHM. Sure you didn't, she said knowingly, before disappearing into the bathroom. Izuku leaned against the wall, exhaling slowly as he looked toward the door. When she stepped out, her hair was slightly messy, her lips a little parted as if she'd rinsed her mouth. She caught him looking. Where were you going, anyway? She asked, her tone casual but her eyes curious. Just to the kitchen. I was up playing something and needed snacks, he said. Well, I could use some too, she smiled, walking closer. Without warning, she gently wrapped her arm around his. Mind if I tag along? Izuku raised a brow but didn't pull away. Sure, he said. As they walked down the hallway, her hand softly gripping his bicep, she thought to herself. He's grown up so fast. And those arms, damn. To be continued. Chapter 12:12, Seed Planted. As they made their way to the kitchen, Mitsuki still had her arm wrapped around his. Her steps were slightly wobbly, more from the leftover buzz than imbalance. Izuku said nothing about it, letting her cling to him as they walked in the dim hallway. You know, she murmured with a soft chuckle, you've grown a lot, Izuku. I remember when you used to hide behind Inko's skirt just to say hi to me. Izuku smirked. Yeah, well, people change. Mitsuki glanced up at him, her eyes lingering a little too long before turning away with a smirk of her own. That's an understatement. You've gotten tall. And your voice, deeper. I barely recognized it earlier. They entered the kitchen. Izuku moved around with a casual confidence, grabbing a bag of chips and placing them on the counter. Mitsuki leaned on it, crossing her arms beneath her chest, pushing her curves up just enough to catch the corner of his eye. I'm surprised your little girlfriends aren't blowing up your phone, she teased with a sly smile, her voice lowered into something velvety. A guy like you. Smart, strong, mysterious. He chuckled. I keep things quiet. Smart boy, she purred, watching him open the bag and start eating. Mysterious is always more attractive. Izuku raised an eyebrow, amused by her tone. You flirting with me, Mrs. Bakugo? She laughed, brushing her blonde hair over her shoulder. What if I was? You gonna run off like you did when you were 4? He stepped closer, leaning slightly in, still smirking. No, I'd just smile, and let you keep going. Their eyes locked for a moment, a heavy pause filling the air, charged with unspoken things. Mitsuki's smile wavered for a second, a flicker of realization flashing in her eyes, before she scoffed playfully and pushed off the counter. Cheeky brat, she muttered, clearly flustered but hiding it behind her grin. You should be careful, Izuku. Some women like confident men, a little too much. And some women shouldn't test how confident I really am, he replied coolly, popping a chip in his mouth. She shook her head with a quiet laugh, walking past him, but not before dragging her fingers lightly across his chest as she passed. Good night, hunk. She disappeared back into the hallway, hips swaying ever so slightly. Izuku just stood there, watching her go, then leaned back against the counter. Classic MILF indeed, he thought with a smirk, before crunching into another chip. The next morning, after breakfast, Mitsuki and Katsuki were ready to leave. Mitsuki looked refreshed, maybe a little too refreshed, her hair tied up casually, lips glossed just enough to catch the light. As they reached the door, she turned back toward Izuku with that same playful smirk she'd worn the night before. Here, she said, pulling out her phone and holding it toward him. Give me your number. Forkakan, you know, in case you two need to coordinate. Her tone was innocent enough, but the glint in her eyes said otherwise. Izuku caught it instantly. He didn't even question it, just took her phone, typed his number, and handed it back with an easy smile. Forkakan, he repeated smoothly, voice dripping with just enough charm to make her glance away for a moment. Of course, they both knew that wasn't the real reason. As the front door closed behind them, Izuku leaned casually against the hallway wall, arms folded. He didn't need to see her reaction to know that the seed had been planted. Back in his room, he dropped into his chair and pulled out his phone, spinning it lazily in his hand. In my past life, this was always the first step, he thought, lips curling slightly. You don't chase them, you give them a taste they can't forget. Before they even realize it, you're in their head, and every time they're alone, they're thinking about you. It was a game he had mastered, never pushing too hard, never rushing, just leaving an impression strong enough to bloom later into something inevitable. A few days later, the morning air was crisp as Izuku stood before the towering gates of UA. Hi. The building loomed ahead, bathed in sunlight, its glass walls gleaming like a promise. He adjusted his school uniform jacket, the faint scent of starch still clinging to the fabric. All right, he thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. Time to make a name for myself. Taking his first step toward the entrance, he made sure to walk with measured confidence, no nerves, no hesitation. His past life had trained him well in the art of presence. And unlike some poor fool from a parallel world, he didn't trip. As he passed through the crowd of examines, a familiar sight caught his eye. Eureka crouched slightly, tying the laces of her sneakers. Her hair shifted in the breeze, a faint flush already on her cheeks from rushing to the gates. Izuku's smirk deepened. He didn't slow down. He walked right past her, his shadow brushing over her as she glanced up for only a second, her eyes catching his face before she quickly returned to her laces. No words, just the faintest flicker of curiosity in her gaze. Exactly the kind of moment he wanted. Not yet, he thought, stepping forward toward the main building. Izuku walked into the massive auditorium and slipped into a seat near the middle, arms casually crossed as Present Mic's booming voice echoed off the walls. The man was practically vibrating with energy, his words spilling out like rapid gunfire about villain points, rescue points, and the path to becoming a true hero. Most of the kids around him were leaning forward, hanging on every word like it was gospel. Izuku. He leaned back, legs slightly spread, expression unreadable. Still as loud as ever, he thought dryly, remembering the man from his future memories. Then came him. A sharp voice cut through the room. Tenya Itza, in all his stiff, robotic glory, stood up, hand raised like a soldier about to file a complaint. His tone was clipped, his posture perfect, his words formal to the point of suffocation. He was scolding Present Mic for failing to address the existence of the zero-point robots, and doing it in the most over-the-top, by-the-book way possible. Yup, Izuku thought, suppressing a smirk. Stuck up even back then. Took me until the Stain arc to actually start liking this guy. When the lecture was finally over, the examines were herded outside toward the simulation site, an entire mock city surrounded by towering walls. The sight was impressive, but Izuku barely glanced at it. His attention was on the feeling in his muscles as he stretched out his shoulders, arms, and legs. Alright, which powers to use here? Haven't even decided yet. Guess I'll keep it simple. Speed and strength. Flight's too flashy for now, he thought, rolling his neck until it popped. To his side, he noticed Eureka, standing a bit stiff, her eyes darting around the cityscape with a mix of awe and nerves. You ready? He asked, turning toward her. She blinked, startled by the sudden voice. Yeah, I think so. Still a little scared, though, she admitted with a sheepish smile. What about you? I feel the same, he replied easily. Let's work hard. I'm looking forward to seeing you in Class A. Before she could respond, a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder. Izuku turned his head slowly, coming face to face with Itza, who looked like he had swallowed a lemon. Hey! Itza barked. Don't interfere. Can't you see she's trying to focus? Yeah, I definitely hated this guy at first, Izuku thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Oh, was I interrupting you? He asked Eureka directly. She shook her head quickly. No, actually, talking to you calmed me down. Thank you. That made Itza freeze. His hand slid off Izuku's shoulder as he gave a stiff bow. Ah, my apologies, then. He marched off without another word. The two of them couldn't help it, they laughed. That was something, right? Izuku said, smirking. Yeah, it really was. What's your name, anyway? She asked, tilting her head. Izuku. And you? Eureka. It's nice to meet you. Likewise. Good luck, by the way. Before she could respond again, he faced forward, and without warning, started walking away toward the gate. Wait, Wee Haven. What are you waiting for? The test has already begun. Present Mic's voice exploded through the speakers. And just like that, chaos. Students broke into sprints, shouting as they rushed into the mock city. Izuku didn't sprint. He walked forward calmly at first, then, in a flash, he vanished in a blur of speed. To be continued. Chapter 1313 Entrance Exam. The gates hissed open with a metallic groan. Izuku stepped inside with the other examines, hands in his pockets, his movements unhurried while everyone else exploded into frantic sprints. Some already activated their quirks, blasting forward in bursts of fire, ice, or propulsion. Izuku just walked. Then, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he blurred from the starting street to the first robot, a hulking, three-pointer stomping through a mock plaza. His hand shot forward, palm open, and he pushed. Not punched, pushed. The machine flew backward like it had been hit by a truck, slamming into a wall and crumpling into scrap metal. One down. He didn't even look at it. He was already gone. Observation room, UA faculty. Who is that kid? Present Mic asked, leaning closer to the monitor. I didn't even see him move. Aizawa squinted. Too fast for standard cameras. He's holding back, but even then, the control he's showing is impressive. I can tell you one thing, Snipe said, arms crossed. Those aren't beginner moves. That kid's got experience, years of it. All Might, who had been quietly watching from the corner, said nothing, but his eyes followed every step Izuku made. Back in the field. Izuku flowed through the mock city like water, always just appearing where the next target was, dismantling it with minimal movement. One robot had its arm ripped off in a blink, another was flipped onto its back like a helpless turtle, and a third was split in half with one swift kick. He never stayed in one place for more than 2 seconds, meaning other examines always had chances to score on the robots he left partially disabled. Holy crap. He's leaving them for us. One examinee shouted, blasting the head off a robot Izuku had crippled moments before. Eureka, sprinting past another downed machine, caught a glimpse of him vanishing around a corner like a phantom. How is he moving like that? Observation room. He's not just going for points, Midnight noted, her eyes narrowing. He's actively making sure others get chances. That's rare for this stage. Nizu sipped his tea calmly. It's a display of both skill and awareness. He's making a name for himself without stepping on the toes of potential future classmates. Quite the calculated approach. Calculated. Vlad King raised a brow. Feels more like instinct to me. Natural talent like that, you don't teach. All Might's eyes narrowed slightly. That strength, that speed, it's familiar. Izuku suddenly stopped and sat back, his score already more than enough to secure first place. Damn, they're probably glazing me up there. And All Might, there's no way he knows who I am. I haven't even shown 20% of my power. Then again, I do have 20%. But ding, mission alert. Objective, save Eureka again. Rewards, plus 2%. Oh, cool. Alright. The ground quaked as a monstrous boom echoed through the mock city. The zero-pointer burst through the side of a skyscraper in a shower of steel and concrete, its titanic frame blotting out the sky. Each step was a seismic event, rattling windows and cracking pavement. Thick plumes of dust rolled over the streets like an incoming sandstorm. Through it all, Izuku's ears caught it, her voice. Eureka's panicked cry. In a split second, his body moved. A sonic crack exploded behind him as he launched forward, his boots pulverizing the asphalt where he'd stood. Street lamps bent from the gust that followed him. One heartbeat, he was on the ground. Second heartbeat, he was airborne, rising past the broken skeleton of the building the zero-pointer had smashed through. The giant's glowing sensors barely had time to focus on him before Izuku's fist cocked back, muscles tensing like a drawn bowstring. Boom. The impact was apocalyptic. The air rippled in a visible shockwave that shattered every remaining window in a 100-meter radius. The zero-pointer's head didn't dent, it imploded, its metal skull crumpling inward as the entire frame was launched backward like a missile. It tore through two more buildings, splitting them apart like wet paper. Walls burst outward, sending debris raining down in a deadly storm of glass, steel, and concrete. The monster didn't stop until it plowed through the city's perimeter wall, half buried in rubble, sparks hissing from its broken chassis. Observation room. What the hell? Vlad King shouted, almost spilling his coffee. That's not normal power output. All Might said nothing, but his grip on the armrest tightened until the leather creaked. Back in the field, Izuku landed hard, his boots cracking the pavement. He didn't waste a second, he pushed through the settling dust, zeroing in on Eureka, who was pinned under a slab of fallen debris. With one arm, he tossed it aside like it was cardboard, scooping her up effortlessly. She gasped at the sudden lift, finding herself cradled against his chest as he bolted toward the evacuation gates, the collapsing skyline rumbling behind them. They only stopped when the walls of the gate loomed ahead, the dust cloud roaring closer like an angry beast. You all right? Izuku asked with a small smirk. Eureka's wide eyes met his, her face flushing crimson as she realized just how close she was to him. Why yeah, I'm fine. Good, he said, setting her gently down. Could you, please put me down? She added quickly, stepping back to create distance. Sorry, he chuckled. She gave a shy smile. Thank you, Izuku. No problem. The test is all over. Present Mix's voice boomed from the loudspeakers, marking the end of the chaos. Izuku smiled faintly, a satisfied calm in his expression. All that saving paid off. I've learned how to control my power, otherwise I probably would have sent that zero-pointer flying across the entire school. Around him, the sound of groans and shuffling echoed through the dust-choked air as Recovery Girl hobbled into the scene, her cane tapping against the cracked pavement. Line up, line up. Let's patch you brats up before you keel over, she barked in her usual grandmotherly tone. Izuku glanced over at Eureka, who was still catching her breath, before giving her a casual wave. Well, I'll see you when school starts, Eureka. See ya. He turned and began walking toward the exit, his steps steady and confident. Every head seemed to follow him as he left, murmurs whispering through the group like ripples in a pond. Some looked impressed, some intimidated, and a few, like Aitsa, wore a thin mask over a storm of envy. He even saved the girl. But Aitsa thought bitterly, his hands tightening into fists. He's definitely getting the highest marks. Damn it. Eureka's gaze lingered on his back long after he'd gone, her blush still refusing to fade. He's so cool. She thought, biting her lips slightly before she even realized it. Thwack. She yelped as Recovery Girl's cane tapped her knee sharply. Don't go falling for the boy just because he saved you, the old woman warned, giving her a sharp side eye. You don't know how badly that can end. I'm not falling for him. Eureka said quickly, waving her hands defensively as her blush deepened. Recovery Girl just chuckled knowingly before shuffling off to the next student, leaving Eureka staring at the ground with her thoughts spinning. To be continued. Chapter 14:14 Aftermath. Izuku went back home, the afternoon sun spilling warm light through the windows as he stepped inside. The faint smell of miso soup drifted from the kitchen, but before he could take off his shoes, he spotted his mom standing in the hallway, hands clasped together, eyes wide with anticipation. "How did it go?" Inko asked, her voice carrying that unmistakable mix of worry and excitement only a mother could have. "I won't receive my results for a week, Mom," he replied calmly, slipping his shoes off and setting them neatly aside. "But I know I passed." Her shoulders relaxed a little, but then her lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Oh, well, I guess I'll wait a week before I post you on my Facebook page for all my followers," she teased, already reaching for her phone. "I call myself the Green Saber. I sent you a friend request, but you never accepted it, why?" she asked, giving him an exaggerated pout. Izuku blinked, staring at her for a moment before deadpanning. "Green Saber. That's why." He brushed past her toward his room, leaving Inko frozen for a second before she chuckled to herself. As he walked down the hall, he shoved his hands in his pockets, his mind wandering. "Green Saber. Reminds me of GTA San Andreas. I should download it now that I think about it." UA. High School, Faculty Meeting Room. The long oval table was stacked with papers, screens, and steaming mugs of coffee. Sunlight poured in through the tall windows, but the atmosphere in the room was sharp with focus. President Mike leaned back in his chair, shades glinting under the lights. "Yeeah, so. I don't say this often, but that kid, that Izuku Midoriya, dude's got style. Clean, efficient, and didn't hog every villain for himself." Midnight tapped her pen against her folder with a smirk. "Not to mention, he scored ridiculously high without going overboard. I've seen plenty of top scorers before, but most of them accidentally sabotaged the other examens. He managed to keep the robots down while leaving opportunities for others to score. That's impressive control." Cementos nodded, flipping through the exam footage on a tablet. "His destructive power is notable as well, especially his strike on the zero-pointer. Minimal collateral damage given the sheer force he used. If he hadn't angled the hit downward, we'd be picking robot parts out of the stands." At the head of the table, Nizu steepled his paws together, eyes bright with curiosity. Yes, remarkable restraint for someone his age. The most interesting part to me is that he didn't even seem to be at his limit. He hit his point goal, then stopped early." Ectoplasm frowned. "Which means either he calculated his score in advance or, he's hiding how strong he really is. Maybe he's just humble," Snipe said from across the table. "Not every powerhouse is an attention hog." Midnight chuckled under her breath. "Oh, he's not humble. Did you see the way girl looked at him after the rescue? That boy knows exactly what he's doing." All Might, sitting quietly at the far end, kept his gaze on the table. His mind replayed that single punch on the zero-pointer. The power, the form, the control, it stirred something in him. That strength, that speed. "It's familiar," he muttered to himself, almost too low for the others to hear. Nizu's ears twitched. "Familiar, All Might." All Might waved it off, forcing a smile. "Just reminds me of someone I knew long ago. That's all." Power Loader scratched his chin. "Either way, he's a clear top candidate. His academic scores are strong, physical performance is exceptional, and he worked well in the chaos without needing orders." Nizu's smile widened. "Then it's settled. Midoriya will join Class 1A. I'm quite eager to see how he develops." The conversation drifted to other examens, but the name Izuku Midoriya lingered in the air, carrying with it the weight of high expectations. 1 week later, Izuku had the acceptance letter from UA folded neatly in his pocket, but he didn't even need to look at it anymore. Inko had already announced it to the world. She'd gone straight to her Facebook page, posting, "Proud mama moment, my boy is going to UA. Greenheart sparkles Green Saber mom," alongside a picture of the two of them. "I pray that doesn't backfire one day," Izuku thought as he leaned against the doorframe, watching her hit post. But then again, if they did try something with her, this would turn into injustice real quick. Before he could slip back into his room, Inko's phone rang. Mitsuki Bakugo name flashed on the screen. Within minutes, plans were made, and now they were in a cab heading toward Katsuki's house. The reason for the invitation? Izuku wasn't exactly sure. Well, maybe he had an idea. For the past few days, he and Mitsuki had been exchanging messages, playful teasing, subtle flirting. Nothing serious, but enough to make the air between them different. She'd even sent him a photo one night, wearing a silky nightdress that clung to her in all the right places, captioned, "About to sleep, night." He'd responded with a casual pic. Her reply took over an hour. He knew exactly why. Now, standing outside the Katsuki residence, Izuku looked over the neighborhood he grew up in, or at least, partially grew up in. Memories of childhood scraps with Katsuki, playground dares, and after-school walks passed through his mind. The front door opened. Mitsuki stepped out with a bright smile, hugging Inko first. When her eyes met Izuku's, she gave him a quick wink. His smirk was almost instant. "The thing is," she began, her voice warm, "I wanted us to celebrate how both our sons got accepted. So that's why I invited you too. My husband won't be home tonight. Also, Bakugo's out with his friends for now, but he'll be back later." "Well, thank you for inviting us. Now, let the party begin. It's a good thing I brought snacks. Let me go get them from the car," Inko said, hurrying back outside. The moment the door shut behind her, the energy in the hallway shifted. Mitsuki leaned casually against the wall, her eyes traveling up and down before settling on his face. "You look prettier than ever," Izuku said as he stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Thank you, and you look as dashing as the last time I saw you," she replied without missing a beat. "I mean, not much time has passed," he said with a grin, "but, what were you doing with the picture I sent you?" Took a while to reply. Her eyes darted away, a blush creeping into her cheeks. "Nothing. I was busy with laundry that day." "Oh, makes sense. Guess you had to hang all those wet clothes at night," he said, letting the word linger. She chuckled, then slowly placed her hand against his chest, fingers lightly brushing over his shirt. "You could say that." Izuku was about to reply when he heard his mom's footsteps approaching. His smirk deepened. "We'll continue this some other time, I guess." He stepped back, strolling casually into their living room just as Inko walked in with a bag of snacks and a case of beer. Mitsuki turned toward her friend like nothing happened, but the faint pink on her cheeks gave her away. Izuku sank into the couch, relaxed, crossing one leg over the other. "Things are going great," he thought, a small, knowing smile tugging at the corner of his lips. To be continued. Chapter 15:15, Teasing. Izuku decided to wander for a bit, curiosity getting the better of him. His footsteps were quiet as he headed up the stairs, glancing at the framed family photos along the wall, most of them featuring a much younger Bakugo looking just as pissed off as he did now. He stopped in front of a door with a massive sign plastered across it in bold, messy letters, "Keep out." "Is this an American movie?" he thought, raising an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he turned the knob and pushed the door open. The smell hit him first, a warm, stale mix of sweat, deodorant, and too many energy drinks. Clothes were scattered across the floor like landmines, the bed was a mess of crumpled blankets, and the desk looked like it was losing a battle against the sheer amount of books, open notebooks, and empty cans stacked on it. The windows were closed tight, trapping all that air inside like it was trying to ferment. "Yeah, nah. I'm good," Izuku thought as he stepped back, letting the door swing shut behind him. His eyes drifted to the end of the hallway where one last door stood, neatly painted, with a polished handle. He knew that was Mitsuki's room. Soon enough, he thought, smirking faintly before turning and heading back toward the stairs. Just as he reached the landing, he heard the metallic creak of the front gate swinging open outside. The sound of heavy footsteps followed, and then the front door slammed open. Bakugo stepped in, wearing his usual scowl, the glow from the streetlight catching the edge of his jawline. He looked around like the house had personally offended him, then spotted Izuku coming down the stairs. His frown deepened. They had to bring Deku, Bakugo thought bitterly as he yanked his headphones off, the music cutting off mid-beat. "Yo," Izuku greeted casually. Bakugo gave a curt nod and walked past him without a word, his shoulder brushing Izuku's as he headed upstairs. Izuku didn't bother following him with his eyes, Bakugo wasn't worth the energy tonight. Instead, he strolled into the living room where Mitsuki sat comfortably on the couch, with Inko. Her legs crossed, a small plate of snacks in her lap. She glanced at him as he sat down beside her, close enough to share the same bowl of chips. Without looking at her directly, he pulled out his phone and started playing a game, his fingers tapping the screen lazily. Mitsuki popped a chip into her mouth, her gaze flicking toward him every now and then while talking with Inko. The night dragged on in a haze of laughter, snacks, and small talk. Eventually, the clock crept past 10, and Inko stretched with a yawn. "Well, it's getting late," she said, grabbing her bag. "I'll go start the car and wait outside." "Alright, I'll be right out," Izuku replied casually. Inko smiled at Mitsuki. "Thanks for having us over again, Mitsuki. And congrats to your kaken, too." Mitsuki nodded warmly. "Same to you, Inko. Drive safe." The front door clicked shut behind Inko, and the distant hum of the car engine rumbled to life in the driveway. The living room went quieter, more intimate somehow. Izuku stood, slipping his phone into his pocket. Mitsuki walked him to the door, her arms folded loosely, eyes scanning him in that way she always did, like she was sizing him up and enjoying the view. "Guess I'll see you around," she said, her voice low enough that it felt just for him. "Guess so," he replied, smirking. "We still have that conversation to finish." She tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a sly smile. "We do, don't we?" There was a brief pause, just long enough for both of them to know where this could go if either one pushed further. Izuku stepped closer, his hand brushing against hers in a way that made it impossible to call it accidental. He leaned in, close enough that his breath tickled her ear. "Careful, Mitsuki, keep looking at me like that and I might start thinking you're interested." Her cheeks warmed, but the smirk on her lips didn't falter. "Oh, and what if I am?" She shot back, tilting her head ever so slightly. Izuku grinned, his eyes locking with hers for a moment longer before stepping back. "Then I'll make sure you can't stop thinking about me." Mitsuki gave a soft, amused scoff, lightly pushing at his chest. "Now get out of here before I do something dangerous." He chuckled as he stepped out into the night air. "Sweet dreams, Mitsuki." He walked toward the car where Inko was waiting, and as he opened the passenger door, he glanced back just in time to see Mitsuki leaning on the doorway, watching him leave with that same unreadable, dangerous smile. Wow, it went quicker than I thought. But I'm still going to take my time before we do the deed. I'm not in any rush. Izuku thought as he leaned back in the passenger seat, the faint hum of the car filling the quiet ride home. Inko was humming softly to herself, clearly in a good mood from the evening. She didn't ask about why he had taken so long to leave Mitsuki's house, and he didn't offer any explanation. When they got home, Izuku headed straight for his room, tossing his jacket onto his chair before collapsing on the bed. Thinking about what happened with Mitsuki just a moment ago, he couldn't seem to get his mind straight. I mean, I might not lack experience mentally, but damn. This body is buzzing with emotions, he thought. A little past midnight, his phone buzzed. Mitsuki, get home safe. He stared at the screen for a second before replying. Izuku, yeah, why? The reply came almost instantly. Mitsuki, just making sure. Can't have my favorite UA student getting hurt before classes start. He chuckled, typing back. Izuku, favorite already? That was fast. A longer pause this time. Then, Mitsuki, don't push your luck, kid, but you looked good tonight. Izuku smirked, leaning back against his pillows. Izuku, you didn't look too bad yourself. A final message came through. Mitsuki, good night, Izuku. With a little winking emoji at the end. He locked his phone, still smiling faintly. Yeah, the seed's definitely growing. Suddenly, Izuku's sharp ears picked up a desperate cry for help, faint, but urgent, echoing from deep within the city. His eyes narrowed. Without a second thought, he tossed his phone aside, pulled on his black hoodie, gloves, and mask, and stepped out onto the balcony. Whoosh! With a single burst of wind, he was gone, soaring high above the glittering skyline. The cold night air rushed past his face, and for the first time in weeks, his heart raced with that familiar thrill. Man, I missed this feeling. There hasn't been much to do lately, no kidnappers, no cartels, no back alley scum. Guess tonight's an exception. The city lights blurred beneath him as he closed in on the sound. Soon, he spotted the scene below, a lone man sprinting down a narrow street, panic in every step, with a group of suited men hot on his heels. They moved in formation, their tattoos flashing under the streetlights. Yakuza. Izuku adjusted his flight path, preparing to swoop down, when suddenly, a booming, heroic theme blared from somewhere. And then, I am here. The street shook as All Might landed in front of the fleeing man, his presence alone forcing the Yakuza to freeze. His cape whipped in the wind as he struck a perfect heroic pose. The next moment, he moved in a blur, disarming, disorienting, and knocking the gang out cold with overwhelming force. Izuku hovered above, watching with a deadpan stare. Great, instead of running into a hot hero chick tonight, I meet All Might. He dropped down slowly, landing with almost no sound behind the number one hero. All Might turned, eyes locking on him instantly. If it isn't, the hoodie hero. The world's most infamous vigilante. Yeah, Izuku said casually, hands in his pockets. What's up? Nothing much, All Might replied with a small smirk. I suppose I took your save. Izuku tilted his head. Kinda. But it doesn't matter. As long as the person's safe, the job's done. That's what matters. He gave a small wave as he stepped back. Anyway, I'll catch you later, All Might. Before the symbol of peace could say anything more, Izuku shot back into the night sky, vanishing between the clouds. All Might remained where he stood, looking up at the empty space above him. A rare, genuine smile formed on his face. If only he were a registered hero. I have no doubt we'd make great friends. To be continued. Chapter 16:16 Quirk Test. Days passed, and soon it was the first day of UA. Hi. The warm spring morning greeted the city with a gentle breeze. The sakura trees along the sidewalk swayed softly, scattering petals across the streets like pink snow, making the world feel almost too perfect for a Monday. Izuku stepped out of the car after Inko dropped him off a short walk away from the school gates. Good luck, sweetie. She called, waving from the window. He gave her a small wave back before adjusting his blazer. The UA uniform fit him neatly, crisp shirt, blazer perfectly aligned, tie done just right, though his messy, untamed hair betrayed the otherwise clean look. But that was his signature style, and he wouldn't change it for anything. It's time. Honestly, I kinda wish I didn't already know everything that's going to happen. Would have made the school experience a lot more exciting. But then again, I'm sure plenty of things happened here that never made it into the story. The UA gates loomed ahead. Walking past them felt surreal, like stepping into a memory he shouldn't have had. After glancing at the map posted near the entrance, he absorbed the layout in less than 10 seconds. Every hallway, every shortcut, every emergency exit, memorized. As he made his way down the pristine hallway, the right side opened into tall glass windows that revealed the school's training fields. The morning sun poured through, illuminating the vast green grounds and the towering gym structures. He slowed his pace, stopping for a moment as the sunlight bathed his face. He could feel the warmth soaking into him, almost charging him. God, I'll never get tired of that feeling. 22% now. Still no heat vision or X-ray, though. Stingy-ass system. Shaking the thought, he reached a massive sliding door with a bold 1A plaque above it. Sliding it open, he was immediately greeted by the sharp, overlapping voices of Aitsa and Katsuki, locked in a heated argument. Man, I hate these two already. He stepped inside, shutting the door behind him with a quiet click. The sound was enough to silence the room instantly. Every head turned to him. He offered a casual smile and raised his hand in a small wave before walking calmly to the back row. His seat, corner spot, perfect vantage point. Leaning back, he scanned the room one by one, taking mental notes of every classmate. 19 so far. That meant one was still missing. Right on cue, the door opened again. Eureka stepped in, scanning the room. Her eyes landed on Izuku almost immediately, and she smiled before making her way toward him. She took the seat directly in front of his, setting her bag down. "Hi," she greeted brightly, turning in her seat to face him. "Hey, what's up?" Izuku replied, sitting up straighter. "Nothing much. I guess just excited. Looks like we made it." She tried to keep her voice steady, but her excitement slipped through. "Looks like we did." His gaze was calm but focused on her. "I'm excited to learn more about you now that we're officially classmates." Her cheeks warmed almost instantly. "Learn about me? Is he trying to date me?" No, I'm not ready for that, but, if it's him, I wouldn't mind." "Why yeah, me too," she replied softly, trying to hide the blush as she faced forward again. Then, without warning, the classroom door slid open. A tall man in a yellow sleeping bag shuffled in like some strange worm crawling into its burrow. Without a word, he stopped at the front of the class and began wriggling out of the bag, emerging like a very tired caterpillar from its cocoon. His hair was messy, his eyes half-lidded, and his entire presence radiated "I wish I was at home right now." "I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you all," he said in a flat, almost bored tone. Nobody clapped. Nobody really moved. Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a UA sports uniform, holding it up for the class to see. "Quickly," he said, voice completely devoid of enthusiasm. "Change into your gym clothes and head to the training grounds." The class exchanged a few uncertain looks, but stood up. Izuku followed the crowd to the lockers assigned to them, slipping into his training uniform without rushing. First day and he's already skipping introductions and orientation? Definitely an Aizawa thing. When they regrouped outside, the spring sun was warm but the tension in the air was colder. Aizawa stood in front of them, hands deep in his pockets, hair swaying slightly in the breeze. "We will be testing your quirks through a set of 8 physical exercises." He pulled out a small board with the list written on it. Softball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, seated toe touches. I'm sure you've all done these once or twice in your lives. Maybe even weekly in middle school, without using your quirks. Today, you'll use them, and we'll see how far you can go when you do use them. His eyes shifted to Katsuki. "Katsuki Bakugo, you start." He smirked and stepped forward, rolling his shoulders as he took the softball from Aizawa. He stood inside the chalk-marked throwing circle, cracking his neck. Then he pulled his arm back, palm sparking violently with miniature explosions. Die. Boom. The ball rocketed into the sky with an explosive blast, tearing through the air so fast it was barely visible before it vanished over the far edge of the field. A shockwave of hot wind slammed into the rest of the class, making a few stumble back. The smell of smoke and nitroglycerin lingered in the air. The other students' jaws dropped. Even Kirishima let out a loud, "Whoa." Except Izuku. He just stood there, unimpressed. Then again he did watch the anime. Why'd he yell "die," though? And people wonder why the League of Villains wanted to recruit his bitch ass. Katsuki turned back toward them with a smug grin, glancing directly at Izuku before walking over to see his score. Aizawa held up the tablet. 780.2 meters. "This," Aizawa said in the same bored tone, "is the first step to figuring out what kind of heroes you'll be one day." "Whoa, that's awesome," Kirishima exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. His voice dropped even flatter. "Awesome, you say? You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think this will be fun and games?" The class fell quiet. "Fine," he said, lips curling into the faintest smirk. "Let's play a game, then." His gaze swept over them, the air suddenly heavy. The one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless, and expelled. A cold wave of dread washed over the class. Students exchanged nervous glances. Eureka's shoulders tensed. Aiza's jaw tightened. Izuku just sighed internally. Why does every teacher on their first day try to be edgy? It all started with Kakashi's bell test, then Urahara. Now everyone thinks it's cool. The silence stretched until Aizawa finally spoke again. "You have 5 minutes. We'll start with the first test." The class lined up, their first day suddenly feeling a lot less like school, and a lot more like survival. To be continued. Chapter 1717, Number 1. Aizawa went first alongside Tsuyu. His posture was stiff as ever, every step precise, though Tsuyu's frog-like leaps made her nearly match him. The two crossed the line to polite applause from a few classmates. Next came Eureka and Ajiro. She floated across the track halfway through, landing lightly while Ajiro used his tail to propel himself forward in bursts. Then it was Aoyama and Mina. Aoyama posed dramatically before starting, firing his naval laser to glide forward, though it was clear he was more interested in looking fabulous than actually being fast. Mina, on the other hand, sprinted with surprising agility, her acid slicking the ground just enough to give her short bursts of speed. Finally, it was Izuku and Katsuki. The two stood side by side at the starting line. Katsuki's smirk was sharp, almost predatory, as sparks danced faintly between his palms. Izuku simply smiled back, calm and relaxed. The machine beeped. Go. Both launched forward instantly. Izuku's stride was smooth and effortless, eating up the distance with every step. Katsuki gritted his teeth when he realized Izuku was already ahead without even trying. TCH, like hell. Katsuki snarled, detonating tiny blasts at his feet to propel himself forward in bursts. The explosions cracked against the pavement, but even then, the gap didn't close. They crossed the line, Izuku first. Izuku, 4.2 seconds. Bakugo, 4.13 seconds. Izuku tilted his head slightly, unfazed. I could have done that in a single second. Up on the sideline, Aizawa frowned, eyes narrowing slightly. He's holding back. Is he not taking this class seriously? I'll show him this isn't a game. The grip strength test came next. Izuku wrapped his hand around the device, giving what seemed like a casual squeeze, and the machine snapped in half, the screen glitching and failing to register any number. The side-to-side stepping was next. Izuku moved so fast it was as if he'd split into multiple copies of himself, his sheer speed kicking up a swirling dust tornado that made a few students shield their faces. Then came the softball throw. Izuku stepped into the circle, flexing his wrist once before gripping the ball. He gave it an easy flick, using only some of his strength. Boom! The air around him rippled from the shockwave as the ball shattered the sound barrier, vanishing into the clouds before anyone could blink. It didn't just leave the school, it was already well on its way to another district. That'll land in the sea. I think. Izuku thought casually as he turned back to the stunned faces watching him. Even Katsuki's usual scowl faltered for half a second. Mina's jaw dropped. Kirishima muttered, "Man, that's manly." Aizawa's lips twitched upward slightly. So, he is taking this seriously. Good. But that 50-meter dash result, no. I need to see his real limit. But after the last test ended, Aizawa walked up to him. You're retaking the 50-meter dash, he said flatly. Izuku just smiled. Sure. Let's do it. They returned to the track. Izuku crouched into position, eyes half-lidded. The starting beep came and before anyone could blink, he was gone. A massive blast of displaced air followed in his wake, throwing dust into Aizawa's face and sending a gust strong enough to make a few students stumble. The machine beeped twice, confused, before displaying the result. 0 seconds. The class froze, processing what they were seeing. Some thought it was a glitch. Others realized it wasn't. Aizawa smirked fully this time, his scarf shifting slightly in the breeze. Now, that's plus ultra. After the dust, both literal and figurative, finally settled, Aizawa stood with his hands in his pockets, scanning the group. A few students were still whispering and throwing glances toward Izuku, their curiosity burning. Katsuki stood rigid, arms crossed, jaw clenched so tightly it looked like his teeth might crack. Alright, Aizawa began, his tone as dry as ever, about that whole, lowest score gets expelled, thing. Half the class held their breath. It was a lie. A few students slumped with relief. Mina actually groaned out loud. Seriously? You had us freaking out for nothing. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. If a little pressure is enough to rattle you, then you won't last long here. That was the point, to push you past your comfort zone. He pulled a small tablet from his pocket and tapped it. Here are your results. Study them. This is your starting point. He turned the screen toward them, the rankings displayed clearly. Bar chart final rankings, quirk apprehension test. Keycap 1 Izuku Midoriya. Keycap 2 Momo Yaoyorozu. Keycap 3 Shoto Todoroki. Keycap 4 Katsuki Bakugo. Keycap 5 Tinya Aitsa. Keycap 6 Fumikichi Tokoyama. Keycap 7 Mizo Shoji. Keycap 8 Mashirao Ajiro. Keycap 9 Eijiro Kirishima. Keycap 10 Mina Ashido. 1-1 Denki Kaminari. 1-2 Rikido Sato. 1-3 Yuga Aoyama. 1-4 Tsuyu Ajui. 1-5 Kyoka Jiro. 1-6 Okako Uraraka. 1-7 Toru Hagakure. 1-8 Hantasiro. 1-9 Minoru Mineta. As eyes darted toward the top name, Izuku stood with his hands in his pockets, not looking particularly impressed. Return to class after you've changed, Aizawa said, already walking off toward the faculty building. Training doesn't stop here. Some students still lingered to compare numbers. Uraraka shot Izuku a quick glance, a small smile tugging at her lips. Bakugo, however, looked like he was seconds away from exploding, literally. TCH, top of the class, huh. I'll crush him, Bakugo thought, turning away. Izuku just smirked faintly. First day, and I'm already in their heads. Todoroki's eyes lingered on Izuku's name for a moment longer than most, his usual calm expression barely hiding the faintest flicker of interest. That speed, that throw, who exactly is he? Uraraka turned in her seat to glance back at Izuku, her cheeks warming slightly. Wow, number 1, guess I should have expected it after what he did in the entrance exam. Izuku, sitting lazily with his hands in his pockets, just smirked. I just got lucky. Yaoyorozu crossed her arms, lips curling into a knowing smile. Luck had nothing to do with it. That level of performance takes skill. Katsuki gritted his teeth so hard it sounded like they might crack. Enjoy it while it lasts, Deku. I'm taking that spot back. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, completely unfazed by the tension. That's it for today. The rankings don't mean much right now. Your future here will depend on consistency, not one good day. He stifled a yawn. Now get back to class. Before walking on, I'd like to redo the test again after I reach 100%, I'm sure by then I'll be able to turn back time. Which honestly never made sense, but who cares since it looked cool as hell, he thought. To be continued. Chapter 1818, Chatting with the Girls. With that, the school day went back to normal. No more hero training for the day, just the boring old classes like English, math, history, and a whole lot of note-taking. Still, at least unlike every other first year in the building, Class 1A had started their morning with something exciting. When the bell rang for break, the chatter of the classroom grew instantly louder as chairs scraped back and bags zipped open. Man, I'm hungry as hell, Kirishima groaned, stretching his arms. I might eat a whole cow. Wouldn't that be manly, huh, Izuku? It would be manly, Izuku replied with a small grin, standing up from his seat. His eyes shifted toward Eureka, who was quietly packing up her own things. Wanna eat together? He asked casually. Her head shot up, and she nodded quickly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Sure. Do you know where the lunchroom is, though? She asked as she stood. Yeah, he said with a confident shrug. I've already memorized the school's entire layout. Let's go. They walked side by side out of the classroom, their steps matching in rhythm. Several pairs of eyes followed them, especially from the girls in class. Are they childhood friends? Did they come from the same school? Or, are they already dating? The questions buzzed silently through their minds, but nobody said a word out loud. Instead, most of the class trailed behind, curious without admitting it. So, Eureka began, a little hesitant, if you don't mind me asking. Go ahead. I've been wondering, what really is your quirk? Oh, well, Izuku said, rubbing his neck, it's kinda like a combination of strength and speed. I haven't come up with an official name, but my mom keeps telling me I should just call it Superman. Eureka giggled softly. I like the name, it sounds really powerful. Will that be your hero name too? Not really, he said with a shrug, but it's cool enough for now. By then they had reached the lunchroom, where the smell of fresh rice, grilled meats, and warm bread mixed in the air. The space buzzed with noise, first years chatting, second years bragging, and third years laughing loudly at their own inside jokes. Izuku and Eureka grabbed trays and stepped into line. Hey, Izuku, mind if I hang with you guys? Mina Ashido's voice chimed from behind, cheerful and bright. Yeah, the more the merrier, Izuku replied. Cool. Mina grinned, hopping into line beside them. Hey, Mina greeted Eureka warmly. Hey, Eureka returned with a polite smile. After getting their plates, Izuku going for a balanced meal, Eureka piling hers with rice, and Mina picking the spiciest curry she could find, they found an empty table and sat together. So what's your quirk, Mina? Izuku asked, leaning on his elbow. A/N, I am not going to do the name thingy where before you get to know someone will you call them with their last name. It's cool but kinda dragging to follow through in writing. It's acid, she said proudly. Don't tell anyone, but I can secrete a really corrosive liquid from my body. Kinda gross, right? Not gross, cool, Izuku said, shaking his head. If you train it right, you'll realize how awesome it actually is. Mina blinked, then smiled wider, a light blush dusting her cheeks. Thanks, that means a lot. And you, Eureka? Izuku turned toward her. I saw bits of your quirk during the entrance exam and today's tests, but I never got the full explanation. Well, it's called zero gravity, she said, tapping a spoon. If I touch something with all 5 fingers, I can remove its gravity. The spoon floated a few inches before she tapped it again, letting it clink back onto the tray. That's amazing, Mina said, leaning forward. No wonder you got infinity on the softball throw. Hee, yeah, Eureka laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Izuku watched them both with an approving smile. My goal isn't just to be a great hero myself, he thought. It's to make them great too. If I can help them unlock that hidden potential, they'll be unstoppable. He thought. The chatter in the cafeteria was a steady hum, broken only by bursts of laughter and the clatter of trays. Izuku sat at the corner table with Eureka and Mina, but it wasn't long before other classmates began drifting by. At first, it was just curiosity. A few glanced over, probably just trying to figure out who was sitting with who. But the longer they sat there, the more eyes lingered, especially on Izuku. He wasn't doing anything flashy, just talking, listening, and smiling, but somehow, that made him stand out even more. So wait, Mina said between bites, you've already memorized the whole school layout. Yeah, Izuku replied casually, taking a sip of his drink. It's not hard once you've seen the map. I'm good at remembering details. Good at remembering faces too. A playful voice chimed from beside the table. They turned to see a floating UA blazer and skirt, Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl. Her gloves rested on her hips as she leaned toward them. Toru. Yurika asked, smiling. That's me. Toru said cheerfully. Mind if I sit with you guys? I promise I'm not invisible stealing your food. Sure, Izuku said, gesturing to the seat. Although I might have to start guessing where your plate is so I don't accidentally take a bite out of it. She giggled. Careful, Midoriya, I might let you. Nina grinned at that, elbowing Yurika subtly, who rolled her eyes but smiled. Toru set her tray down, somehow without spilling anything, and joined in on the conversation. What about you, Hagakure? Izuku asked. Your quirks, invisibility, right? Yup. Toru replied, her voice warm with pride. Always on, can't switch it off. But I'm working on making it useful for more than just sneaking around. Combat invisibility, stealth rescues, surprise attacks, you name it. That actually sounds like a game changer if you use it right, Izuku said. I can already think of a dozen ways you could outsmart an enemy. Even without a face to see, he could feel the way she beamed at the praise. Thanks, Midoriya. You're way nicer than I expected. Expected? He asked with a smirk. Well, you're tall, quiet, kinda mysterious, figured you'd be all broody and standoffish, she teased. Yurika glanced at him, noting how effortlessly he spoke to people. Nina, too, found herself watching him more closely. As the conversation went on, Momo Yaoyorozu passed by with her tray. She wasn't planning to stop, but she noticed how full the table had gotten, and how all three girls there seemed very engaged in conversation with Izuku. For a moment, she hesitated, then offered a polite nod. Mind if I join you? Of course not, Izuku said immediately, shifting his tray slightly to make room. Momo sat gracefully, placing her food down. I overheard you discussing quirks. Fascinating topic, especially when paired with real-world applications. Izuku grinned faintly. Then you'll love Toru's and Nina's. We were just talking about the different ways they could be used in hero work. Momo's curiosity sharpened. He wasn't just chatting, he was analyzing. And more importantly, he was encouraging the others. By the time lunch ended, their table had grown into a small cluster of Class 1A students. Yurika sat directly in front of him, Nina beside him, Toru diagonally across, and Momo on his other side. Most of the conversation wasn't even about school anymore, it was light, comfortable, and filled with easy laughter. But as the bell rang and everyone started clearing their trays, Nina leaned toward Yurika with a small smirk. Your friend Midoriya's, interesting, she whispered. Yurika glanced back at Izuku, who was walking ahead, hands in his pockets. Yeah, she murmured. He is. To be continued. Chapter 1919 Momo Yaoyorozu. After break, the rest of the day passed in a blur of regular classes, English, history, math, nothing particularly exciting after the adrenaline rush of the morning's quirk tests. By the time the final bell rang, students were more than ready to go home. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, giving them his usual tired stare. Also, remember, whatever happened today was just a glimpse of the hardships you'll be facing in this school. So, get some rest, because tomorrow, you all might just die. Nobody even flinched. After his little expulsion threat lie earlier, the class had learned to filter out his attempts at intimidation. They packed their bags and began filing out, chatting amongst themselves. Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder, telling Yurika and Nina, I've got to head out first. I'll see you tomorrow. As he stepped out into the warm afternoon, he glanced at his phone, pulling up a map. I wonder if there are any good food spots nearby. Better make a mental list for after-school meetups. My place isn't exactly next door, he thought. A light tap on his shoulder pulled him from his thoughts. Turning, he found himself face to face with Momo Yaoyorozu, her posture poised yet approachable. Hey, she greeted softly. What's up? Not much, Izuku replied, lowering his phone. Just checking for places to eat around here. That's a good idea, she said with a small smile. I haven't explored much either. He tilted his head. Are you waiting for someone to pick you up? I am, technically, though I haven't called them yet, she admitted. Izuku's lips quirked into a faint smile. Well, if you're not in a rush, we could grab something together. Just to get to know each other a bit. I'm interested in learning more about my classmates. That's funny, Momo said with a light laugh. My dream is to have study sessions with everyone in class someday. I'd love for you to be part of that. And yes, grabbing a bite sounds nice. As they crossed the street into a small shopping district, Momo found herself sneaking curious glances at him. I looked over the results earlier, number 1 in the tests. But I've never even heard of him before. No connections, no records, no media mentions. How does someone like that just appear? She thought. So, Izuku began casually, you're the daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, right? Must be a lot of pressure. It has its moments, she admitted. Especially since I'm the sole heiress to all our businesses. But honestly, I'm not really focused on that. I want to make my own path. Being a pro hero is my first priority. That's admirable, Izuku said, his tone genuine. Puts my goal to shame, though. And what's your goal? She asked, curious. To become the best hero the world's ever seen, he said with a faint shrug. It's selfish, I know. A very selfish goal. I don't think it's selfish at all, she said with an earnest smile. Especially with the state of the world right now. All Might will have to retire one day, and when that happens, someone will have to step into that role. With the right training and guidance, I could see you doing it. He blinked, a bit surprised at how matter-of-factly she'd said it. You think so? Absolutely. A slow grin spread across his face. Well, that does encourage me. I guess I'll try even harder now. I hope you do the same. I can't wait for the day we go on patrol together. That earned a soft laugh from her. Neither can I. They wandered through the shopping district until the savory smell of fresh food pulled them toward a small, stylish cafe tucked between a bookstore and a flower shop. It wasn't flashy, but it looked clean and cozy, big windows letting in warm afternoon light, with small potted plants lining the counter. This place looks nice, Momo said, glancing inside. Yeah, Izuku agreed. Not too crowded either. Let's try it. A waitress greeted them with a smile and led them to a small booth by the window. Momo slid in gracefully, setting her bag beside her, while Izuku took the seat across from her, scanning the menu. They ordered quickly. Momo went for a light pasta with tea, while Izuku chose a chicken sandwich with fries and a large soda. As they waited, Izuku rested his chin on his hand. So, you mentioned wanting to do study sessions with the class. Is that something you've always done? Yes, Momo nodded. I think teamwork and understanding your peers is important. In middle school, I used to host sessions for my friends, and they always told me it helped them improve. I guess I want to keep that tradition alive here. Izuku smirked. Sounds like you're already acting like a class rep. She raised an eyebrow with a small smile. And what about you? You don't seem like someone who stays in the background. I can tell you've, well, lived a little. Sharp, Izuku thought, amused. Let's just say I've seen and done a few things outside of the classroom. It helps me understand people better. Like what? She asked, leaning forward slightly. Helping people in my own way, he said vaguely, stirring his drink. It's not something I talk about much, but helping people, whether it's on a big scale or just someone who needs a hand, always feels worth it. Momo studied him for a moment, her expression unreadable. She didn't push for more details, but her curiosity only deepened. Their food arrived, breaking the moment. Halfway through their meal, she asked, you were holding back at first, during the 50-meter dash, weren't you? Izuku raised an eyebrow, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Yeah, I was. You moved like someone who knows exactly how fast they can go, she said simply. But you were, pacing yourself. It was deliberate. Izuku chuckled. Maybe I just didn't want to ruin anyone's confidence on the first day. Momo tilted her head, smiling faintly. Or maybe you're just waiting for the right time to show what you're capable of. But you went ahead and outshined everyone in the end with your retake. He didn't answer, only taking another bite of his sandwich. They talked about lighter things after that, favorite foods, their opinions on the school layout, and even a bit about the quirks of some of their classmates. When they finally stepped back out into the fading sunlight, Momo glanced at her phone. My driver's a few minutes away. Cool. I'll wait with you, Izuku said. They stood near the curb, the warm breeze carrying the smell of fresh flowers from the nearby shop. Momo glanced at him one last time before her car pulled up. You're interesting, Midoriya, she said. I'll figure you out one day. Izuku smirked, looking forward to it. She got into the car, and as it drove off, he watched it disappear into the distance before turning and heading for home. She's sharp. I think she's the only person who can possibly understand me intellectually, he thought, the faintest grin tugging at his lips. He had only taken a few steps when a sharp, panicked scream tore through the air. It came from a narrow, dimly lit alley just a block away. The sound was raw, desperate, definitely not the kind you could ignore. Izuku's expression hardened instantly. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and walked quickly back toward the cafe, pushing the door open as the bell chimed above him. Bathroom? He asked casually, masking his urgency. Down the hall to the left, the barista replied without looking up from the register. He slipped inside, locking the door behind him. In seconds, his uniform shirt was off, replaced by the familiar black hoodie and matching pants. Tonight, he added a sleek black mask, covering his lower face entirely. The hood came up, and he pulled the drawstrings tight until his face was shadowed, his eyes glinting faintly beneath the fabric. He flexed his hands once, rolling his shoulders. Everything felt right. A single glance at the small window confirmed it was just wide enough. He slid it open, the cool evening air rushing in, carrying the faint echoes of the scream again, this time weaker, as if the victim's voice was giving out. His grip tightened on the sill. In one smooth motion, he vaulted through the window, the soles of his shoes barely making a sound on the rooftop. Then, with a sharp burst of force, he blasted himself into the air, the city blurring beneath him as he arrowed toward the source of the cry. To be continued. Chapter 2020, Save the City. Izuku saved the girl just before the man could lay a hand on her, slamming the assailant into the wall hard enough to knock the fight out of him. She clung to herself, still trembling, while Izuku tied the man's hands behind his back with a cord he pulled from his hoodie pocket. Call the police, he told her, voice calm but firm through the mask. She fumbled with her phone, dialing, and within minutes, a patrol car arrived. Izuku personally walked the man over to the officers, handing him off without ceremony. One of them tried to thank him, but before they could even blink, he had already leapt into the sky and was gone. Remember, consent is very important, he reminded himself mid-flight. Which is why I'll probably record her consenting before doing the deed. I'm just being cautious. By the time he returned to the cafe, it was as if nothing had happened. He slipped in through the bathroom window, changed back into his uniform, and picked up his things before heading home at an easy pace. The short walk back was convenient, enough time to think about tomorrow. Battle training. I filled out the form for my hero suit, hopefully they follow every single detail I wrote down, he thought, a faint smirk on his lips. When he walked through the door, Inko was already coming from the kitchen, a warm smile on her face. You're back. How was school, honey? She asked, walking up to take his bag from his shoulder before he could even answer. Boring, I guess. We didn't really do much of anything, honestly, he said, shrugging. Well, I'm sure you'll be doing something fun tomorrow, she replied, already moving toward the couch. Now, come and help me order something from TAMU, I saw so many cheap things on there. She said with the kind of excitement that made him suspicious. Izuku sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Mom, it's fake. Her eyes went wide in genuine shock. I knew it was too good to be true. She gasped, clutching the phone like it had betrayed her. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head as he walked past. Next time, just stick to the usual sites. I don't want to have to fight scammers in my own house. At night, while Izuku was busy playing Sparkling Zero, the sound of a loud explosion ripped through the quiet. His eyes flicked toward the window. From the glow in the sky, he could tell it was coming from deep in the city, Shizuoka Prefecture. That's where I used to live. He thought, already putting his controller down. A familiar ding echoed in his head, and the system board appeared in front of him. Ding. New mission alert. Objective, stop the escape giant without destroying part of the city and meet MT. Lady. Reward. Plus 2% power increase. Fake voice mask. Wow. I could have used that a really long time ago when I had a squeaky voice. Luckily, I just didn't say anything back then, he thought, smirking faintly. Without wasting another moment, he quickly changed into his black vigilante outfit. Hoodie, reinforced black pants, gloves, and mask. Once ready, he slipped out of his room window, rose into the air, and with a boom tore into the night sky, leaving behind a crack of sonic thunder. Mid-flight, he slowed slightly, a thought crossing his mind. I should probably stop doing that. What if Batman lives here? He'd triangulate my location off that sound in seconds, he thought with a small chuckle. His eyes drifted downward, taking in the view as he flew over the quiet suburbs. The soft golden light of street lamps bathed the roads, and clusters of homes looked peaceful under the starlit sky. To think other people are just living their lives right now, he mused. He lowered altitude briefly, gliding over a small family home. Through the window, he saw a family of 4 gathered around the dinner table, laughing, eating together, enjoying a normal life. Upstairs, in a dimly lit room, a teenage boy was glued to his phone screen, before slowly pushing his chair back and reaching for the waistband of his pants. Yep, living their own lives, Izuku thought dryly, smirking before blasting forward again, a streak of black cutting through the moonlight. Izuku arrived at the scene, the sound of sirens and panicked shouting filling the air. Down the road, a massive man easily twice the height of a truck was charging through the streets. His footsteps sent tremors through the asphalt, and every kick he delivered to parked cars sent them skidding or flipping over. Thankfully, Izuku noticed, he wasn't stomping directly on people. His rampage seemed focused on property, not lives, at least for now. From below, a familiar figure appeared, MT Lady, already preening herself in a compact mirror. She adjusted her hair, checked her lipstick, and then in one swift motion, grew in size until her towering form matched the scale of the giant. Reminds me of that one movie I watched back on OG Earth, what was it again? Monsters vs. Aliens. Man, that girl. Sue or whatever her name was, she was bad, he thought with a small grin. To think her fiancé dumped her just because of her powers. Truly, life feeds those who are full and starves those who are hungry. MT Lady's voice boomed across the street. Hey big guy, why don't you calm down before you destroy any more property? The giant man didn't respond with words. Instead, he ripped a streetlight from the ground in one fluid motion and swung it like a baseball bat. She nimbly dodged back. Whoa, easy there. But the man kept swinging, each arc smashing into buildings and shattering windows, debris raining onto the streets. While his aim was wild, the collateral damage was stacking up fast. MT Lady sidestepped another swing but slipped, her foot skidding over the freshly waxed hood of a parked car, and she crashed hard onto her back. Bam! Ah! Ow! She hissed, grimacing as she rubbed her tailbone. She looked up just in time to see the giant raising the streetlight for a final blow. And then, a blur of black cut through the space between them. A single gloved hand caught the streetlight mid-swing, stopping it cold. The metal pole groaned under the strain but didn't move another inch. The giant blinked in disbelief, pulling hard, but Izuku's grip was unyielding. Without another word, Izuku yanked the weapon away, seized the man by his shirt, and shot skyward, leaving the ground in a roaring gust. The city shrank beneath them until they were floating high above the clouds. Now what's up, man? Why are you destroying the city? Izuku asked calmly, his voice edged with steel. You're putting innocent people in danger. The giant gritted his teeth. Because I hate this dumb city. What has it ever done for me? Nothing. It just judges me for being homeless. Nobody ever really helps in this place. I understand your predicament, Izuku said evenly. But destroying it won't make things better for you. Yeah, I don't care. What choice do I have anyway? Put me behind bars. At least there I can get food and shelter. Izuku stayed silent for a moment. Hearing the bitterness in his voice, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his words. This is how cold the world really is. Most people just walk past someone like him. In a world full of quirks, who knows how many homeless people with powerful abilities are just waiting to snap. Then his eyes narrowed. There were 2 small puncture marks on the man's neck, each one still faintly bleeding. Where'd you get that? Izuku asked, pointing. The man quickly covered the spot, shaking his head. Oh, mosquito bite. No big deal. Now can we get back on the ground? I'm not great with heights. Before Izuku could press further, the man's size began to shrink, his massive frame compressing until he returned to normal human proportions. With a sigh, Izuku descended, touching down in the city where police already had the perimeter surrounded. MT Lady was still rubbing her sore backside, grimacing. The officers immediately swarmed the man, stun guns at the ready, before hauling him into the back of a van. As they drove off, Izuku stood there, watching quietly. I wish I could do something about that. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Wow, you're taller than I thought, MT Lady said, peering around his mask to get a closer look. You're cuter than I thought, he shot back without missing a beat. Her lips curved into a grin. Didn't think you were the flirty type. We should go on patrol sometime, don't you think? That'd be nice, he said, nodding toward the armed police glaring at him. But as you can see, I'm not exactly on their good side. She smirked. Well, I don't really care. She stepped closer, muttering something low and quick before turning on her heel and striding away. Izuku shook his head, and before any of the officers could raise their weapons, he blasted off into the night. MT Lady's gaze followed his silhouette until it vanished into the clouds. Her smirk lingered. I know he's good in bed, she thought. To be continued. Chapter 21-21, Teasing MILF. A/N. Let's be honest though. The tags should have told you everything you need to know about the story. Don't know why people are surprised that he's gonna get a harem. I made it blatantly clear. He arrived back home quietly, slipping through the door without waking his mother. The night air still clung to his clothes, carrying the faint smell of exhaust fumes from the city. Inside his room, he peeled off the black hoodie and mask, folding them neatly before tossing them onto the chair in the corner. His hero suit came off next, and he laid it flat on the bed, the fabric still warm from his body heat. Lying back, he stared at the ceiling, his mind replaying the events of earlier. His thoughts inevitably circled back to MT Lady. Let's meet tomorrow on top of Channel 6 radio station, she had said before strutting away with that confident smirk of hers. I wonder what she really wants. A patrol? A talk? Or maybe, nah. Then again, how am I gonna do the deed if it comes to that? I look like a dude in a gimp suit. Kinda sounds fun, not gonna lie, he thought, lips curling into a small, amused grin. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of his computer. Then, bzzz, bzzz. The vibration from his desk made him sit up. He grabbed his phone and glanced at the screen. A message from Mitsuki. You up? He smirked and quickly typed back. Yeah, why? The reply came almost instantly. Want a video call? Sure. He answered without hesitation, leaning back on his bed with a knowing look on his face. The screen lit up, and after a second, Mitsuki's face appeared. She was lying on her side in bed, the dim glow of a bedside lamp casting warm light on her features. Her hair was a little messy, and her voice was quiet when she spoke. Hey, she whispered. Izuku instantly noticed the faint sound of breathing from the other side of the bed, and his sharp eyes caught the shape of a man's shoulder under the blanket. So her husband's right there, and she still called me, he thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. Hey yourself, he replied in a low tone, matching her quietness. Couldn't sleep. Something like that, she said softly, her eyes holding his for a moment before glancing at the man beside her. Then she leaned a little closer to the camera, lowering her voice even more. Figured I'd check up on you. Check up on me, huh? He teased. Or you just missed me already. She smirked but didn't deny it. Maybe. As they talked, Mitsuki casually adjusted her blanket, sitting up just enough to let the strap of her nightgown slide off one shoulder. The neckline dipped a little lower, but not enough to actually show him anything. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, and he leaned a little closer to his phone. You're evil, you know that. She grinned, pretending innocence. What? I'm just getting comfortable. It's warm in here. Then, with deliberate slowness, she tugged at the fabric, pulling the neckline down just a fraction more before letting it fall back into place. Still nothing visible, but enough to make his mind fill in the rest. He exhaled through his nose, trying not to grin too widely. You're doing that on purpose. Am I? She whispered, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. Maybe I just like knowing you're watching me while my husband's right here, completely clueless. That hit him harder than he expected, and Mitsuki seemed to notice, her smirk deepening. Good night, Izuku, she murmured, letting the words linger like a promise. Before he could answer, she ended the call. Izuku stared at the dark screen for a moment, running a hand through his hair. She's going to drive me insane, he thought, his pulse still running faster than before. He opened up his drawer and pulled out a certain machine made for a long part of his anatomy. I was gonna throw this away as soon as I got my first cheeks, but looks like I'm gonna need your services again, Gunnernator, he thought, giving it a small pat before setting it down on his desk like an old friend. The next day, Izuku got ready for school. Inko drove him there soon after, humming to herself as she pulled up to the front gates. Have a good day, honey. She called out as he stepped out. Yeah, you too, he replied, shutting the door and adjusting his bag over his shoulder. As he walked through the gate, he caught sight of Momo standing near one of the sakura trees, phone in hand. Yo, he greeted. Hey, she replied, slipping her phone into her pocket as she walked toward him. Were you waiting for me? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, she said with the tiniest smirk, but since you're here, let's walk to class together. Without waiting for his answer, she started ahead at a casual pace. Izuku shook his head and caught up, falling into step beside her. You know, he said after a beat, I should really get your number now that I think about it. That's a great idea, she replied smoothly. I should also get your line, so we can chat. They both pulled out their phones and tapped them together, the quick tone confirming their accounts had linked. Don't be shocked when I randomly text you at 3 a.m., she said lightly. I'm an overthinker. Honestly, he said, slipping his phone back into his pocket, I'll probably ignore the text, even if I was awake. Her lips pulled into a small pout. Why? Just because, he said, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. She narrowed her eyes at him like she was making a mental note, but there was a small glint of amusement there too. You're strange, she finally said, but there was no malice in her tone. Yeah, he replied, but at least I'm interesting. As they walked down the hallway, Momo glanced at him from the corner of her eye. So, have you been enjoying UA so far? She asked, her tone light but genuinely curious. Not sure. I mean this is second day, Izuku said with a shrug. But it's different from what I expected, but in a good way. Teachers are interesting, classmates are interesting too. Interesting how? She asked, tilting her head slightly. He smirked. You'll figure it out eventually. She let out a soft hum, as though debating whether to press for more, but instead changed the subject. Well, I'm curious to see what kind of training they'll put us through next. Yesterday's quirk test was intense. You did well though, Izuku said casually. Way better than most people give you credit for. Her lips quirked into a small smile. I'll take that as a compliment. It was one, he replied simply. By now, they had reached the large sliding door of Class 1A. Momo slid it open, stepping inside first. The chatter in the room dipped slightly as a few students glanced toward the door. Morning, Momo greeted politely, making her way to her desk. Izuku followed right after, raising a hand in a small wave. Morning, he said before heading toward his seat at the back. As they took their respective spots, the low hum of conversation returned, though a few pairs of eyes lingered on them a moment longer before looking away. To be continued. Chapter 22 Midnight. Eureka arrived a minute later, slipping into the room with a bright smile. Good morning. She greeted the class before making her way straight to the seat in front of Izuku. He glanced up from his phone, sliding it into his desk. Yo, he said casually. Hey, Izu, she replied, her cheeks faintly pink. The class immediately erupted into a chorus of teasing voices. Ah! Several of them sang out. A/N, man I hate high schoolers. Before Eureka could react, Mina popped up beside her, grinning like she just struck gold. Wait, you came up with a nickname for your boyfriend already? She asked, nudging her with her elbow. Eureka's blush deepened. We're not dating. She blurted, hands waving frantically. Oh really? Mina smirked, clearly enjoying herself. Then you wouldn't mind if I took him for myself, right? She turned dramatically, perching herself right on the edge of Izuku's desk. Yeah, I wouldn't mind, Eureka shot back, eyes closed in a determined little huff, as if the words didn't sting at all. Okay then, Mina drawled playfully. So, can I have your line account? She asked, leaning forward teasingly. Sure, why not? Izuku replied without hesitation, pulling out his phone. The two exchanged details quickly, and Mina smiled, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Wow, thanks. I'll text you later then, Izu, she said with a little wave before heading back to her seat. Eureka kept her eyes forward, but she couldn't stop the small twist in her chest. She wasn't going to lie, it hurt a little watching that happen. Izuku leaned forward slightly. Wanna share lines? He asked casually. She turned to look at him and nodded shyly. They exchanged accounts, and before long, others in the room began swapping details as well, the energy in the class turning lively. Of course, Katsuki ignored everyone completely, leaning back in his seat with his usual scowl, and Todoroki sat in silence, not even looking up, ever the brooding Sasuke type. Across the room, Momo glanced over when Izuku caught her gaze and gave her a small wink. Wow, his influence is powerful, she thought, a small smile tugging at her lips. Before long, the chatter died down as Aizawa strolled in, eyes half-lidded as always. He took attendance with minimal effort, then the day settled into the usual rhythm of classes. Izuku sat back, taking neat notes in his own handwriting while jotting down the exercise instructions they were assigned for later. Before long, the bell rang for break. Alright, Izuku thought, stretching as he stood, I'm feeling like walking around school today. He left the classroom, stopping by a vending machine to grab a few snacks before casually making his way down the hallway, deciding to explore every corner of UA he hadn't seen yet. Izuku strolled down the hallway, unwrapping one of his snacks as he walked. His eyes drifted along the walls, photographs of past graduating classes, UA's award displays, and even a few hero costumes encased in glass for inspiration. He passed a group of support course students lugging what looked like a half-finished mech suit, and a couple of general studies kids chatting in a corner. The air was light, the spring breeze filtering in through open windows. Then he turned a corner and stopped. Standing in front of a vending machine, in full, unmistakable costume, was Midnight herself. She had one heel slightly popped behind the other, casually sipping from a bottle of soda while scrolling on her phone. The leather of her outfit caught the hallway light, gleaming in a way that almost made it feel intentional. Izuku blinked. Well, that's not something you see every day between classes. She glanced up at him, clearly noticing him pause. Isn't he the kid that aced everything in the entrance exams? Would be nice to invest in such a promising youth. She thought, her lips curling faintly. Oh, you're a new face. You must be one of the first years, she said, her voice playful yet smooth. Yeah, I am, Izuku replied with a small smile, walking closer. Didn't expect to run into a pro hero during break. Midnight smirked, slipping her phone into her belt with a slow, casual movement. You're at UA now, kid. Heroes are kind of everywhere. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. All Might wasn't wrong. He does resemble someone. I just can't put my finger on it. But you've got that confident posture. I've seen you before, haven't I? She asked, her gaze lingering just a second longer than necessary. Oh great, here comes the guessing game. Doubt it, Izuku said with a shrug, popping a piece of his snack into his mouth. Guess I just have one of those faces. MMHM, sure. She crossed her arms, leaning back against the vending machine, the leather of her suit creasing just enough to draw attention. Well, whatever your deal is, I like it. A student who doesn't look like a nervous wreck here is rare, especially around a woman like me. She deliberately shifted her weight, subtly flexing her curves in a way that felt natural yet entirely calculated. Izuku didn't even bother hiding where his eyes were fixed, and that made her chuckle under her breath. He really is direct. I like that. But that's a nice way of saying I don't look like a freshman, Izuku chuckled. Midnight grinned wider. Exactly. Keep that confidence, just don't let it turn into cockiness. Unless you're in my class, then I might have to knock you down a peg. Guess I'll keep that in mind, Izuku said, meeting her gaze without flinching. She gave a small, approving hum, then pushed off the vending machine, her perfume trailing faintly as she brushed past him, just close enough for him to feel the movement of air between them. Well, good luck out there, mystery boy. Maybe I'll see you in action, she said over her shoulder. She took a few steps before glancing back over her shoulder, eyes glinting mischievously. Oh, and if you ever want some private lessons, just knock on the faculty lounge door after hours. She winked, then continued down the hall, her heels clicking with every hypnotic sway of her hips. Always had a crush on that woman. I definitely wouldn't mind extra classes with her. He thought with a smirk before turning and continuing his exploration. To be continued. Chapter 23-23 Battle Training. He walked around for a bit, spotting familiar faces from Canon, students from Class B, a few support course kids, even some third years. He didn't stop to talk to any of them, though. That would just add more to his plate. He already had Class 1A to deal with, and that alone was a full-time job. By the time he made his way back, the bell rang, pulling students into their seats. Izuku stepped inside and slid into his chair like nothing happened. Where did you go? Eureka asked, turning around with a curious tilt of her head. Just wanted to get a better look at the school, he said casually, leaning back. Walked all the way to the top floor. The view from there is pretty nice. That sounds nice, she said, smiling. Oh, did you check your phone? Why? He asked, pulling it out. The screen lit up, a flood of notifications from the class group chat. Message after message asking where he was. He glanced up to see almost everyone staring at him. Nina was pouting. Kaminari looked dramatic about it. Even Todoroki's gaze briefly flicked his way, though it was impossible to tell if he actually cared. Katsuki wasn't even mad about this, he just gave his usual I hate you glare. Oh, yeah, sorry, Izuku said, sounding anything but sorry. Man, why are they on my dick? Is it because I have that main character aura? Makes sense, but damn, I just wanted to pull the ladies. Guess this is the price of being the protagonist, he thought, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. Then his thoughts shifted, sharper now. No, this is good. I should start my plan. How I'm gonna make every girl in this class my girl. He rested his chin in his hand, glancing around the room like a king surveying his kingdom. Suddenly, the door slammed open with enough force to rattle it on its track. I am coming into the room normally. All Might's booming voice filled the air as he strode in, larger than life. The room erupted instantly. It's All Might. Kirishima shouted, practically bouncing in place. Yeah, he's even cooler in person. Kaminari said, eyes wide and watery like he was seeing a celebrity for the first time. All Might struck his usual iconic pose, grin wide. Hero Basic Training is the class that will put you through all kinds of special training, designed to mold you all into the great heroes of tomorrow. No time to dally. Today's activity is. He paused for dramatic effect, muscles tensing. Battle training. Battle training. Momo repeated, adjusting her posture with interest. Will we be fighting against each other? Aitsa asked, already standing as if expecting orders. I'll answer your questions later, All Might said, waving it off. But before we begin, you'll need these. He pressed a button on a remote, and the back wall of the room split into segments, mechanical arms sliding forward with numbered storage cases. In accordance with the quirk registry, and based on the requests you filled out before being admitted, you will now wear your hero costumes. The room practically exploded in cheers and chatter, everyone excitedly talking about their designs. Now, settle down. After you change, come out in ranking order to ground beta, okay? The class split into groups, heading for the locker rooms. Izuku headed into the boys' side, opening his container to reveal his costume, a sleek black Superman-style suit, minus the cape. This feels nice, he thought as he slid it on, flexing his shoulders. Material's nowhere near as good as my real suit, unsurprisingly, but it's fine for now. Stepping outside, the sun's warmth hit him instantly. His body seemed to hum as he felt the solar energy soaking in. Yep, works perfectly. Black makes it easier for me to absorb sunlight. When I go pro, I'll switch to the classic blue and red, or maybe black and red. Either way, it's gonna look amazing. Nice suit, Izuku, Kirishima said, giving him a thumbs up. What's the S stand for? Oh, it's not actually an S, Izuku replied, smiling. It's a symbol. It means hope. Kirishima looked seconds away from tearing up. Man, you're a real man, Izuku. Izuku laughed. Thanks. Let's get moving before All Might scolds us. Hey, Izuku, wanna hang out after school? Mineta asked, jogging up. Huh, oh, I saw you guys added me to that boys' group chat. Sure, I don't mind, Izuku said casually. Cool, then we've got everyone, except Bakugo and Todoroki, Shiro chimed in as they walked toward the training grounds. Did they say no, or did you guys just not ask? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. It's the second one, Ajiro admitted, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Oh, alright. Then I'll go ask them, Izuku said casually. We need to unite as a class. No point leaving people out, it's just bad team chemistry. Kirishima's eyes immediately began to glisten. I'll say it again, you're the man, bro. Can I call you, big bro? He asked, voice trembling with pure admiration. Izuku smirked. Sure. Just, don't do it in front of the girls. Can't have you losing aura points, you'll thank me later. Kirishima gasped like he'd just been handed the secrets of the universe. Bro, you're looking out for me. Can we also call you big bro? The other boys blurted almost in unison, even Kaminari who was halfway into tying his costume zipper. The only one who didn't say anything was Aitsa, though behind those stiff glasses, he was chewing on his pride. He's so cool though. Aitsa thought. On the other side, All Might stood near the training field with the girls, who were already in their hero costumes, waiting for the boys to finally show up. Where are they? Momo asked, arms crossed in mild irritation. Her pristine hero outfit looked completely untouched, as if she had been ready the moment the locker opened. Probably doing something weird, Jiro muttered, idly tapping her finger against one of her earphone jacks. And here I thought women take longer getting ready, All Might said with a chuckle. The air went dead silent. 5 pairs of eyes locked on him, well, 6 if you counted Hagakure, though her glare was invisible. What's that supposed to mean? Hagakure's voice rang out sharply. We don't take long. Yurika chimed in, her cheeks puffing in indignation. Yeah, some of us were ready in under 2 minutes, Mina added, hands on her hips. All Might stiffened, immediately throwing his hands up defensively. Alright, I'm apologizing normally. He exclaimed in his booming voice. Note to self, never make generalized comments about women again, he thought, feeling a cold bead of sweat roll down his temple. To be continued. Chapter 24, Penalty. The boys finally arrived a minute later, dressed in their hero costumes, some flashy, some tactical, some questionable. Finally. Mina exclaimed, throwing her hands in the air. What were you doing, a fashion show? Nope, Izuku replied casually, walking at the front of the group. Just uniting the boys. You'll thank me later. Kirishima grinned. Big bro's idea. Big bro. Jiro echoed with an eyebrow raise, glancing between them. Don't ask, Izuku said with a smirk as he took his place. All Might clapped his massive hands together, the booming sound echoing across ground beta. Alright, now that we are all here, let's begin. He turned toward the group, his cape billowing slightly in the breeze. Today's training will be a battle exercise designed to simulate a real-life combat scenario. But unlike regular combat training, this isn't just about fighting, this is about strategy, teamwork, and quick thinking. He paused, scanning the eager faces before continuing. You'll be divided into 2 teams, heroes and villains. The villains will be guarding a nuclear weapon, a big, symbolic bomb hidden inside a building. The hero's job will be to either capture the villains or secure the bomb before time runs out. The villains win if they successfully defend the bomb until the timer ends, or if they capture the heroes. Capture? Eureka asked. Exactly, All Might nodded. Heroes can win by restraining villains with capture tape, just like villains can use it to trap the heroes. Once taped securely, you're out. That means every move you make needs to be decisive and thought out. You won't have the luxury of wasting energy. Momo raised her hand. What about property damage? Good question. All Might gave a thumbs up. Since this is a training site, you are allowed to damage the building to a certain extent, but remember, reckless destruction can be dangerous. In a real battle, damaging the environment too much could put innocent lives at risk. So be smart. Aitsa straightened his posture, hand shooting up. And the time limit? 10 minutes, All Might answered firmly. The moment the exercise starts, a timer will begin. If neither side completes their objective in that time, the villains automatically win. And to keep things fair, I will be monitoring your movements via security cameras throughout the building. He stepped forward, his shadow falling over the class. Remember, this is not just about raw strength. It's about reading your opponent, anticipating their moves, and working with your partner. The strongest power is useless without a strong mind to guide it. He pointed to the board behind him, where the matchups were already displayed. Now then, let's draw lots for the teams. The class erupted in excitement, some students grinning with anticipation, others feeling a knot of nervousness in their stomachs. The monitor lit up, showing the matchup. Team A, Heroes Izuku Midoriya and Okako Eureka. Team D, Villains Katsuki Bakugo and Tinya Aitsa. Katsuki's grin widened the moment he saw the names. TCH. Finally, I get to blow that smug look off your face, Deku. Izuku didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he turned to Eureka and gave her a casual wink. She instantly flushed and looked away, fiddling with her fingers. He fucking ignored me. You'll see what I do to you. You might even quit UA when I'm done with you. Katsuki thought, sparks crackling from his palms. All Might quickly stepped in before Katsuki exploded for real. Heroes to the strategy room, villains to the building. 5 minutes prep time. Eureka and Izuku moved briskly toward the strategy room. Heroes' strategy room. The moment they stepped inside, Eureka turned toward him. So, do you have a plan? Just to make it clear, I've never actually used my quirk in a fight with someone before. Izuku leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a knowing smirk on his face. This wasn't something he had to improvise, he'd already thought through a dozen ways this match could go. He'd been planning it since long before he even stepped foot in this world. Yeah, Katsuki's going to come straight for me, he's incapable of ignoring me. You won't even have to fight Aitsa. All you need to do is secure the bomb. Huh, how? She asked, tilting her head. Leave Katsuki to me, obviously. As for Aitsa, he's disciplined, so he won't abandon his post. But he's dense as hell. You can bait him into chasing you. He's fast, yeah, but from what I know of his quirk right now, he's not great at handling sharp turns. So when he's right behind you, turn a corner and tap him with your quirk. He'll shoot forward while floating, completely out of the fight. Eureka's eyes lit up. That's actually a really good plan. Then she frowned slightly. But, when I use my quirk on really big objects, I get sick. What if I can't hold on long enough? Izuku leaned forward, his voice firm. Then today's the day you learn to push through it. Remember, every test here is designed to push our limits. And I think it's time you break yours, Eureka. Her hesitation melted into determination. She smiled brightly. Thanks, Izu. I'll try my best. Good. Then let's make this quick, Izuku said, standing up. Alright, time's up. Heroes, hurry into the building. All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. They walked out of the strategy room, stepping into the building's dim interior. The air was still. Every step echoed on the polished floor. Beep. The timer started. Izuku could already hear them, Katsuki's heavy, aggressive footfalls and Aitsa's precise, mechanical pacing. Every sound echoed faintly through the building's walls like distant thunder. Alright, Izuku said calmly, keeping his voice low. The bomb's on the 3rd floor, right side. Aitsa and Katsuki are both up there. To get there without being noticed, take that staircase right there. It'll put you exactly where you need to be for our plan. Eureka nodded without hesitation. Got it, she whispered, before sprinting toward the stairs, her light footsteps barely making a sound. 3rd floor, bomb room. Katsuki paced like a caged animal, shoulders hunched forward, palms sparking in short, violent bursts. He was itching to move. TCH. He's mine. Four Eyes, don't you dare move from that bomb. I wasn't planning to, Aiza replied sharply, standing tall in front of the device. He adjusted his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses in a sharp flash. I'll stand guard like a true supervillain. Katsuki stared at him for a long second. Is nobody in this class normal? He thought with a grimace before turning toward the hallway. Without another word, he broke into a sprint. Stairwell, second floor landing. He didn't take the stairs like a normal person. He vaulted over the entire flight, landing hard before continuing his charge forward, each step pounding the floor. I'm gonna kill you, Deku, he seethed, his palms flaring with brighter explosions. Izuku stood perfectly still in the open space between two staircases in the main lobby, leaning slightly to the side like he was just waiting. His breathing was steady, his expression unreadable. He could feel Katsuki's presence getting closer, like a storm about to hit. That's when it happened. Ding! A translucent system board appeared in front of his eyes. Mission alert. Objective: defeat Katsuki without sustaining more than 30% of damage of anything inside the building. Rewards: plus 3% power increase. Heat vision. Failure penalty. Temporary blindness for 7 days. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. What the fuck? I can fail missions now. To be continued. Chapter 25-25, Put 'em up. Before Izuku could even think for a second, Katsuki appeared, storming in like a missile, as he stood above on the second-floor balcony. The dim light from the overhead fixtures cast jagged shadows across his face, but his expression was clear, a wide, vicious grin dripping with malice. DEKU. With a deafening roar, Katsuki kicked off the ground. His palms erupted into a violent bang of smoke and fire, propelling him through the air like a warhead. Fucking hell, I need to finish this quickly, Izuku thought as he shifted his stance. But seeing Katsuki flying toward him with such reckless rage, he couldn't help but snicker. At the last possible second, Izuku stepped to the side, smooth, effortless, like dodging a drunken punch. Katsuki shot past him, unable to adjust, and slammed into the wall with a bone-jarring impact. Bam! The concrete cracked under the force, chunks of broken tile clattering to the floor. A loose piece smacked Katsuki in the head as he yanked himself free, leaving a smear of blood running down his temple and across his cheek. Wow, nice entrance. Still no aim though, Izuku said dryly, his tone dripping with mockery. Yeah, I'm done playing, he thought, his eyes narrowing. Shut up. Katsuki roared, fury boiling over. He blasted forward again, but Izuku's reflexes were razor-sharp. He vaulted clean over Katsuki, twisting in midair before landing lightly behind him. Predictable as a one-piece plot line, Izuku thought with a smirk. Before Katsuki could even spin around, Izuku gave him a sudden shove in the back, sharp and deliberate, sending him stumbling forward. His boot caught the edge of the floor panel and he tripped, hitting the ground with a grunt. Snarling, Katsuki scrambled to his feet and immediately fired an explosion at point-blank range. Boom! The blast rattled the walls, smoke rolling through the hallway like a living thing. Katsuki smirked in satisfaction until the haze cleared. Izuku stood there, completely unfazed. The only sign he'd been hit was the burn along his suit, a charred patch across his chest and arm where the fabric had sizzled away. His expression was no longer amused. That coulda killed someone. This guy really wants to off me, huh? Izuku thought, his gaze hardening. His stance shifted, feet firmly planted, shoulders squared, like a predator ready to pounce. Years of muscle memory from hand-to-hand combat drills came flooding back. I'm gonna make sure you don't walk out of here, Izuku said, his voice low and dangerous. For the first time, Katsuki faltered, a shiver of unease crawling up his spine, but rage quickly smothered it. Alright, let's go then. He bellowed, both hands raised, palms sparking like live grenades. Katsuki lunged first, palms exploding in a violent boom that echoed through the hallway. The shockwave rattled the light fixtures overhead, dust shaking loose from the ceiling. Izuku didn't move. His eyes tracked Katsuki's every twitch, every shift of muscle, like a hawk watching prey. Whoosh! Katsuki's right arm swung in with a point-blank blast meant to take Izuku's head clean off. But Izuku tilted to the side at the last instant, just enough for the explosion to scorch the wall behind him without even touching him. Too slow, Izuku thought, his expression calm, almost bored. Katsuki snarled and came in with another flurry, left, right, spin, boom, 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 each explosion lighting up the dim hall in bursts of fire. Izuku weaved through them with casual precision, his boots barely making a sound against the floor. Crack! Izuku's palm shot out, catching Katsuki's wrist mid-swing. The grip was like steel. Katsuki tried to yank his arm free, but Izuku held him effortlessly. You waste too much energy, Izuku said coldly before shoving him back a full 3 steps. The force of the push made Katsuki grit his teeth, but it only fueled his rage. He came in low this time, aiming for Izuku's legs. Izuku hopped lightly over him, twisting in midair, and landed behind him again. Predictable, Izuku thought. Katsuki spun, but Izuku was already inside his guard. A quick jab, thud, to the ribs knocked the air from him. GHHK. Katsuki staggered, but still forced himself forward, palms exploding in desperation. Boom. The blast flashed bright in the hallway, heat rushing against Izuku's face, forcing him to take a single step back. Smoke and sparks filled the air, the stench of burnt concrete sharp in his nose. If I wanted to, I'd have ended this in the first second. But he needs to feel this, Izuku thought, his eyes narrowing like a predator about to strike. Then he moved. In one smooth step, Izuku closed the distance. His fist shot out. Whack! A powerful right hook smashed across Katsuki's jaw, snapping his head to the side. His teeth clacked together from the force. Before Katsuki could even register it, a brutal left jab slammed into his gut, thud, forcing the air from his lungs in a choked gasp. Q. Katsuki's knees buckled. Izuku didn't give him a second. His shin whipped up in a clean, merciless kick to Katsuki's thigh, crack, striking the nerve dead on. The effect was instant. Katsuki dropped to one knee, his leg refusing to respond, a white-hot pain shooting through his hip. TCH. He tried to stand, forcing himself through the pain, but his leg gave out again, sending him half sprawling on the floor. Izuku walked toward him slowly, deliberately, like he had all the time in the world. Each step echoed in the tense air. All that noise, Izuku said coldly, eyes locked on him, and this is all you've got. Katsuki's teeth ground together, rage bubbling in his throat. He swung his arm upward, palm aimed at Izuku's face. But Izuku caught his wrist effortlessly, twisting it just enough to make him hiss in pain. You're predictable, Katsuki. Every single move. Izuku yanked him forward and drove his knee into Katsuki's ribs, the sound of impact sharp and deep. Katsuki coughed, spitting saliva onto the floor. He tried to blast again, but Izuku shoved him back so hard he slid across the floor, boots squealing against the tile. Katsuki was breathing hard now, one leg half dead, ribs aching, jaw throbbing, and Izuku hadn't even broken a sweat. The humiliation burned worse than the pain. He looked at Izuku, who stood there looking at him as if he was nothing. Katsuki's fury peaked. His hand shot to the pin on his grenade gauntlet. Die. The metal clink of the pin being pulled was sharp and clear in the tense air. Izuku's eyes widened, just slightly, before his body moved on instinct. In less than a blink, he grabbed Katsuki's wrist, forcing his palm against his own chest. Bam! The explosion detonated point blank. Fire and smoke swallowed Izuku, the blast hurling him backward like a ragdoll. He crashed through the air, his boots skidding violently against the floor before he dug in and stopped. His suit was torn to shreds, half of it burned away, his chest and arm exposed, smoke curling from his skin, but he was still standing. That all you got? Izuku said, his voice low, dangerous. Katsuki barely had time to react before. Wham! Izuku's fist slammed into him with devastating force. The impact cracked the floor under Katsuki's boots, sending a web of fractures racing outward as the blonde was driven down hard. The sound of stone splitting echoed through the hall. The building shook, but not a single wall crumbled. The mission condition was intact. Katsuki lay there, dazed, the fight completely knocked out of him. Izuku exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. I really hope I didn't fail, he thought. Ding. Mission complete. Damage, 10%. Yes. He thought. To be continued. Chapter 26-26, Hero Team Win. Up on the third floor. Eureka moved quickly but quietly, her footsteps soft against the cold floor. Her eyes locked on the prize, the bomb, standing tall in the center of the room. And in front of it, like an overly dramatic guard in a play, was Itza. He stood perfectly still, hands behind his back, chin up, his cape fluttering slightly from the wind through a broken window. Every now and then he'd mutter under his breath, clearly rehearsing. Foolish heroes. You stand no chance. Eureka had to bite her lip to hold back a laugh. He's seriously practicing his villain lines. She took a deep breath, her expression shifting to determination. Okay, if I fail this, I'll starve myself for the next 2 hours, she thought grimly. She exhaled, nodded to herself, and stepped out into view. Itza's head snapped toward her instantly. Aha, the hero dares to approach. He declared, pointing dramatically. His engines revved with a metallic vrrrmm. Stop right there, hero. Eureka didn't stop. She bolted straight for him. I will show you how powerful the dark side is. Itza roared, launching forward in a blur of blue exhaust flames. Her heart pounded. He was fast, much faster than she expected. The wind from his sprint brushed her cheek as he closed in. But then, crap, she skidded to a stop. A dead end. She'd missed the turn. Her mind screamed move, and instinct took over. At the last possible second, just as Itza lunged in for the grab, Eureka sidestepped smoothly. Bam. Itza slammed straight into the wall, hard enough to rattle the light fixtures. The impact left a faint crack in the plaster as he stumbled back, dazed. Eureka's hands shot forward. FWIP, wrapping the capture tape around him before he could recover. Got him, she thought triumphantly. Without wasting a second, she turned and sprinted for the bomb, her fingertips tapping it in one clean motion. Immediately, All Might's voice boomed through the building. The hero team wins. Eureka jumped into the air, pumping her fists in pure joy. Downstairs, Izuku sat casually atop Katsuki, who was red-faced and thrashing beneath him like an angry wildcat. Get off me. Katsuki roared, sparks popping in his palms. Izuku glanced down, completely calm, and pulled the ultimate disrespect, leaning forward with a flat, Bugs Bunny-style nope. Katsuki's eye twitched, steam practically shooting from his ears. Monitoring room. The screens flickered with the final moments of the match as All Might turned to address the rest of the class. Well, that's the match. Let's hear your thoughts. What did you think of our hero's performance? Kirishima was the first to speak, leaning forward in his chair. Man, Midoriya was solid. He was reading Bakugo like an open book out there. That's some manly patience right there. Nina grinned. Yeah, but did you see Yurika? She moved in without freaking out, even when Aitsa went full drama villain on her. Hey, his acting was impressive, Kaminari chuckled, pointing at the playback of Aitsa's over-the-top gestures. I thought he was auditioning for a movie. Yaoyorozu tapped her chin thoughtfully. Midoriya's strategy was efficient. He played to both his and his partner's strengths, and anticipated the enemy's moves with precision. That kind of analysis takes experience, or a very sharp mind. Todoroki sat silently, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the screen. He held back. The others turned to him. He could have ended it immediately, Todoroki continued flatly. But he didn't. He dragged it out. On purpose. A murmur spread across the room as that sank in. Jiro raised a brow. You're saying he toyed with Bakugo? Todoroki didn't look away from the replay of Izuku dodging effortlessly. I'm saying he didn't need more than a second to win. In the corner, Bakugo's glare from the feed, pinned under Izuku with that infuriating nope, made half the class either smirk or cringe. Mineta shook his head with a sly grin. Man, if someone did that to me in front of the whole class, actually, never mind. No one's pinning me down. Sure, buddy, Ciro muttered with a smirk. All Might clapped his hands together. Good observations, everyone. There's a lot to learn here, not just about raw strength, but about control, adaptability, and teamwork. The room buzzed with chatter again, half of it praising Izuku's composure, the other half teasing Yurika about her coordination with him. The rest of the class did their tests, and after 2 hours everyone was done. Alright, class, there were no injuries, besides Aitsa's pride. Seriously, buddy, it's not that big of a deal. You weren't actually a villain, All Might said, looking down blankly at Aitsa, who was dramatically on his knees like a samurai begging for atonement. Yes, but I adopted the mindset of one, which to me is an even bigger loss. Aitsa said, gripping his helmet in shame. The class collectively ignored him, a few exchanging bored looks. All Might cleared his throat. You all did very well considering this was your first battle exercise. Now go back to change, you have the rest of the day free. Bye. He said before rocketing away in a gust of wind, papers scattering around the room. We only have 2 minutes left anyway, Momo noted, checking the wall clock. Wonder why he was in such a rush, Mineta mused. Maybe he has some arrow manga ordered. Not everyone is as weird as you know, Shaoji interrupted flatly. After getting changed, like planned, the boys went out for some fun time. Izuku had even invited Katsuki and Shoto, who, surprisingly, agreed. The arcade they went to was alive with flashing neon lights, the chiptune music from multiple machines clashing into an oddly pleasant chaos. The scent of popcorn and fried snacks hung in the air, and the occasional ding and clack-clack of air hockey filled the background. Katsuki challenged Izuku more than 10 times, racing games, shooting games, even a boxing machine, and lost every single one. Each loss made his explosion slightly bigger, while Izuku barely broke a sweat. Shoto was surprisingly chill. No pun intended. Quietly demolishing anyone who dared face him in a strategy game. Everyone actually got along pretty well for their first hangout, the earlier classroom tensions melting away under flashing lights and laughter. Izuku eventually sat at the small bar counter inside the arcade, sipping on a cold soda as the carbonation popped pleasantly on his tongue. A small, satisfied smirk played on his lips. Yep, this is what it's all about, he thought, leaning back in his seat as the lights danced across his t-shirt. That's when he noticed them, 3 older girls, clearly third years, walking toward him. The way they carried themselves screamed confidence. One had short dyed hair, another had a mischievous smile, and the last had a cool, almost model-like aura. Normally, Izuku would have brushed random attention off, but third years? Older, experienced, and clearly checking him out. Yeah, he was into older women. Unsurprisingly. To be continued. Chapter 2727, Challenge. A/N. Do not put yourself in Masaru's shoes. Unless you enjoy that kind of this. This is Netori not Netorare, which I find disgusting. They stayed there for hours, the arcade's bright lights eventually dimming as the evening crowd began to thin out. Izuku leaned against a wall near the claw machines, casually scrolling his phone while the girls from earlier hovered nearby. By the time they all decided to leave, he had all 3 of their numbers saved in his phone, though he had zero intention of ever calling them. Why? Simple. They weren't even canon. And in his mind, that meant they didn't matter to his story. Eventually, everyone split off, heading back to their homes. Izuku and Katsuki ended up walking side by side in awkward silence, the sound of their sneakers scuffing against the pavement the only thing filling the air. Why was Izuku putting himself through this? Why willingly walk with someone who looked like they were 2 seconds away from either picking a fight or storming off? Easy. He wanted to see Mitsuki. What other reason could possibly justify walking around with a time bomb? After several minutes, they finally arrived at the Bakugo residence. The lights inside were warm and soft, spilling faintly through the curtains. As they stepped inside, the very first thing Izuku saw made his lips twitch upward. Mitsuki Bakugo was bent over in the living room, her toned back arched, rummaging under the couch for something. Her short blonde hair fell just enough to frame her face, and the position left, well, nothing to the imagination. Izuku didn't even try to hide where his eyes went. For some reason, Katsuki didn't announce their arrival to his mom. Maybe he didn't care, maybe he was too tired, or maybe he was just that oblivious. Either way, he stomped past without so much as a hey, ignoring the fact that Izuku was clearly looking. Mitsuki pulled a small battery out from under the couch with a victorious hum, then stood upright. She turned around, only for her eyes to land on Izuku standing there next to her son. A faint blush crossed her cheeks before she quickly masked it with a glare. Without a word, she marched over to Katsuki, grabbed him by the ear, and dragged him into the other room. "Why didn't you say you were bringing a friend? What if I was naked?" She hissed in a low but furious tone. "Who cares, you're an old hag anyway," Katsuki shot back, which only made her twist his ear harder. "Ah, okay, I'm sorry, Ma." He yelped, wincing in pain. Satisfied, she let go, smoothing her hair and taking a slow breath before walking back to the living room. "Hi, Izuku, what a surprise. Didn't expect you here," she said, stepping forward and giving him a warm, friendly hug. "Yeah, I can tell," Izuku replied with a smirk. "So, how long do you plan on staying?" She asked casually, but there was a subtle, playful edge in her tone. "As long as Kaken can handle," he said smoothly. She chuckled, her lips curving into a teasing smile. "Guess you won't be here that long." Katsuki, still muttering under his breath, stomped upstairs with his ear glowing red. The slam of his bedroom door echoed through the house. The moment it shut, Izuku's entire demeanor shifted. The polite guest mask vanished, replaced by something far more direct and predatory. In 2 steps, he closed the distance and pinned her against the wall, his palm flat beside her head. "You really know how to tease a guy, huh, Mitsuki?" he said, tilting her chin up so their eyes locked. Her smirk widened, unflinching. "And how do you think I get Masaru to do whatever I want? Let's just say." Her voice lowered, "I'm a woman who knows how to pull anything out of a man." Izuku's chuckle was low, almost dangerous. "Oh really?" Mitsuki didn't break eye contact for a second, her smirk as sharp as ever. Izuku leaned in slightly, his breath brushing against her ear. "You talk a lot of game, but I wonder if you can handle it when someone plays back." Her eyebrow arched. "Oh, is that supposed to be a challenge, kid?" "Not a challenge," he murmured, his voice slow and deliberate, "just a preview." Without warning, his hand slid lower from her chin, down the curve of her side, until his fingers teasingly grazed the edge of her chest. His thumb rested just under the fabric while his index finger lazily circled over her breast, the motion slow and deliberate. Mitsuki's breath hitched, not enough to give him full satisfaction, but enough that he caught it. "Bold," she said, her tone still playful but laced with something warmer. "You do know I could scream right now, right?" He smirked. "You won't." Her lips curved upward. "And why's that?" "Because." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper, "You're enjoying this way too much." She chuckled, not denying it, and tilted her head slightly so her lips were closer to his ear. "Careful, Izuku. If you keep poking the tiger, you might just get bitten." Izuku almost cringed. She probably got that quote from a Facebook post. What era is she even a part of again? Boomer maybe? "I'm not sure," he thought. "Maybe I'm counting on it," he said, still circling his finger slowly before finally pulling his hand away, leaving nothing but the lingering heat between them. For a moment, they just stared at each other, tension thick enough to cut with a knife, before Mitsuki smirked again and stepped past him as if nothing happened, clearly thinking she had the last word, but Izuku didn't move. Instead, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, spinning her toward the couch. Her eyes widened in surprise, but before she could say a word, he pushed her down onto the cushions. The movement was quick, controlled, but firm enough to send a clear message. In one smooth motion, Izuku stepped forward and braced his hands on either side of her, leaning in so their faces were inches apart. "You like playing games, Mitsuki?" he asked, his tone calm but edged with a quiet authority. Her smirk returned, though softer now, her breathing just a little heavier. "Yeah, why?" she asked, her cheeks turning pink a bit. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting. "I was just asking." His eyes scanned her face slowly. She raised an eyebrow, trying to keep her composure, but he noticed the faint shift in her expression, the small tell that she was, in fact, just a little thrown off. Izuku's gaze dipped briefly, deliberately, before returning to hers. "Let's see how long you'll last," he said. Mitsuki opened her mouth to fire back, but a sudden creak from upstairs caught both their attention. Katsuki's door opening. Her eyes flickered with alarm for just a split second, and Izuku saw it. He leaned in just a little closer, his voice dropping to a low whisper. "Looks like you're out of time." Katsuki's footsteps started down the hall. With a light tap on his chest, half warning, half surrender, Mitsuki gave him the signal to move. Izuku straightened up, stepping back with a slow smirk. Guess that's my win. Mitsuki's heart was pounding against her ribs, the rush of adrenaline mixing with something she hadn't felt in years. She kept her breathing steady, hiding it behind that sharp, confident expression she wore so well. Katsuki's footsteps grew louder until he appeared at the bottom of the stairs. He passed right between them, heading for the kitchen without so much as a glance, muttering something about being hungry. The moment his back was turned, Mitsuki's eyes cut toward Izuku, a sharp glare that lasted only a second before the faintest curl of a smile crept onto her lips. That smile wasn't sweet. It was dangerous. She leaned in just enough for only him to hear. Let's go to my room, and we'll play an even better game. Izuku's smirk deepened. Are you willing to risk it? His tone was low, smooth, and far too confident. Her grin widened, eyes glinting with challenge. As long as I get to see you beg in desperation. Izuku chuckled under his breath, tilting his head as if weighing the offer, though they both knew he'd already decided. Well then. His voice dipped an octave lower. Lead the way. Without another word, Mitsuki turned on her heel, hips swaying just a touch more than usual, glancing back once to make sure he was following. Izuku did, his smirk never leaving his face. To be continued. Chapter 28 Edge 18+. A/N. I guess novel fire is full of saints who can't handle a little metori. It's not even targeted towards any of you. We don't even know Masaru. Shank's left arm had more story than Masaru. It's not even that deep. This is fiction. Katsuki, Izuku left. Mitsuki shouted toward the kitchen as she and Izuku walked down the hallway. No response came, just the faint sound of music through his headphones and the clack of a knife on a cutting board. Katsuki smirked to himself, focusing on his sandwich and tuning out the world. I need to get stronger. From today, I'll train in martial arts, he thought, a determination burning quietly behind his eyes. Upstairs, the air felt different, quieter, heavier. Izuku followed Mitsuki to the end of the hall until she stopped in front of a door and pushed it open. Inside was her and Masaru's bedroom, neat, warm, and ordinary, at first glance. But Izuku's sharp eyes picked out little details immediately. The way the bedspread was slightly rumpled. The faint scent of her perfume hanging in the air. And there, on the bed the exact spot he recognized from the teasing video call they had, the same soft lighting, the same sheets. The memory made his pulse quicken despite himself. While Izuku was taking it all in, Mitsuki's mind was racing too. She felt a twinge of guilt deep down, a whisper of conscience reminding her that this was her son's childhood friend, and that once they crossed this line, there would be no turning back. But guilt was a small, fragile thing compared to the rush she felt now. Because above all else, Mitsuki wanted to see him break. She wanted to see Izuku, strong, stubborn Izuku, squirm under her touch, his voice trembling, his composure shattering. That thought alone sent a shiver of heat curling through her. Most people didn't know the truth about her, that behind her blunt attitude and sharp tongue, Mitsuki was a dyed-in-the-wool sadist. She thrived on drawing reactions out of people, pushing them until pleasure and pain blurred into something intoxicating. Poor Masaru hadn't stood a chance. He'd learned to take her roughness, even grow to enjoy it, but it had taken years. Now, standing in front of someone younger, stronger, and so full of nervous tension, she could hardly wait to see how Izuku would look when that confidence cracked. If he begs the way I think he will, that sight might make me climax harder than I ever have in my life. The thought made the corner of her mouth curl upward into a slow, dangerous smile. Headcanon. Izuku couldn't see the small, dangerous smile curling at Mitsuki's lips, and he knew nothing about her kinks. All he knew was that he wanted to get laid. Alright, let's begin, shall we? He said with a confident smirk, his hands suddenly coming down on her ass with a sharp smack. The sound echoed in the quiet room. Mitsuki's eyes went wide, the sting barely registering before a hot, unexpected rush shot through her. What the hell was that? She thought, trying to ignore the way her pulse quickened. She masked it with a scoff and spun around, shoving him back against the wall with both hands. Alright, let's begin, she shot back, her smirk returning. Her hand slid down without hesitation, grabbing a handful of his crotch. The moment she felt the weight and size under her palm, and it wasn't even hard yet, her breath caught. An unbidden image flashed in her mind, Izuku, over her, thrusting hard, stretching her in ways Masaru never could. She stepped back abruptly, heat flooding her cheeks. What is wrong with me? I never felt this way with Masaru. Looks like you're not willing, Izuku said flatly, turning toward the window. Call me when you're serious about this relationship, Mitsuki. Why, she began, but her words cut short when he suddenly spun back, grabbed her, and crushed his lips to hers. Her eyes widened, her body frozen in shock for a heartbeat before instinct took over and she melted into the kiss. His hand slid to her thighs, lifting her with ease. Her legs wrapped around his waist as he carried her to the bed, never breaking the kiss, his lips pressing harder, more urgently. As they landed on the mattress, his hand trailed down her side, slipping over her stomach, until it cupped her mound through her pants. Without breaking rhythm, he began moving his palm in slow, deliberate circles, pressing just enough to make her squirm. Mitsuki bit back a moan, but the heat pooling between her legs betrayed her. Her quirk only heightened her sensitivity, making each motion sharper, hotter. Izuku smirked against her lips when he felt the dampness soaking through. He pulled back just enough to whisper, voice low and taunting. "You wanna come?" She wanted to deny it. She wanted to play the sadist, keep control. But her body was already trembling. "I didn't think you had the qualities to make me." Her voice broke mid-sentence as the pleasure spiked, her breath hitching hard. Izuku chuckled, kissing her again as his fingers worked faster through the fabric, rubbing her clit in perfect, merciless circles. Her body tensed, the burn in her core swelling, cresting, ready to break. And then, he stopped. Completely. Her climax was ripped from her in an instant, leaving her body throbbing and empty. She stared at him in disbelief. "What? I was just about to come." He cut in, smirking. Her face flushed hot. "And no, of course not," she muttered, hastily straightening her clothes. Without another word, he got up, crossed to the window, and stepped onto the sill. "See you later, Mitsuki," he said with a grin, before dropping down and vanishing from sight. She sat there in stunned silence. The breeze from the open window slipped between her legs, cooling her still damp folds, making her shiver. She turned onto her side, staring at the last traces of daylight outside. And that's when it hit her, a wave of raw, gnawing frustration so intense it almost made her shake. "I need to climax." Her jaw clenched. Without a second thought, she got up, locked the door, and grabbed for the nightstand drawer. Mitsuki slid the drawer open, pulling out her trusty toy, one that had never failed her before. She tossed herself back on the bed, ripping her pants down to her knees, not even bothering to take them off fully. Her fingers brushed over her folds and she winced at how sensitive she still was. She was soaked, more than she had been in a long time, but it wasn't from her own doing. It was him. Her jaw tightened. "Just finish it. Get it over with." She pressed 2 fingers inside and started working herself quickly, her other hand rubbing her clit. The familiar motions should have been enough, but every time her body climbed toward release, her mind flashed back to his hand, the way his fingers knew exactly where to press, the deliberate pace, the smug grin on his face when he stopped. The memory didn't help, it haunted. She wanted that same burn, that same maddening push toward the edge, but her own hand felt dull, mechanical. Minutes passed. Her breathing grew heavier, but the rush, the spark wasn't there. "Damn it." She muttered, frustrated, forcing herself to go harder, until she suddenly stopped, the disappointment washing over her like cold water. She dropped her toy beside her and lay back, sprawled out on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Her thighs glistened, her chest rose and fell, but her expression was pure irritation. The room was silent, save for her shallow breaths. "He's in my head now," she realized bitterly. Outside, the last rays of sunlight faded into night. Mitsuki didn't move. She just lay there, legs still spread, the air cooling the dampness between her thighs, her body aching for a release she couldn't give herself anymore. To be continued. A/N Now phase how you tame a sadist. Class dismissed. Chapter 29-29 Date with Mina. Izuku arrived back home, his steps lighter than usual, an almost invisible smirk on his face. The faint, lingering rush from earlier still pulsed through his veins, like a warmth he didn't want to fade. He closed the door behind him, letting the quiet of the house wrap around him. It had been a while since he'd felt that kind of thrill, a mix of control, risk, and victory all bundled together. He couldn't help but think ahead, imagining how his flowers would bloom in the coming days. Mitsuki especially. He planned to leave her exactly as she was now for 3 days, no more, no less. 3 was too short to forget, but just long enough for frustration to ferment into something even more intoxicating. Stripping down, he stepped into the shower, letting the hot water wash over him. Steam filled the bathroom as he leaned against the wall, running a hand through his hair, replaying today's events. Everything had gone almost exactly how he wanted. Every reaction, every little push forward, had been deliberate. The only thing left now, is to sleep, he thought, feeling the fatigue of the day catch up to him. After drying off, he went into his room and dropped onto his bed, sinking into the mattress. But just as his eyes began to close, his phone buzzed. And then buzzed again. And again. Groaning, he reached over to his desk and picked it up, unlocking it to see a flood of messages. Every girl in his class had texted him. And, somehow, so had all the guys, including Aoyama. What the hell could Aoyama possibly want? He thought, scrolling. The messages were endless. Momo's were neatly typed and polite, 50 of them, each spaced out by minutes. Mina's were a rapid-fire mess of emojis and random questions, 69 messages exactly. Suyu had sent a staggering 190, most of them short one-liners like "Hey. What's up? You there?" Over and over. Then there was Okako, this time another 900 messages, each one a different link to how to make money videos with a simple, repeated question, "Is this real?" Izuku sighed deeply, tossing the phone onto his bed. "Yeah, this is fucking lame. I hate being liked by the whole class. I'll just text the girls back later. Give them late replies." Why? Because girls like it when you act like the prize, he thought with a smirk. Of course, before you can play the prize, you have to make sure they're still chasing it. And Izuku was very good at that game. Wait. Didn't he have an appointment with MT Lady? On top of the Channel 6 radio building, MT Lady stood with her hands on her hips, scanning the skyline. The wind tugged at her hair as the minutes ticked by. She'd been early, as always. But now, she had been waiting. And waiting. No sign of the hoodie hero. This is the very first time someone has ever stood me up, she thought, irritation bubbling in her chest. But then, oddly enough, it faded into a smile. You know what? I think I like a guy who makes me chase. The next day came without fanfare. Izuku went to school like normal, no extra spring in his step, no rush to get there early. Hero training was on the schedule, but he wasn't expecting anything particularly thrilling, not after yesterday's battle exercise. In class, he leaned back in his chair, his phone buzzing non-stop in his pocket until he finally fished it out. 50 texts from Momo. 69 from Mina. 190 from Tsuya for reasons beyond comprehension. And, once again, hundreds more from Okako, this time bombarding him with videos about investing in side hustles, and how to triple your income in 1 week, each one followed by the same question, is this real? This is my life now, he thought flatly. Shaking his head, he asked himself the real question, alright, who am I going on a date with today? After a moment's thought, he picked Mina. She replied instantly, suggesting the arcade. That made him smirk, simple, chaotic, and low pressure. He could work with that. But before he could pocket his phone, another message popped up from her. 69, nice. Izuku stared at the screen for a second, his smirk widening despite himself. Man, what is wrong with these girls? He thought, already knowing the answer. After school, the final bell rang, and students poured out of UA's gates. Izuku was among the first, hands in his pockets, glancing around until he spotted a shock of pink hair bouncing toward him. Mina waved wildly. Yuh, ready to get absolutely destroyed at the arcade. Izuku smirked. Oh, you think you can beat me? Please, she said, flipping her hair back with a grin. I'm the queen of games. By the time we leave, you'll be calling me, Your Highness. Guess we'll see about that, he replied, walking alongside her toward the train station. At the arcade's glass doors slid open, revealing a neon-lit paradise. The sound of clattering buttons, cheering kids, and thumping music filled the air. Rows of machines flashed in all colors, racing games, rhythm machines, claw games, and more. Mina's eyes sparkled. Alright, let's start with something easy. Racing game. Izuku followed her to a pair of bright red racing pods. As they slid in, she elbowed him lightly. Don't hold back just because it's our first game. I want to see the real deal. You asked for it, Izuku said. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, go. They both shot off down the virtual track. Mina drifted through corners like a pro, laughing every time she pulled ahead. But Izuku was on another level. His reflexes were razor sharp, eyes darting between the road and the minimap. Hey, how are you? Mina sputtered as he overtook her on a hairpin turn. Instinct, Izuku replied coolly. By the end, his car drifted smoothly across the finish line several seconds before hers. Mina leaned back, pretending to be in pain. Okay, that was pure luck. Rematch. Nope. Next game, Izuku said with a smirk. Shooting game. They moved to a light gun zombie shooter. Mina grinned as she picked up her plastic shotgun. Now you're in my territory. The game started, zombies rushing at them from all angles. Mina went wild, blasting anything that moved, laughing loudly every time she landed a headshot. Izuku, however, was unnervingly calm, steady aim, never missing, conserving ammo. Halfway through, Mina's character was swarmed. Izuku, cover me. Without hesitation, he cleared her screen with a series of perfect shots. When the game ended, their scores popped up. Izuku's was almost double hers. Mina stared at the screen, jaw dropped. You're a menace. You're just bad, he teased. Dance machine challenge. Mina dragged him toward a dance pad, grinning from ear to ear. Alright, this is it. There's no way you're beating me here. I've got rhythm for days. Izuku shrugged, stepping up beside her. I've got good footwork. The song started, fast, upbeat, full of flashing arrows. Mina killed it, hips swaying with the beat, landing step after step. She shot him a confident smirk mid-song, but then noticed he was keeping perfect score without even looking down. Wait, how are you? Good reflexes, Izuku said simply. When the final score appeared, Mina's jaw dropped again. He'd beaten her by a tiny margin. You cheated somehow. I don't know how, but you did. Maybe you're just not as good as you think, Izuku teased. She narrowed her eyes, but couldn't help laughing. Oh, it's on now. Claw machine chaos. Next, Mina spotted a claw machine filled with plushies. Alright, big guy, win me that one. She pointed at a pink octopus plush. Izuku studied the machine, slid in his coin, and won it first try. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, Mina admitted, taking the plush and hugging it. Guess you're good for something other than making me lose. Glad to be of service, Izuku said. Air hockey. They ended the night at the air hockey table. Mina leaned forward, eyes locked on him. Winner gets bragging rights forever. Forever's a long time, Izuku replied. The game began, and Mina went all in. She was aggressive, slamming the puck toward him with speed and force. Izuku, however, countered each shot with perfect precision. Halfway through, Mina scored. She threw her hands up. Yes, finally. But then, Izuku scored 5 points in a row. When the match ended, Mina slumped against the table, laughing breathlessly. I officially hate you. But like, in a fun way. Izuku smirked. I'll take that as a compliment. They left the arcade with Mina holding her pink octopus plush and pouting just enough to be cute. Next time, she said, I'm picking games you can't win at. Good luck finding one, Izuku replied. She gave him a sideways glance. You're lucky you're kinda hot, or I'd be way more mad about this. Izuku chuckled, hands in his pockets. Let me walk you home, he said. To be continued. Chapter 30 Losing It. As they left the arcade, the sun was just beginning to set, painting the streets in warm gold and orange. Izuku carried the small plushie he'd won from a claw machine earlier. Mina had insisted it was her prize, but he was still holding onto it for now. You still salty I didn't let you cheat with your acid back there? Izuku teased, glancing at her. Mina pouted dramatically, hands on her hips. Hey, that claw machine was rigged. And for the record, even if I did use my quirk, I'd probably just melt the toy, or the whole machine. Sounds like a skill issue, he smirked. She laughed, but then her tone softened just a bit. You know, it's actually harder than it looks. My acid's strong, but I can't always control how corrosive it is. Too much and I ruin stuff, too little and it's useless. I've been training to adjust it better, but... She trailed off, kicking at a loose pebble on the sidewalk. Izuku tilted his head, genuinely interested. So it's like having a dial, but it's stuck on random settings. Exactly. Mina grinned. Sometimes it's perfect, and sometimes it's, let's just say I've melted more than a few pairs of shoes during practice. Izuku chuckled. Guess that's why you don't wear the same shoes twice in training, huh? Yup. And maybe one day I'll get it perfect. She looked at him with a playful glint. So if you ever see me fighting a villain barefoot, you know why. He smirked. Noted. I'll make sure to bring spare shoes if we're ever on patrol together. They kept walking, their conversation bouncing easily between teasing and genuine curiosity. Mina nudged his arm playfully as they turned onto her street. When they stopped at her doorstep, Mina looked up at him, still grinning. Izuku reached out, holding the plushie out to her. Here. The prize is yours, he said, the street light above casting a warm glow over them. She hugged it close, smiling warmly. You're way too sweet for your own good. Also thanks for walking me home, Izu, she said, her tone a little softer than usual. He smirked. No problem. Besides, I couldn't just let my partner in crime wander home alone after I wiped the floor with her in Dance Revolution. She rolled her eyes, laughing. Pfft, lucky round. Next time, I'm totally winning. Izuku chuckled, leaning against the fence casually. We'll see, but you know. His eyes locked with hers. I think I can handle your acid. Mina blinked, the pink in her cheeks deepening almost instantly. Why you mean my quirk? She stammered, tilting her head but unable to hide her smile. He nodded, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Yeah, acid, quirks, everything. I'm not exactly easy to burn, Mina. Her blush grew hotter, and she playfully punched his shoulder. Careful, Izu, you say stuff like that and I might actually believe you. Izuku shrugged with an easy grin. I'm just telling you the truth. For a moment, she looked at him, almost as if searching for the right words. Then, without warning, she stepped closer, kissed him lightly on the cheek, and whispered, "Good night, Izu." Before he could even reply, she turned and dashed toward her door, slipping inside with a wave. Izuku stood there for a second, his hand brushing the spot where she'd kissed him, a small smirk creeping across his face. Guess I'm making progress. He turned and began walking home. On his way home, Izuku remembered something. Oh right. I was supposed to meet MT Lady yesterday, he muttered under his breath. He gave a small shrug, hands in his pockets. If she's really interested, she'll chase. The evening breeze followed him all the way back until he stepped inside his house. The first thing he saw was Inko down in their home gym, squatting in front of the mirror. Sweat glistened faintly on her skin, her leggings clinging tightly to her curves. His eyes inevitably dropped lower, lingering on the way her plump ass flexed with each controlled squat. Yeah, I need to get laid pronto, he thought, exhaling through his nose like he was trying to release the thought, but failing completely. Inko, still focused on her reflection, suddenly caught sight of his dark silhouette behind her. The unexpected image of him standing there like some silent stalker made her jolt. Whoa, you scared me. She gasped, standing upright and placing a hand over her chest. What are you practicing now? How to shock someone to death? She panted lightly from her workout. Nah, he said casually, walking a few steps closer, but if I would have nailed it on the first try. Her lips puckered into a playful pout at the jab. Without missing a beat, she flicked her wrist, making a half-full water bottle glide through the air toward him with her quirk. Izuku caught it easily, looking it over. Oh, I guess your quirk's gotten stronger, he noted as he stepped closer to her. Yeah, it has, she said with a smirk, then her tone shifted slyly. Were you with a girl? Izuku smirked right back. Yeah, how'd you know? Inko stepped forward, closing the distance until she was just inches from him. Her eyes softened as she leaned in, inhaling faintly. Mother's intuition, she murmured. So, is she cute? You know you can tell me these things, right? I know I can tell you, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. It's just, weird, and embarrassing. Her lips curved into a teasing smile as she gently took his hand. Yes, but I'm your mother. You don't need to hide anything from me. She brought his hand upward, stopping when his palm landed against the side of her chest. The contact was brief, but unmistakable. What the fuck, he thought, snatching his hand back almost immediately. Why yeah, I'll try, he said, his voice slightly awkward now. Do you have something to drink, Mom? Inko's cheeks were lightly flushed. She gave a soft laugh, brushing her hair back. Oh, maybe I had a little too much wine, but I'm fine. You're the one making this weird. Okay, I need to go get changed. I'll see you at dinner. Without another glance, he turned and headed for the stairs at a brisk pace. Inko stood there for a long moment, watching him go. The smirk she'd worn earlier faded into a more pensive look. That was too far. Damn it, I need to lay off the alcohol before I end up pouncing on my own son. She shifted slightly, her breath catching as she became aware of the faint dampness between her thighs. God, I really am losing it. Being single at 40 is brutal. My body's practically screaming at me to hurry up and get pregnant. Her steps were slow as she made her way upstairs. She passed by his room and heard the faint hiss of running water from his shower. Her hand hovered over the doorknob. For a heartbeat, she imagined opening it, just to accidentally catch a glimpse, just to see his reaction. But she pulled her hand back, jaw tightening. He's your son, Inko. Without another glance at the door, she turned away and went to her own room, locking it behind her. To be continued. Chapter 31. Losing myself. Man, this is killing me, he muttered, running a hand down his face as the water streamed over his head and shoulders, heat soaking into his muscles. Images of her over the years drifted into his mind, the warm smile when he was a kid, the late nights she stayed up just to hear the door open, the way she'd hug him a little too long whenever he came home safe. But those wholesome memories didn't stand alone anymore. Through the years, Inko had bloomed into something far more dangerous. Her curves had filled out, her posture carried confidence, and she had that effortless beauty that could make a man stop mid-step without knowing why. His jaw tightened. That innocent thought cracked open the dam, and lust flooded in like a rush of hot steam. The wholesome mother in his memories blurred with the Inko from fan art and hentai he'd once seen back on Earth, every exaggerated, sinful image suddenly finding a new home in his mind. His pulse hammered. Whoa, I almost lost myself there. He leaned forward, elbows braced on his knees as the water cascaded down his back. The real me would laugh in my face if he knew I almost let a woman like Inko slip away without being conquered. Always hated how they shipped her with all might. Never made sense. A slow smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. The decision forming in his head wasn't impulsive, it was deliberate. Dangerous. Steam thickened around him as he tilted his head back, letting the water run over his face. Droplets slid down the sharp lines of his body, tracing over abs and muscle he'd worked into perfection. When he finally stepped out, he wiped a hand across the fogged mirror. The man looking back wasn't the awkward, stammering Izuku Midoriya. His hair clung to his forehead, his jaw looked sharper in the low light, and his physique looked carved from marble, a Greek god's frame wrapped in a hero's skin. Yeah, I know exactly who I'll be now, he thought, the smirk widening. The water still dripped from his shoulders when the shift happened. He walked out the shower and began drying himself with a towel. He suddenly heard a moan, though it was masked. He turned towards the direction of Inko's room. You know, I always hear her. She'd cry to death if she knew. I always ignored it, it must be really hard for her. It wouldn't be nice if I banged her friend and not her, he thought to himself. Izuku decided to leave though for now. As he got dressed, he put on some headphones and began playing games on his PC. In Inko's room, the soft hum of the bedside lamp filled the quiet space. Inko lay back against her pillows, one hand resting over her chest, the other sliding slowly down her stomach. She let her eyes flutter shut, picturing the man she was supposed to be thinking of, her husband, smiling at her the way he used to when they were younger. Her fingers brushed over her panties, feeling the warmth there, and she bit her lip, coaxing the image in her mind to grow clearer. But the edges of it kept flickering, blurring, until they shifted entirely. It wasn't her husband's face anymore. It was Izuku. The thought hit her like a jolt, her own son's name echoing in her mind, but instead of stopping, her hand moved faster, the heat in her chest spreading down between her thighs. Her breathing quickened as she gave into it completely, letting his image dominate her thoughts. Izuku standing over her, that confident smirk on his lips, his eyes fixed on her like she was his and his alone. She imagined the way his hand would fit around her thigh, the weight of him pressing her into the mattress, the sound of his voice when he told her exactly what he wanted. A shiver ran up her spine. Her fingers slipped beneath the thin fabric, finding her soaked folds, stroking herself with slow, steady circles that made her hips roll in response. The more she imagined him, his heat, his strength, his closeness, the tighter her stomach coiled. She pictured his breath against her ear. She pictured his hand pinning hers above her head. She pictured him saying her name like it meant something more. Ah, Izuku. The moan slipped out before she could stop it, her toes curling, thighs clamping around her hand as pleasure crashed through her in a white-hot wave. Her body shook with it, every muscle tensing, her back arching against the bed as the orgasm washed over her, deep, pulsing, relentless. When it finally ebbed, she collapsed back into the pillows, chest rising and falling rapidly. Her hand slipped out from between her legs, trembling slightly, her panties clinging damply to her skin. The lamp still hummed quietly, but the room felt different now, warmer, heavier, charged with something she couldn't name. She stared at the ceiling, her lips still parted, her body still humming from the aftershocks. And even though she tried to clear her head, his name still lingered there, refusing to leave. At dinner, the clink of cutlery against plates was the only sound. Neither of them spoke at first, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. Izuku kept his gaze on his food, chewing slowly, while Inko's eyes flickered between him and her plate. She'd never been one to feel awkward around her own son, but tonight felt different. Finally, she broke the silence. So, how was school today? Good, he replied simply, not looking up. Her lips pressed together. Good, that's all. Izuku smirked faintly, finally meeting her eyes. What do you want me to say, Mom? That I fought a few villains in training, aced the exercise, and had girls lining up to talk to me. She blinked, surprised at the confident tone, not cocky, just assured. Well, that does sound like something worth talking about. They both fell silent again, the sound of the clock ticking in the background. Then, almost casually, Izuku set down his chopsticks. Hey, he said, leaning back in his chair. You doing anything tomorrow after school? She raised a brow. Why? Because I was thinking, he said with an easy smile, we never really spend time together anymore. Just the two of us. What do you say we go out somewhere? A little, mother-son day out. Her brow stayed arched, but the corners of her lips softened into a small smile. Is this your way of buttering me up for something? Maybe, he said, eyes gleaming. But I figured you deserve it. Plus, I know a place you'll like. She tilted her head, pretending to think it over. Fine. Deal, he replied without hesitation. Now tell me about this girl you met today, she said, her tone light but her eyes sharp with curiosity. Oh, Mina, Izuku replied casually, spearing a piece of food with his chopsticks. Well, I should probably tell you about everyone in my class for it to make sense. You willing to listen? Of course. I'm your mother, she said with a warm smile, resting her chin lightly on her hand as she leaned forward. And just like that, their earlier silence began to fade. Izuku started from the top, talking about each of his classmates one by one, throwing in little observations, quirks, and funny moments. Inko listened intently, occasionally laughing softly or making small comments. When he described Mina's bright personality and endless energy, she raised a brow knowingly but said nothing. Instead, she swirled the wine in her glass slowly, her lips tugging upward in a subtle smirk before she took another sip. The conversation flowed easier after that, from his classmates to training exercises, then to his impressions of UA so far. Inko's eyes never left him for long. She seemed to be soaking in every detail, every expression. By the time they'd finished eating, the awkwardness from earlier had all but disappeared, replaced with an easy, comfortable rhythm. To be continued. Chapter 32-32, Hoodie Hero. After eating, Inko and Izuku moved to the couch, settling in for the night. Neither of them cared much about what to watch, so they just scrolled through the options until Izuku picked a random movie. As if fate itself had a twisted sense of humor, the title card faded in, and it was about a mother-son relationship. They exchanged a glance. Neither commented. At first, it wasn't awkward at all. They weren't paying much attention to the movie anyway, instead getting caught up in talking. They spoke about random little things, the news, some funny incidents at UA, and even reminisced about things from when Izuku was a kid. The dialogue from the film became little more than background noise. But then came the ending scene. The mother and son on screen were suddenly not having a wholesome bonding moment. They were tangled together, the soft soundtrack playing over heavy breathing. They were fucking hard. Both of them froze. Inko's cheeks reddened instantly, and Izuku's jaw tensed. Neither dared look at the other. When the credits finally rolled, Inko stood up quickly, brushing off her skirt as if nothing happened. I'm heading to bed, she said softly, and walked toward her room without another word. Izuku stayed on the couch, grabbing the remote and flipping over to a football match just to clear his head. He slouched back, eyes on the screen but mind still replaying what he'd just seen. What the fuck was that? Who even funded that? Did he thought, shaking his head in disbelief. After a deep sigh, he brushed it off and focused on the game. Hoodie Hero. The shout echoed faintly from somewhere far below, the voice hitting Izuku's ears with instant recognition. Oh yeah, MT lady. Guess I should go see her, he thought, flicking off the TV and lights in one smooth motion. He tugged on his hoodie, zipped it halfway, and stepped onto the balcony before shooting into the night sky. The cool wind rushed past him as he cut across the city skyline, the hum of streetlights fading beneath the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat. When he landed on the roof of the Channel 6 radio station, he spotted her instantly, MT lady, sitting casually on the ledge, her legs dangling over the edge as she scrolled through videos on her phone. For a split second, he considered sneaking up on her for a little surprise, then quickly dismissed the thought. Knowing her, it'd probably end with him getting drop-kicked off the building. "Hey," he called out casually. She jerked in surprise, whipping her head around. The moment she saw him, a smile broke across her face, but instead of the hug he was expecting, she stepped forward and drove her fist straight into his gut. He didn't even flinch. She, on the other hand, instantly winced and pulled her hand back, shaking it. "Ow, what the hell are you made of? I guess you're upset," he said dryly. "Duh," she replied, dripping sarcasm. "But in my defense, I was busy and I don't have your number. Honestly, I never even agreed to meet. Kinda your fault, really." "Yeah, but it's still rude not to show. Take some accountability, will ya?" She shot back. 100 women versus accountability, indeed, Izuku thought to himself with a faint smirk. "Alright, fine, let's just drop it. So what's up?" he asked, moving to sit on the ledge beside her. "I'm just bored," she admitted, leaning back on her palms. "I'm on patrol, but I don't really have a partner right now. This part of the city's too damn peaceful. No crimes, no action, just me babysitting empty streets." "Yeah, it kinda is quiet," he said, scanning the view beneath them. That's when something caught his eye. Down in a narrow alley, a homeless man was standing with another figure, shrouded partially in shadow. "Huh? What? You see something?" she asked, leaning forward until her shoulder pressed lightly against his arm. "Yeah, down there. Let's go." Before she could ask another question, Izuku hooked an arm under her knees and another around her back, lifting her in a smooth princess carry. She blinked up at him, startled, and for a moment, her breath caught. "He's so manly," she thought, her cheeks warming. Then, without warning, they shot into the sky. The sudden burst of speed made her yelp, clutching onto his hoodie as the air whipped past them. Midair, Izuku halted sharply, hovering in the night. His eyes locked on the scene below. The homeless man had just been handed a small wad of bills, but as soon as the exchange ended, the other man palmed a small, metallic chip and slapped it onto the side of the homeless man's neck. At first, the man didn't notice, but within seconds, his hands flew to his throat, body jerking. Thick veins bulged along his neck and temples, twitching unnaturally. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The chip pulsed faintly, releasing something into his bloodstream. The man's pupils blew wide before turning an unnatural, deep crimson. The handler's voice was faint from this height, but Izuku's hearing picked it up clearly. "Now, go wreak havoc." That very moment, the homeless man bent his knees and sprang into the air with inhuman strength. As he rose, his feet began to shift, bone and flesh warping with a sick, mechanical grind until the bottoms looked like the heavy base of a plate compactor. Boom! He crashed down on the asphalt, the road spiderwebbing beneath him, chunks of pavement launching into the air from the sheer force. The shockwave rattled the nearest streetlights. "Alright," Izuku said without missing a beat, his voice firm, "you go after the guy in the alley, I'll deal with this one." MT Lady gave a quick nod. He released her from his arms, and she immediately shot up to her giant form in a single, fluid motion, the ground trembling beneath her massive weight, before shrinking back down mid-step as she darted into the alley to cut off the other man. Izuku dropped from the sky, boots hitting the cracked pavement just a few meters from the transformed homeless man. Seriously, what the hell is up with these quirks? He thought, eyes narrowing. A plate compactor? That's your grand genetic lottery win. Some of these quirks are more like cruel jokes. The man's head snapped toward him. Without hesitation, he crouched and launched himself again, descending like a human wrecking ball. But before he could hit the ground, Izuku was there, one arm shooting up like a piston, his hand clamping around the man's throat midair. The impact never came. The man's legs kicked helplessly, plate compactor feet twitching as Izuku's grip tightened. In seconds, his eyes rolled back, body going limp as he slipped into unconsciousness. When Izuku let go, the man crumpled onto the cracked street. That's when he spotted it. The chip stuck to the side of the man's neck. It popped loose, clattering to the ground. Beneath it was a strange, faintly scorched mark. Izuku's eyes darkened. Same mark I saw on that giant guy before. This is just like the vigilante thing, but now it's chips. That's bad. A shadow passed over him as MT Lady returned from the alley, her expression grim. "He got away," she said, slightly out of breath. "Melted into the crowd before I could pin him down." Izuku straightened, hands in his pockets. "Yeah, we're gonna have to patrol every night from now on until we catch this guy." Her heart skipped a beat. Every night, with him. Is this real life? She thought, cheeks heating. They cuffed the unconscious man for the authorities, made their reports, and then rose back into the sky, heading for the roof of Channel 6 radio station once more. Sitting on the ledge, Izuku laid out his theory. "I've heard something like this before," MT Lady said slowly, brow furrowing. "But back then, it was small time, nothing major." "You're saying, those people are back?" "Not sure," Izuku replied. "Could be the same group, could be new players. But from the looks of it, these things they're making take time. That means they're not ready for a big move yet, so we've got a window before the next strike. We just have to be ready." "Yeah, well, I'm available every night starting now," she said with a small, almost shy smile. I should probably get your number first. Izuku smirked slightly and shook his head. Nah, can't have you figuring out who I am just yet. Here, follow my IG instead. Her lips tightened into a frown as she typed it in. Great. Now my fanbase is gonna ask why I'm following an account with 0 followers. Tell em it's your aunt's. Or whatever, he said casually, already stepping toward the roof's edge. Anyway, I should bounce. Peace victory hand. Before she could say another word, he launched himself into the air, disappearing into the night. MT Lady remained there, staring after him with a mix of irritation and amusement before letting out a sigh. Whatever, as long as I made some progress, she thought, a small smile tugging at her lips. To be continued. Chapter 33-33 Heat Vision. Izuku went home that night and didn't waste any time, crashing face first into bed. Tomorrow, he planned on starting his real push to crack this case wide open. The next morning, Izuku stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. Then it hit him, the new power he'd unlocked yesterday. Heat Vision. He sat on the edge of his bed, and took a slow breath. Alright, let's see how this works. He focused, feeling a strange pressure build behind his eyes. The warmth grew quickly into a sharp heat, and as he exhaled, twin beams of sizzling red light burst out, instantly vaporizing the plastic cup on his desk. ZZZT. A small puff of melted plastic smoke curled upward. Izuku's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Yeah, I like that, he murmured. Kinda wanted X-ray vision though, but this'll do. Standing, he headed to the bathroom and let the hot water wash over him. Day 2. I'll keep ignoring Katsuki. As for who to talk to today. Developing a harem isn't as easy as it sounds. Guess I'll just go with the flow. By the time he stepped out, hair damp, a fresh towel around his waist, his mind was already jumping between strategies for school and patrol. That's when the door to his room suddenly cracked open. Inko stood there, mid-step, and froze. So did Izuku. Her eyes dropped, right to the towel, and the fact it wasn't doing much to hide anything. She blinked, stunned for a heartbeat too long, before snapping back to reality and quickly pulling the door shut with a soft click. On the other side, her cheeks flared hot. That parenting book was right, I should start knocking from now on. But no matter how much she scolded herself, her mind betrayed her, replaying the image over and over, every detail sharper than the last. Steam practically puffed from her head as she hurried to her own room. What the hell, Inko, get it together, she thought, pressing her hands to her burning cheeks. Back in his room, Izuku finished dressing, shaking his head with a small, knowing smirk. Well, that's a seed planted whether I meant to or not. He grabbed his bag, opened his window, and stepped out into the cool morning breeze. Yeah, I'll just fly to school today. Boom. Izuku shot into the sky, the morning air whipping past his face as he blasted toward UA in a streak of speed. Clouds blurred overhead. 1 minute later, he dropped down behind an alley near the school gates, his boots touching down with barely a sound. Straightening his uniform jacket, he stepped out casually, blending into the flow of students. That's when he spotted Tsuya hopping lightly along the sidewalk toward campus. What's up? He asked, raising a hand in greeting. She blinked at him, tilting her head slightly. Morning, Midoriya-chan, she replied, her voice calm as ever. You're here early. Did you take the train? Izuku smirked. Something like that. Tsuya's eyes lingered on him for a moment, her mouth curling into a tiny, almost amused smile. You've got bed hair, she said, pointing to a stray strand sticking up. He chuckled, running a hand through it. Guess the wind got to me. Wind? She echoed, one eyebrow lifting. You walk through a storm or something? Izuku shrugged, dodging the question. Nah, just a fast morning. Then he glanced at her bag. You heading in now? Yeah, she said. We've got heroics later. I'm curious to see what All Might's got planned. Same here, he replied. Yesterday's training was fun, but I think today might get more interesting. Tsuya gave a light ribbit of agreement, her eyes narrowing slightly. You sound like you know something the rest of us don't. Maybe I do, he said with a sly smile, walking beside her toward the gate. She studied him for a few steps longer, clearly noticing something was different about him, before turning her attention forward. Ain't nothing gonna even happen today. The rescue training arc is freakin' next week, bro. What am I supposed to do? I can't wait that long. If only there was a way to skip time. Izuku thought, dragging his feet through the hallway. He stepped into 1A's classroom, greeting a few classmates on instinct before heading toward his seat. But before he could even sit down, Momo was already there, standing in front of his desk with her arms folded under her chest, holding her phone out. On the screen was a photo of him and Mina at the arcade yesterday. She took a picture. When? He thought, blinking at it. Care to explain? She asked, her tone calm but her posture making it clear she expected an answer. I just went out with a friend. Why? Are you jealous? He asked with a teasing smirk. She flushed, eyes narrowing. No, of course not. I was only going to ask when we're doing the study thing. That's all. We should organize it, Izuku said casually. I don't really know when yet, but I'm free anytime during the day. Unless I'm not, then I'm not free, if you know what I mean. Momo tilted her head. I don't think I do. What I was saying, Izuku explained with a half-smile, is let's hang out at the library after school. We'll check out the material we're supposed to be studying this term, then set up a group session with anyone interested. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So, after school, right? I'll be there. She still didn't move from his desk. Instead, she slid into the chair beside him, crossing one leg over the other. So tell me, she began, her voice lighter now, why exactly did you and Mina go out yesterday, and why did she tell every girl in class? Izuku froze. She did what? Wow, Mina. That's just great. I genuinely don't know, he said, shrugging. Guess she wanted to make you all jealous or something. Momo blinked. Why would we be jealous? It's not like we like you or anything. Well, we do like you, not sure about everyone, but I like you. Not like you, but like you normally, as a friend. A friend I hold close. Not too close. Just, friendly close. Izuku stared at her. Yeah, I'll act like I understood everything you just said. Her blush deepened. I better go, looks like class is starting to gather. She stood quickly and retreated to her seat. Izuku sighed, leaning back in his chair, then he felt it. A stare. He turned his head just in time to catch Tsuyu looking straight at him. The moment their eyes met, he gave her a deliberate wink. She jerked her gaze away so fast it almost made him chuckle. Guess I know what I'm doing later, he thought with a faint smirk. We'll finish early, I've got a date with Mom. To be continued. Chapter 34, Study Date. Class had only just started, and Izuku could already feel it, the tension in the air. It wasn't coming from the boys. No, it was the way several girls in the room kept shooting him quick, sharp glances before pretending to look elsewhere. This is exactly why I hated high school, he thought, leaning back in his chair. Not because I wasn't attractive, but because high school girls are really emotional. And annoying. The hours dragged by in the slow crawl of morning lessons. When the bell finally rang for break, Izuku stretched and decided he needed something sweet to survive the rest of the day. Out in the hall, he spotted Jiro heading his way, her hands in her pockets, earphone jack swaying with each step. Where you headed? He asked casually. I need some water. Wanna go together? She replied with a small shrug. Sure. They walked side by side toward the vending area. Izuku punched in his selection, a chocolate bar dropping into the tray, while Jiro went straight to the tap and filled a paper cup. After a quick sip, she glanced at him. Feel like walking around? He shrugged. Yeah, why not? They wandered through the quieter parts of the school, the halls mostly empty, their footsteps echoing faintly. At first, the conversation was light, music, classes, little bits of gossip about other students. But after a while, Jiro's expression shifted. She seemed to hesitate before finally asking, so, are you and Mina a thing or something? Nah, we aren't, Izuku replied without missing a beat. Oh, nice, nice. She nodded, looking ahead. I'm just asking, by the way. You know, in case I happen to know someone who might be interested in you or whatever. Why me? He asked, glancing at her with a faint smile. You really don't know, do you? She said, quirking a brow. Know what? Well. She rubbed the back of her neck, clearly debating whether to say it. Almost every girl in this school knows who you are. I've even heard rumors about you having a fan club or something. Oh. His smirk deepened. And how would you know that? Her cheeks turned faintly pink. I don't. It's not like I'm a co-owner or anything. He chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Co-owner, huh? That's oddly specific for something you don't know about. She scoffed, shoving her hands deeper into her pockets. Shut up. Izuku just kept smiling, his chocolate bar half-eaten in his hand. Without thinking too much about it, he held it out to Jiro. Here, he said. She blinked, clearly surprised. You, sure? Yeah, I'm good. Her fingers brushed against his as she took it, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Is this an indirect kiss? Does it count? She thought. She slowly brought it up to her mouth and took a small bite, closing her eyes for just a second as if savoring more than just the taste. Does this mean he likes me? She thought as she looked at her own chest. Izuku watched her with a raised brow, a little weirded out, but he let it slide. I need to go to the toilet. I'll see you in class, he said, already walking off. By the time he returned, the rest of the break had passed in quiet normalcy. Classes resumed, the hours slipping by until the final bell rang. When school ended, Momo was already waiting near the door. Without a word, the two fell into step together, heading toward the school library on the second floor. Inside, the scent of paper and faint polish filled the air. Sunlight streamed in from tall windows, dust motes floating lazily through the beams. The space was almost deserted, just a couple of students scattered in distant corners. They claimed a table near the back. All right, Momo said, taking a seat. It's not half bad in here. A bit like my kitchen, now that I think about it. She reached into her bag and pulled out a sleek tablet, unlocking it with a swipe. So, this is all the material for the first term. Honestly, it's not necessarily hard, in fact, I've already learned all of it. Her tone carried a subtle note of pride. Izuku gave her a small smile. Good job. Her blush came instantly. Thank you. she murmured, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. So, now we just need to make everything simple so everyone can understand. Nah, Izuku said, leaning back in his chair. That'd be too easy for them. We've got 2 months before exams, that's plenty of time to get everyone up to speed the right way. You think so? She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Well, alright. Where will we be studying, then? Either here or your house, he said with a shrug. The library's pretty empty. Only business students really use it. Alright then, she said, nodding. Let's start writing everything down. They set to work, their voices low as they went over each subject, everything except the hero course material, of course. That was one thing that no amount of planning could fully prepare for. Momo tapped the tablet with her stylus. If we split the subjects evenly, we can prepare summaries for everyone. That way, nobody falls behind. Izuku leaned in, glancing at the screen. You know, you're making this way too efficient. You might actually scare people into thinking studying is fun. She gave him a flat look. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not bad at all, he said, smirking. Her hand paused mid-scroll, and she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Okay, I'm just saying, he continued casually. A faint pink dusted her cheeks, but she kept her expression composed. Flattery won't make me do your share of the work. Wasn't trying to, he said, leaning back in his chair. I actually like working with you. You make even boring stuff feel less boring. She clicked her tongue softly. Is that your way of saying I'm entertaining? More like distracting, he replied with a grin. Momo tried to focus on the screen again, but her lips betrayed a tiny smile. If you keep talking like that, we'll be here all night. Then I better start talking more, he said, earning an exasperated look that didn't quite hide her amusement. They kept working, the quiet rhythm of typing and scribbling occasionally broken by a sarcastic remark from him or a dry comeback from her. Every time their hands brushed when passing a pen or paper, neither of them commented, but neither of them pulled away too quickly, either. By the time they finished, the stack of organized notes was impressive, and so was the unspoken tension between them. By the time they wrapped things up, the table was littered with neat stacks of papers, printed summaries, and Momo's perfectly labeled folders. Izuku stretched his arms over his head with a yawn. Well, that was more productive than I expected. Momo gathered the last of the notes, slipping them into her bag. See, studying isn't so bad when you do it properly. He grinned. Or maybe it's just not bad when you do it with the right person. She gave him a sideways look. Do you talk like this to every girl you work with? Only the ones who make me forget we're working, he said, holding the library door open for her. Her lips curled into a faint smile, but she didn't respond as they made their way outside. The late afternoon sun cast warm light across the courtyard, and the faint hum of traffic could be heard in the distance. At the front gates, a sleek black sedan was parked. Momo's family driver stepped out and opened the rear door for her. Well, I guess this is where we part ways, she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Guess so, Izuku replied, slipping his hands into his pockets. There was a brief pause, the kind where neither wanted to end the moment just yet. Then, on impulse, Momo stepped forward and hugged him. It was quick, almost formal, but there was a lingering warmth as she pulled back. Thanks for today. And, for not making it boring. He smirked. You're welcome. And thanks for not making me do all the work. She rolled her eyes, but there was a faint blush on her cheeks as she slipped into the car. The door shut, and the sedan pulled away, leaving Izuku standing by the gate with a small grin. Huh, not bad, he thought, turning to head home. I should fly, since I am a bit late, he thought. To be continued. Chapter 35 Date Night. He arrived home, shutting the door behind him. The house was quiet except for the faint sound of movement upstairs. In her room, Inko stood in front of the mirror, fastening the last clasp of her earrings. She tilted her head slightly, appraising her reflection. The deep green high-split dress hugged her curves perfectly, the slit revealing a long, toned thigh with each shift of her weight. Her hair was swept up into an elegant bun, exposing the graceful line of her neck, and the bold red lipstick added a striking contrast to her warm features. She gave a small smile to herself. When was the last time I got this dolled up? She wondered, running her fingers lightly over the fabric at her hip. Tonight, she wasn't just putting on a dress, she was making a statement. The sound of the front door opening made her pulse quicken. He's here, she thought. Kicking her heels against the carpet to settle them more comfortably, she stepped out into the hallway and moved toward the stairs. The click of her heels echoed softly, a rhythm that drew closer and closer until she reached the top of the staircase. Izuku, halfway up, slowed at the sound. When he looked up, his breath caught. The sight of her made his mind go blank. The dress clung in all the right places, the slit showing just enough skin to be dangerous. The earrings framed her face perfectly, and the bun made her look effortlessly regal. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then she smiled faintly, a pink flush dusting her cheeks. What do you think? His voice came out slower than he intended. Oh, you look beautiful. The sincerity in his tone made her blush deepen. He broke into a grin to cover the moment. Let me just get changed real quick. Without waiting for a reply, he jogged up the remaining steps and slipped into his room, the door clicking shut behind him. Inko lingered at the top of the stairs for a moment longer, one hand brushing against her thigh where the slit ended. She could still feel the weight of his gaze. And strangely enough, she didn't mind it. This is exactly what she wanted. Izuku stood in the middle of his room, buttoning the cuff of his shirt as his reflection stared back at him from the mirror. The crisp white shirt was tucked neatly into dark-fitted trousers, the sleeves rolled just enough to show his forearms. A black blazer hung over his shoulders casually, giving him a clean yet effortlessly confident look. A slow smirk crept onto his face. To think I almost let her get away. Man, what was I thinking? He thought. He turned slightly, checking the fit from the side. The faint scent of his cologne drifted up, subtle, but sharp enough to make an impression. He ran a hand through his hair once more, making sure it was just messy enough to look natural. Nodding to himself, he straightened up. Yeah, I'm ready. Grabbing his wallet and phone, he stepped toward the door. Downstairs, the two stood in the warm glow of the hallway light, both fully ready for their night out. Inko looked flawless, her green high-slit dress catching the faint shimmer of the chandelier above, while Izuku's crisp shirt and blazer gave him an effortless, clean-cut charm. Without another word, they stepped out into the cool evening air, the faint sound of crickets in the distance. The car was already waiting, its polished black paint reflecting the streetlights. Izuku opened the door for her first, a small gesture, but one that made her heart skip just a little. The ride was quiet but not awkward. Inko found herself stealing glances at him when she thought he wasn't looking. The way he sat, relaxed, one arm resting against the door, wasn't how her little boy used to carry himself. Izuku, meanwhile, kept his gaze forward, but in the reflection of the window, he caught every glance she sent his way. They pulled up to their destination, and even Inko had to gasp. The building loomed above them like a monument of glass and steel, the tallest restaurant in Musudafu, so high that its top floors brushed the clouds. When did you book this? She asked, almost incredulous. Izuku smirked. Don't ask questions. Even I don't know the answer to that one. A/N, plot hole detected. The elevator ride to the top was slow, giving them a moment to stand side by side as the city lights climbed up beneath them. The soft hum of the elevator was the only sound until the doors opened, revealing the restaurant's penthouse floor. A waiter led them to the balcony, where a single dinner table was waiting. The entire city stretched out beneath them, bathed in golden streetlights and crowned by a massive, glowing full moon. A cool breeze rolled across the balcony, carrying with it the faint aroma of the dishes from inside. Wow, it's so nice, Inko breathed, her voice soft with awe. Yeah. Izuku leaned slightly on the back of her chair, his eyes not on the city, but on her. It's even nicer than I thought. He pulled the chair out for her, his fingers brushing against her arm as she sat down. She tried to ignore the warmth that crept up her neck. Taking his seat across from her, she folded her hands lightly. So, how was school? Izuku chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Let's talk about something else. For tonight, let's pretend we're not mother and son. Inko froze for just a moment. Her heart gave an unsteady thump at his tone, calm, confident, just a little too intentional. She looked down, hiding a faint blush, then nodded. Okay, I'll try, she said softly. Izuku's smirk didn't fade. The waiter arrived with menus, laying them down on the table with a polite bow. Izuku thanked him casually, flipping his open. Inko, however, kept her eyes on the skyline for a moment longer, as if afraid looking directly at him would make her blush again. You know. Izuku began, glancing up from his menu. Green really is your color. Brings out your eyes. Inko blinked, caught off guard. You're only saying that because the dress is green. He smirked. No, I'm saying it because you look incredible in it. If you'd worn red, I'd have said the same about that too. Her lips curved into a smile despite herself, and she shook her head. You've gotten smooth. Maybe I was always smooth, he replied, leaning forward slightly. You just never noticed. A laugh slipped past her lips. Or maybe you're just trying too hard tonight. Trying too hard. He echoed, setting the menu down. Maybe I am. The waiter returned, taking their orders. Once he left again, the balcony was theirs alone, with only the hum of the city below. So, Inko said, resting her chin in her palm, if we're not mother and son tonight, who are we? Izuku pretended to think. Two people getting to know each other, on a date. The kind where you can ask me anything and I'll give you an honest answer. Oh, anything. Anything, he confirmed, his gaze steady on hers. She tilted her head. Then, what's the first thing you thought when you saw me tonight? A slow smirk tugged at his lips. That I'd made the right choice asking you out. Her breath caught, but she masked it with a sip of water. And here I thought you'd say something about my earrings or the dress. Oh, I noticed those too, he admitted, but I wasn't about to waste my first answer on something that small. Her cheeks warmed again, and she had to glance away toward the moonlit city. You really have changed, Izuku. He chuckled. Change is good, sometimes. Their food arrived, steaming and fragrant, but neither was in a hurry to start eating. Between bites, they kept talking, about the view, about funny things that happened when Izuku was younger, even about completely random topics like which hero had the worst costume. Every so often, their fingers brushed when one of them reached for something on the table. The first time, Inko pulled her hand back quickly. The second time, she didn't. "You're staring," she said softly after a while. "I'm allowed to," he replied without missing a beat. She shook her head, but there was no real protest in her eyes, only that same quickened pulse she'd felt earlier. By the time dessert came, the conversation had grown quieter, more personal. There were pauses now, not awkward ones, but the kind filled with shared glances and unspoken thoughts. To be continued. Chapter 36. Back home. The waiter returned, placing a single plate between them, a delicate chocolate souffle with a drizzle of raspberry sauce. A single spoon rested on each side. Izuku glanced at it, then at Inko. "Looks like they expect us to share." She gave a small, amused huff. "It's just dessert, Izuku." "True," he said, leaning slightly forward, "but sharing makes it taste better." The first few bites were polite, each taking turns, talking between spoonfuls. But then Izuku's spoon hovered just long enough for her to notice. "What?" she asked. "Open your mouth," he said casually. Her eyes widened slightly. "You're not. Come on," he teased, holding the bite of warm, chocolatey goodness in front of her. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned forward and took it, lips brushing the spoon. Her eyes closed briefly as the dessert melted on her tongue. "All right, maybe you're right. It does taste better." When she opened her eyes again, he was watching her in a way that made her shift slightly in her seat. Not uncomfortable, but aware. They finished the dessert slowly, neither rushing. When the bill came, Izuku covered it without a second thought, brushing off her attempt to contribute with a simple, "my treat." The elevator ride down was quiet, not because they'd run out of things to say, but because the air between them had shifted. She stood close, just enough that the warmth of her arm brushed against his every so often. Once they reached the car, he opened her door for her. She slid in, smoothing her dress as she buckled up. The drive home was calm, the soft hum of the engine filling the silence. The city lights blurred past the windows, casting flickers of gold and white across her face. Izuku glanced at her from the driver's seat. "You know," he said slowly, "I could get used to nights like this." Her lips curled into a faint smile. "Me too." There was a comfortable pause before she added, "You really have changed, Izuku. I don't just mean tonight. You carry yourself differently now, more confident. It suits you. And you," he said, glancing at her again, "don't look like someone who should be single." That earned him a quiet laugh. "Careful, people might think you're flirting with your own mother." "Tonight," he reminded her, "we're not playing those roles." Her pulse quickened at that. She didn't reply, not because she didn't have an answer, but because she wasn't sure she trusted her voice. The rest of the ride was spent in silence, both lost in thought. When they pulled into the driveway, Izuku cut the engine but neither of them moved right away. The faint moonlight spilled into the car, and for a moment, it felt like the night could stretch on forever. Finally, Inko smiled softly and reached for the handle. "Thanks for tonight, Izuku." He smirked. "Anytime." They stepped out together, the air cool and quiet around them as they made their way to the door. "Also." Inko glanced at him with a small smirk as they walked toward the front door. "I just realized something. You drove us back. I don't remember ever teaching you how to drive." Izuku gave her an innocent look, hand resting on the door handle. Let's go watch a movie inside," he said smoothly, sidestepping the question as he pushed the door open. She arched an eyebrow, clearly not buying it, but decided not to press, at least, not yet. That's not suspicious at all," she teased, stepping past him into the dimly lit living room. He kicked off his shoes and followed her in. "I'm just saying, if you're going to interrogate me, I'd rather it be with popcorn." She laughed softly, the sound warm and easy. Fine, popcorn it is. But one day you're telling me how you learned." Izuku headed to the kitchen, grabbing a bag of popcorn and tossing it into the microwave while she slipped out of her heels and set them neatly by the couch. The faint hum of the machine filled the silence, and he glanced over to see her pulling up her dress, her earrings catching the light as she took them off. By the time he came back with the bowl, she was curled comfortably on the couch, legs crossed, the slit in her dress parting just enough to show that toned thigh again. He sat beside her, setting the bowl between them. "What are we watching?" she asked, reaching for the remote. "No idea," he said, leaning back. "But I'm picking. That way you can't blame me if it's bad." She rolled her eyes playfully. "Oh, I'll blame you anyway." The movie started. "Wow, movie night 2 nights in a row," she said, settling into the couch. "We should make this some kind of family tradition." "Yeah, sounds great," he replied casually, shifting to get comfortable. She gave him a sideways look. "So, since we're back home." Her tone was light, but there was curiosity behind it. "Are you ready to tell me how your school day was?" "I guess so," he replied, shrugging. Inko smiled softly, tapping her lap in invitation. Without hesitation, Izuku stretched out and rested his head on her thighs, the warmth of her skin through the fabric of her dress catching his attention. She absent-mindedly combed her fingers through his hair before picking up a piece of popcorn and holding it out to him. He opened his mouth, letting her feed him. "Today was pretty uneventful," he said between bites. "I did spend some time with this girl in class, though." Her hand paused mid-reach for another piece. "How many girls do you plan on hanging out with?" she asked, half teasing, half serious. "Well, I don't know, really," he said with a small smirk. She exhaled through her nose, shaking her head, but there was still the faintest upward curve to her lips. You're going to be trouble when you're older. More trouble than you already are. They continued to talk, the movie fading into the background until neither of them even remembered it was on. Which, in this case, was perfect, since the film turned out to be Morbius. To be continued. Chapter 37:37, Conflict. When Travis possessed Izuku 11 years ago, Inko was the first to notice the change. Like any other mother, she worried. At first, she thought he was being bullied, but after talking to his teachers, she learned it wasn't the case at all. They told her he simply chose to sit alone during breaks and recess, keeping to himself. That didn't make sense. Izuku had always been shy, yes, but he loved having friends. Now it was like someone else had taken residence in his skin, yet he still remembered every detail of their past together. She even considered it might be his quirk, something that altered his personality, but the doctors ruled that out too. In the end, she decided to ignore the unease. He was still her son, after all. Over the years, the changes didn't stop, they deepened. Izuku grew more confident, more capable, more magnetic. By the time he asked her to invest in a small company he had been eyeing, she was surprised, and even more shocked when it paid off beyond their wildest dreams. And as the years passed, he transformed physically. He grew tall, broad-shouldered, with a presence that made people turn their heads in the street. His Kryptonian genes, though she had no way of knowing it, carved him into something that looked almost unreal. Whenever they went out together, women would stare openly. At first, she couldn't understand why. But one day, she really looked at him. The strong jawline, the piercing eyes, the way he carried himself with casual dominance. And in that moment, she realized the truth. He was devilishly, dangerously handsome. And that was when the thoughts began. Small at first, a fleeting acknowledgement of his looks, but over time, they grew darker, heavier, until she began to feel something she knew she shouldn't. She lusted for her son. It was wrong. She knew it was wrong. But it was like he was a gravitational force and she was nothing more than a helpless piece of metal, drawn in whether she wanted to be or not. More than once, she considered finding someone else to relieve the tension, some stranger, some hookup, but every time she imagined it, all she could see was Izuku's smile. And then she wondered how he'd look at her if he ever found out. So she stayed alone. Instead, she bought toys. Mitsuki, who had only been a casual acquaintance at first but had grown into a close friend, had even helped her choose them. That became her way of coping, managing the heat that built up inside her while keeping the truth buried where no one could see it. But lately, it wasn't enough. And tonight, with Izuku's head resting on her lap as they watched a movie, the weight of everything pressed in on her. She idly brushed her fingers through his hair, her mind wandering. Even Mitsuki likes him, she thought bitterly. And she has a husband. But maybe that's the point, she wants someone who can take control of her. Izuku shifted, turning his head to look up at her, a flicker of boredom in his eyes. Yeah, I think I might go hit the hay, he said, lifting his head. I agree. I should probably bathe first, though, she replied. Wanna bathe together? He teased. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly swatted his arm, trying to hide the flush on her cheeks. Now don't joke like that, she scolded, forcing a small laugh. She leaned down and kissed his cheek. Good night, baby boy. As she stood and walked toward the hall, she could feel his eyes on her, and a dangerous thrill shot down her spine. Izuku's gaze followed the sway of her plump ass until she disappeared around the corner. Fucking hell. God, I need to get laid, he thought, shaking his head as he turned off the TV and headed to his room. Inko, meanwhile, lingered in the bathroom doorway, her pulse quickening. She knew where this night was headed. I guess it's me and all 12 toys tonight. I should lay a towel. I am tired of doing laundry, she thought. While soaking in the bath, Izuku's muscles finally started to relax. The warm water loosened the tightness in his shoulders, until his phone buzzed against the counter. He reached for it lazily, but the moment he saw the name MT Lady, he sighed. Of course. He muttered. He quickly finished up, toweling himself off before slipping into his gear. The air outside was cool against his skin as he launched himself skyward, scanning the streets below. The location she'd sent him was strange. An alleyway. What is she doing here? He thought, descending slowly. From above, he spotted her crouched in the dim glow of a street lamp, one knee on the ground. In front of her, a man sat bound, rope tied across his chest and arms, head hanging in defeat. Oh wow, she actually got him. Guess she's more dependable than I thought, he admitted to himself before dropping silently to the ground. His boots touched the cracked pavement without a sound. MT Lady's head snapped up, and relief spread across her face. Without hesitation, she crossed the space between them and wrapped her arms around him. Hey, she said, still holding on a moment longer than necessary. He hugged her back, his voice casual. Yeah, hey, what's up? She pulled back slightly, gesturing to the man. Well, I caught him, but he isn't talking. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone dropping into something darker. There are many ways to make a person talk, but the easiest way is fear. His voice had changed, deeper, colder, and the tied-up man stiffened. Before the man could blink, Izuku's hand gripped his collar and in an instant, they were gone, the alley exploding with a gust of air as they shot upward. High above the city, among the clouds, Izuku dangled the man by his collar. The wind howled, and the city lights below were distant specks. Now. Izuku's eyes glinted red in the moonlight. Are you gonna talk, or what? The man's teeth chattered. Alright, I'll talk, just get me down from here. Good choice. They landed moments later, the man's legs shaky from fear. MT Lady stood with her arms crossed, clearly impressed and maybe a little unnerved. I don't really know who she is, the man began quickly. It's a woman, she wears a mask. Me and the other guys, we meet at a bar to get the stuff. Girl. Guess it is Queen Bee, Izuku thought. It was never really killed. Number 6 kept the parasite last time I remember. Guess it got free and possessed somebody else. Izuku crouched, holding up the chip they'd recovered. Explain to me how this works. The man swallowed. There's different types. One injects a hormone that drives you into a frenzy. Another forces your quirk to evolve, still in testing. And the last one, it boosts your strength. But like the evolution one, it's still in development. Izuku's eyes flicked to the chip. And this one? It's the first one. The frenzy. They must have done their research. Izuku thought grimly. It's been years since the trigger incident, of course they'd improve it. He straightened. Where's the bar? The man hesitated, then rattled off an address. Good, Izuku said simply. He handed the man off, and moments later, the authorities took him away in cuffs. MT Lady stepped beside Izuku, her tone determined. We should go there. Izuku's smirk returned, sharp and dangerous. Yeah, let's hurry. To be continued. Chapter 38 Busted. They arrived at the bar just before midnight, the neon sign above the door buzzing faintly in the damp night air. The streets around it were quiet, but the low murmur of voices seeped through the walls. Izuku stood still for a moment, tilting his head slightly. His hearing sharpened, filtering through the background chatter. Most of it was mundane, poker bets, dirty jokes, someone complaining about the price of beer, but then a deep, gravelly voice stood out. Monkey see, monkey do, the man said to the bartender. A faint metallic click followed, then the muffled sound of a door opening and closing. Wow, a secret password. How original, he thought, smirking faintly. He met MT Lady's eyes and gave a short nod. She understood immediately, following as he stepped toward the entrance. The second they pushed the door open, cold steel greeted them. Multiple gun barrels pointed their way, the metallic glint catching the dim light. The stench of alcohol and sweat hit them at once. Why do they need a password if everyone inside is a villain? He thought. Wow, Izuku said, scanning the room. I thought Japan had harsher gun laws. MT Lady's lips twitched into a smirk beside him, but she stayed quiet. You better leave, a massive man growled as he stepped forward, towering over the others. His bald head gleamed under the yellow light, and his arms looked like they could bend steel pipes. Before we put 177 holes in you, and have some fun with your girlfriend, Darke. Izuku's gaze sharpened. Darke, huh? Yeah, Darke, the man repeated, his grin widening. His skin began to shimmer, taking on a metallic sheen until his whole body looked like a human-shaped slab of steel. Reminds me of Kevin from Ben 10. Never liked that guy. Izuku didn't waste time. His foot snapped up in a brutal kick, the kind that could shatter concrete. Crash. The man's body rocketed backward, smashing through the far wall. Dust and chunks of plaster rained down, revealing a hidden elevator shaft behind the wreckage. Fire. Someone yelled. The room exploded with gunfire. Muzzle flashes lit the smoky air as bullets ripped toward them. Izuku instantly moved in front of MT Lady, shielding her with his body. The impacts tore through his current outfit, shredding fabric with each hit. He frowned. TCH. MT Lady's eyes widened at the transformation, her heart skipping, watching as his upper body become visible in front of her eyes. I knew he was attractive. I mean, Wattpad really gave me a mental image of this guy, but wow, my expectations have been met. I just need to see that face of his, she thought. The shooting stopped when they ran out of ammo. But before the nearest thug could reload, Izuku vanished in a blur. Bodies dropped one by one, guns clattering to the floor, until silence claimed the bar. He stood at the center of the room, half naked. Wow. MT Lady breathed, cheeks flushed. Who knew you could look even hotter? Izuku blinked. She coughed quickly. I mean, impressive. Really impressive. He shook his head slightly. We should move, before they get a chance to warn whoever's downstairs. He strode toward the broken wall, peering down the elevator shaft. A faint whir rose from below as he pressed the call button. Moments later, the elevator came up, with the metal-skinned man on top, still groaning from the earlier hit. Izuku stepped in first, the confined space making the air feel heavier. MT Lady followed, casually slipping her arm through his. Does she like me? Why though? She doesn't even know me for real. Don't tell me she's like MJ, never liked her honestly. The doors slid shut with a metallic clunk, and the elevator began its slow descent into whatever waited below. The elevator doors slid open to reveal more guns. Izuku stared at the group, but this time, the barrels were held not by street thugs, but by men in lab coats. Scientists. Their nervous eyes darted between him and MT Lady, fingers trembling on the triggers. He sighed. Really? scientists with guns. Before any of them could respond, he was gone in a blur. A gust of wind followed him as one by one they were disarmed, their weapons clattering to the floor. By the time MT Lady stepped into the room, the last man was slumped unconscious against a steel table. The place looked straight out of a villain cliché, shelves stacked with strange devices, half-finished cybernetic limbs, glowing vials of unknown chemicals. The air smelled faintly of ozone and something acidic. Izuku glanced around. Guess we know where all the chips are being made. MT Lady entered fully, scanning the room. Yeah, but the woman he talked about isn't here. That means this is only one of her bases, Izuku said, his tone flat. Could be 5, could be 50. She could be anywhere in the country right now. What do you think her plan is? MT Lady asked. Before Izuku could answer, a distorted voice filled the room. My plan, you asked. They both turned toward a massive monitor on the far wall. The static cleared to reveal a woman seated elegantly in a leather chair, wearing a black mask that hid everything but her lips. Is she a pervert? Both him and MT Lady thought as soon as they saw her. Well, it's simple, she said, her voice smooth and confident. I want to take over Japan. Why? Izuku asked immediately. Her lips curled slightly, as if she hadn't expected that question. Why? I suppose I never really thought about the reason. Let's just say, because I want to. Izuku's brow twitched. So you're just doing it for the love of the game. Wow, that's some conviction. Yes, she said without shame, and you can't stop me. My plan is already in motion. In 1 hour, my army will be deployed. Mustafa will burn, then Narahata, then the rest of Japan. Try all you like, you'll never find me. The screen cut to black. We need to tell every hero, MT Lady said urgently. Yeah, do that, Izuku replied. She didn't waste a second, running back into the elevator to head topside. Izuku stayed behind, scanning the room. Something was off. His ears caught a faint, rhythmic tapping, too deliberate to be random. He turned his head toward the far right wall. A narrow vent opening, barely wide enough for a hand, caught his attention. Without hesitation, he pressed his fingers into the metal and peeled it back like paper, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, Queen Bee sat before a smaller bank of monitors, her black mask reflecting the light of the screens. Her posture was rigid, she hadn't expected anyone to find this place. You know, Izuku said as he stepped inside, his voice calm. About 89% of the time when a villain says, you'll never find me, they're a lot closer than you think. She narrowed her eyes. 89%. Yeah, he smirked. Totally made that up. Still not wrong. His smile faded. So, how exactly were you planning to deploy your little puppets? Her chin lifted defiantly. 50 men across the city, each with a trigger to activate the chips embedded in the homeless I've been collecting for months. One button, and chaos begins. You'd better walk away, hero. What will Izuku do? Find out next time. To be continued. Chapter 3939, Hero. Izuku raised his hands slightly in mock surrender, then blurred. In the space of a heartbeat, he was behind her, one hand twisting her arms behind her back with a grip that was firm but not cruel. You almost got away with it, he murmured near her ear, his voice low and edged with steel. But lucky for me. I have great hearing. Unlucky for you. I don't miss things like this. For a split second, she was still, then the mask's left eye flared unnaturally. Before he could react, a shadowy mass shot out from it like liquid smoke, smashing into the wall-mounted console. The enter key lit up with a sinister click. A message blipped across the hidden network, bouncing to unseen terminals all over Mustafa. Begin. Every sleeper agent, every modified vagrant, had just been activated. The girl's body, now freed from possession, slumped forward, unconscious. Izuku's jaw tightened. TCH. That's annoying. He glanced at the squirming black parasite that had been controlling her. Without hesitation, he grabbed a heavy-duty duffel bag from the corner, shoved the writhing thing inside, and cinched it tight with a cable from the lab's shelves. With a powerful leap, he shot straight up through the hole in the ceiling, smashing past the bar floor and into the main room. MT Lady was there, phone pressed to her ear, already calling in every contact she had. She turned as he landed beside her. It's begun already, she said, her voice tight with urgency. Izuku tossed her the bag. Here, this is the control unit. Keep it safe. I'll deal with the rest. Before she could even get a word out, he rocketed into the night sky, a sonic crack echoing in his wake. From above, the city was chaos. Sirens wailed, and thin plumes of smoke rose from several districts. His enhanced hearing picked out dozens of locations at once, footsteps pounding on empty streets, shouts, the crunch of concrete under unnatural strength. He didn't hesitate. From 024, he became a storm, appearing and vanishing in blurs of motion. One moment he was tearing a metal compactor-armed thug from the side of a bus. The next, he was ripping a chip from the neck of a snarling, hormone-fueled man before the rage could consume him. Each takedown was fast, decisive, and without mercy for the parasite's influence. By 124, it was over. Izuku hovered high above Mustafa, breathing steadily. Below, the city was still alive with blue and red lights, emergency crews swarming every corner. The air reeked faintly of smoke and adrenaline. A smile tugged at his lips beneath the mask. I love saving people. With that thought, he angled downward, streaking back toward MT Lady's position. Cohen and her hired men were cuffed and led away, the click of metal restraints echoing in the cool night air. Paramedics moved quickly, loading the homeless victims into ambulances, their bodies still twitching slightly from the chip's aftereffects. The red and blue lights strobed across the cracked pavement, casting sharp shadows that made the whole scene feel like a crime drama frozen in motion. Izuku stood slightly apart from the chaos, watching as the last ambulance doors shut. His mind, however, was already elsewhere. I should talk to the mayor about opening a real homeless shelter, somewhere they can recover, learn, and start over. Nobody deserves to live like this. Not in the world I want to create. The thought settled in his chest like a vow. MT Lady jogged up, strands of hair falling out of her ponytail, her cheeks flushed from the night's adrenaline. Wow, she breathed, still catching her breath. We cracked the case way earlier than I thought. Well, you kinda did everything. Izuku's lips quirked into a small smile. Yeah, but this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't caught that guy before. So I'd argue you did about 50% of the work. She blinked, then smiled back at him, softly, almost shyly, her eyes shining in the dim alley lights. I guess this is our first and last stakeout, huh? Oh no, he said, leaning slightly toward her. We can still hang out. Not exactly daily, but here and there. Of course, only if you want. Her answer wasn't verbal. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, holding on for just a little longer than necessary. I do, she murmured into his chest. Cool then, he replied, patting her back lightly. I should probably get going now. I need to be up in the morning. The crowd of onlookers and officers began to shift, a wave of murmurs passing through them. All Might stepped into view, his imposing frame filling the narrow alleyway, the flashing police lights painting him in alternating shades of crimson and blue. His eyes locked on Izuku, who, now stripped of most of his outer gear after the fight, still had the modulator mask covering his face. You did a great job here, All Might said, his deep voice carrying authority and a note of genuine gratitude. We, as heroes, owe you a huge thank you. Izuku tapped the side of his mask, the voice modulator giving his reply a calm, distorted tone. Thanks. I'm just glad nobody got hurt. All Might's gaze flicked over him, taking in his altered look. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Also, I like the new style. Not sure if the public will, though. Izuku tilted his head slightly, glancing down at himself. Half of his original outfit had been shredded in the firefight, and without the full suit, he probably looked more like a vigilante than a hero. Oh, thanks, I guess. I should get going though. He bent his knees, ready to launch into the air. Wait. The single word froze him mid-motion. All Might stepped forward, the playful tone gone, his expression sharp with conviction. Become a hero. A pro-hero. We could really use someone like you on our side. For a brief moment, the world seemed quieter. The sirens felt farther away, the city's hum muted beneath the weight of the offer. The night wind tugged at his hair, cool against the sweat still clinging to his skin. Under the mask, Izuku smiled faintly. Maybe in a few years, he said. And then, boom, he shot skyward, a black streak vanishing into the night clouds, leaving only the crack of displaced air behind. All Might watched him disappear, his cape swaying in the wind. After a long moment, he exhaled through his nose. In a few years, huh? He muttered, almost to himself. Izuku slipped in through his bedroom balcony just past midnight, the night air still clinging to his skin. He stripped down, only his pants hitting the floor, before padding toward the bathroom. The mirror caught a quick reflection of his face, damp hair from the mist outside, faint shadows under his eyes from the constant mental strain. The shower hissed to life, steam curling up around him as the water pounded against his shoulders. He rolled his neck slowly, letting the heat soak into him, his mind running back through the night, Queen Bee's plans, the flashing lights, All Might's offer. When he was done, he towel-dried his hair lazily, stepping back into his room with a heavy exhale. The sheets were cool against his skin as he sprawled onto the bed, one arm draped over his eyes. I can't even get tired, he muttered into the pillow, but somehow, I still feel tired. He knew tomorrow, no, later today, he'd go see Mitsuki, check in on the progress with his work. He couldn't help the small smile tugging at his lips at the thought. I want to see how far she's gotten. I can't wait. His mind began to quiet, the usual stream of plans and contingencies fading into background noise. That's when he heard it. Soft at first, barely noticeable over the hum of his thoughts, but then undeniable. A muffled, rhythmic sound from down the hall. A low gasp. A sharper moan. His brow twitched, and he let out a slow, resigned sigh. Seriously, right now? I understand that she's about to hit menopause or whatever, but damn. He thought. He reached over, grabbed his sleep headphones from the nightstand, and slipped them on. With the faint hum of white noise replacing the sounds from his mother's room, he closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly this time, quieter, heavier than usual. To be continued. Chapter 40 Next day. The next day, Izuku stirred awake, slipping off his sleep headphones and tossing them into the drawer of his nightstand. The faint morning light spilled in through the curtains, painting the walls in warm gold. Without even touching the floor, he began to hover lazily toward the bathroom. Steam filled the space within seconds as he turned on the shower, the sound of rushing water mixing with the faint hum of him flying. He bathed without ever setting foot on the tile, casually drifting in place as if gravity simply didn't apply to him. By the time he was dressed in his uniform, still floating, he was already gliding down the stairs. He ate breakfast at the dining table the same way, his toes never brushing the ground. Inko, seated across from him with her coffee, simply shook her head at the sight. "You know," she said, her voice breaking the comfortable silence, "the ground feels way better than all that floating." Izuku smirked between bites. "No, it doesn't. Now that I think about it. I've never flown with you before." She blinked. Why would I even want that?" Her protest didn't stop him. Izuku drifted over behind her, looping his arms under her and lifting her effortlessly above the table. She gave a startled squeak, her legs curling slightly on instinct. His hands settled at her waist, pulling her closer against him so she was balanced, her back pressed lightly to his chest. She blushed but didn't resist, though her posture stiffened just enough for him to notice. "See, feels nice, right?" he asked, trying to ignore the distracting warmth where her body rested against his. "Not really," she said in a tone that tried for casual but didn't quite make it, "though, I do like the view of the house from up here." Her words were neutral, but her ears, bright red, told a different story. He frowned slightly. "We should go flying for real one of these days." Before she could answer, he set her gently back into her chair. She immediately reached for her coffee as if to hide her expression, though her lips lingered on the rim longer than necessary. "Sure," she said after a moment, her voice steady again. "I wouldn't mind. Also, what plans do you have for this weekend? Any girls you're planning on taking out?" "Not really." "Well, not yet, I guess," he replied. She arched a brow at him. "You're really a playboy, huh? And to think you'll be a pro hero one day, what if all your deeds catch up to you?" He smirked. "How will they catch up, when they're not fast enough?" He expected at least a chuckle or a blush, but she only stared at him blankly. "You know," he said with mock disappointment, "that would have worked on any of the girls in my class, except maybe Jiro or Momo." Her expression shifted with mild curiosity. "Oh, is Momo the daughter of the family down the street? The one in that huge mansion?" "Maybe. Never really cared to go check," Izuku replied with a shrug. After breakfast, Inko grabbed her keys while Izuku trailed behind, both slipping into the car. The morning air was cool, the streets of Musutafu buzzing with the usual weekday rush. She turned on the radio for background noise, but the calm announcer's voice immediately caught her attention. "Last night, Hoodie Hero the Vigilante prevented what authorities describe as a major tragedy. Sources say multiple criminal bases were dismantled within the span of an hour." Inko's hand tightened on the steering wheel. Her foot almost slipped on the pedal. The car swerved slightly before she corrected it, shooting a sharp glance at the boy sitting beside her. Izuku casually looked out the passenger window, face blank. "I guess," she said slowly, a mix of irritation and disbelief in her voice, "you and I will be having a nice talk today." "Guess so," he said, lips curling into a faint smirk but still avoiding her eyes. They drove in silence after that, the tension hanging in the small space between them. The streets eventually narrowed as they neared the familiar stretch leading to UA. "Hi." Inko pulled over a little ways down the road, her usual drop-off point. Izuku was unbuckling when she leaned toward him, aiming to press a quick kiss to his cheek like she always did. But just as she leaned in, he turned his head, calculated, deliberate. Their lips met. Her eyes went wide, her breath hitching in pure surprise. She pulled back instantly, cheeks blooming red. Izuku chuckled, grabbing his bag. "What, Mom? It's just a kiss. Don't make it weird." "I'm not making it weird," she said too quickly, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I was just surprised, I guess." She glanced toward the road, avoiding his gaze. Have fun, okay? And don't play around with those girls in there." "No promises," he said, smirking as he stepped out of the car. She drove off, eyes glued to the road but her flushed face giving her away. "It's completely normal," she told herself. "I just haven't kissed him on the lips in years. That's why I was surprised." She muttered as she raised the volume in the car, not wanting to listen to her thoughts right now. Across the street, Izuku adjusted his bag and started toward the school gates, a knowing smirk tugging at his lips. "Wow, I didn't think it would get this bad so soon. I swear, she's going to break one of these days," he thought. Izuku stepped into UA, the morning halls quieter than usual. When he reached his classroom, he noticed it was still half empty, desks neatly arranged, sunlight spilling in through the tall windows. What caught his attention was Eureka, already seated, idly fiddling with her pen. She was rarely this early. He made his way to his desk behind her, leaning forward with an easy smile. "Hey, what's up?" Izuku asked as he slid into his seat. She glanced back over her shoulder, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Nothing really, just kinda hungry." "Did you eat in the morning?" he asked, brow raised as he leaned forward a little more, curiosity in his voice. Instead of answering immediately, she swiveled her chair to face him fully. "No, I didn't." "Hey, did I ever tell you why I want to become a hero?" "Nah, I don't think you did," he replied, watching her closely. Eureka hesitated, her gaze dropping to her hands. The shift in her posture told him this wasn't an easy thing for her to share. He already knew her reasons, he'd learned them before, but hearing it from her directly mattered. She took a small breath before speaking. It's because of my parents. They're not in the best financial situation right now. I want to make enough money to give them a better life, retire them early, make sure they don't have to struggle anymore. I know it's not the most noble goal compared to everyone else's, but it's mine. Her voice wavered slightly, and she let out a self-conscious laugh. It's stupid, right? My ambitions are nowhere near as good as any of my classmates. I don't think it's stupid, Izuku said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. To me, you're still going to be a great hero, even with that goal. It's not like you're doing it for yourself, it's for your parents. So don't beat yourself up about it. Have pride in that. Her head lifted, eyes glistening faintly as she bit her lip to keep the emotion in check. She nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. Great, he said with a faint grin. Now let's go get you something to eat. Can't have you passing out on us. She shook her head, chuckling softly. Oh, I could never pass out. I think I've grown accustomed to my hunger. I even sleep just to avoid it. Izuku chuckled with her, but the sound didn't fully mask the weight in his chest. That's not even funny. I think I should help her, he thought, leaning back in his chair as he watched her try to brush it off. To be continued. Chapter 41 Gym Class. When class began, Izuku leaned back in his seat, letting Aizawa's monotone voice fade into background noise. His mind was already elsewhere, quietly turning over an idea. He needed to help Eureka, but in a way that didn't scream, "I'm your savior." He didn't want her gratitude to turn into some awkward sense of obligation. No knight in shining armor routine. I mean, I'm building a bloody harem, he thought, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Last thing I need is someone thinking they owe me for being nice. His gaze wandered out the window. Outside, first years dashed across the training fields, some clearly late for class. He checked his timetable and groaned inwardly when he saw PE scheduled for later. I never liked PE, especially now. What do I even do when they say, run until you can't run anymore, ? The thought made him chuckle under his breath. Yeah, Izuku knew how to keep himself entertained. By the time break rolled around, he found himself, somehow, planted in the middle of the girls' lunch table. All of them were here, Mina leaning forward like she was about to spill a secret, Jiro tapping her foot under the table, Tsuyu calmly sipping juice, and even Hagakure, whose giggles came from somewhere near his left elbow. Right, still haven't had a proper conversation with her. Gotta fix that one of these days. Momo, ever the composed one, set her water bottle down. So, yesterday Izuku and I devised a plan to help everyone in class study so that we don't fail our first year. Across the table, Eureka's eyes narrowed slightly. Where did you guys devise this plan? Were y'all alone? Momo blinked, clearly caught off guard by the question. What? We were at the library. And no, there were other students there. She straightened her posture, but he could see the tiniest flicker of unease from being interrogated by her own friend. Eureka relaxed, slightly. Oh, good. Mina, grinning like a cat who'd found a new toy, leaned in. So, when are we doing this study session of yours? Izuku rested his elbows on the table and shrugged. That depends on you guys. I'm free at any time, as long as I'm free. Then I'm free, you get me. A ripple of laughter spread through the table. Even Hagakure's invisible form seemed to shake from giggling. Izuku blinked, tilting his head. I didn't even say anything funny. Meanwhile, at the boys' table across the room, Kirishima had his eyes locked on him like a man watching a celebrity in person. Big bro is so cool, man. Look at how the girls are laughing at anything he says. Yeah, I wanna be just like him, Ajiro muttered. Mineta, resting his chin on his hands, sighed dramatically. Just like him. No, I wanna be him. Imagine all the girls I could pull. I'd be living like that one anime with the dragon hand. Back at the girls' table, the conversation shifted to scheduling. After a few suggestions and half-serious arguments, they settled on Tuesdays and Thursdays at the library. Nobody seemed eager to go to Momo's house, whether from intimidation or politeness, causing her to pout in quiet disappointment. Izuku just smirked and sipped his drink. This is going to be interesting. The bell rang, dragging everyone back to reality. Izuku strolled toward the locker room with his hands in his pockets, half listening to Kaminari and Kirishima debating who would win in a fight between All Might and Endeavor in their prime. Pretty sure I could take them both now, Izuku thought with a smirk. After changing into his PE uniform, he stepped out onto the training field where Aizawa was already standing with his sleeping bag look. Alright, today we're running drills, Aizawa said flatly, as if even he found it boring. Endurance, speed, and agility. No quirks unless stated otherwise. We'll start with the 10-lap run. A collective groan went through the class. Izuku rolled his shoulders lazily, jogging to the starting line. Mina jogged up beside him, grinning. So, you think you can keep up with me? Keep up? He arched an eyebrow. I'm more worried about you keeping up with me. From his other side, Jiro snorted. Cocky much. He shot her a side glance and smirked. Confident. There's a difference. Eureka joined them at the line, tying her hair into a messy bun. If you guys are gonna make this a competition, I'm in. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. Go. The group took off. Izuku kept his pace deliberately casual, just enough to stay ahead without making it obvious he was holding back. Mina tried to match him, but by the fourth lap, she was breathing harder. Eureka fell in step with him, grinning stubbornly despite the sweat forming on her forehead. Jiro, trailing just behind, called out, "So, this is you taking it easy, huh?" "Maybe," he replied with a smirk. "Want me to go all out?" "Don't you dare," she shot back. By the time the 10 laps ended, the rest of the class was scattered across the track in various states of exhaustion. Izuku wasn't even winded. He wasn't sure if that made him feel proud, or just more bored. The next drill was the obstacle course, walls to climb, nets to crawl under, and rope swings over muddy pits. As they lined up, Momo stepped next to him. "I assume you'll finish this in record time." "Depends," he said. "If you trip over something, I might have to stop and help you." She raised an eyebrow, the corner of her lips twitching. "That almost sounds like chivalry." "Almost," he said with a grin. When the whistle blew, Izuku breezed through the course, effortlessly clearing each obstacle while making sure to pace himself so he didn't draw too much suspicion. At the final rope swing, he glanced back just in time to see Mina misjudge her grip and slip. In one motion, he caught the rope on his backswing, grabbed her by the waist midair, and landed on the platform like it was nothing. "Smooth, right?" he said, setting her down. She blinked at him, cheeks pink. "Okay, I'm impressed." Aizawa marked something on his clipboard, his gaze flicking toward Izuku for a moment longer than usual. "Fuck wrong with him?" Izuku thought as he looked away and went to the locker rooms. The boys' locker room was loud, Kirishima talking about manly saves, Kaminari replaying Mina's slip like it was a slow-motion sports highlight, and Mineta, well, being Mineta. "Dude, you caught her midair like some action movie hero." Kaminari said, towel over his shoulder. "You gotta teach me that move." Izuku smirked as he pulled his shirt over his head. "It's called paying attention." Mineta leaned forward on the bench, eyes wide. "Nah, it's called Riz. The man's got the gene." "Bloody hell. Who still says Riz?" Izuku thought as he cringed. "I'm just glad she didn't fall in the mud," Izuku said casually, ignoring Mineta's weird choice of words. To be continued. Chapter 42 Frustrated MILF. Time passed, and the final bell rang. The halls emptied quickly, voices and footsteps echoing off the walls. Izuku had already decided, no study session today. He had something else in mind. Katsuki was waiting at the gate, hands shoved into his pockets. "TCH. You're late." "Had to grab my stuff," Izuku said simply. They walked together, neither in the mood for conversation. The afternoon sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the street. Katsuki seemed content to brood, while Izuku's mind was far away, turning over the same thought again and again. "So I edged her last time, she hasn't felt anything close to what I gave her since." He almost smirked to himself. "That means she's been restless, frustrated. And frustration leads to opportunity," he thought. The familiar sight of the Bakugo household came into view. Katsuki opened the front door with his usual roughness. "Ma, Deku's here," for some reason, Katsuki called out before stomping upstairs without another word. The house smelled faintly of coffee and laundry detergent. Izuku stepped into the living room, lowering himself onto the couch like he owned the place. The cushions were warm from the sun streaming in through the window. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through a set of personal notes he'd written weeks ago. Little bullet points, strategies, and reminders stared back at him. His gaze lingered on the last one. He could hear faint movement in the outside, her movement. His pulse stayed steady, but his mind sharpened, every sense ready for what might happen next. Mitsuki came in, fresh from hanging the last of her laundry outside, the faint scent of sun-dried fabric clinging to her. Her hair was slightly messy from the breeze, a few strands brushing over her cheek. She spotted Izuku lounging on the couch, and her lips curved into that knowing, teasing smirk. Without a word, she sauntered over, bent forward just enough for him to catch the soft press of her chest against his shoulder, and bit his ear lightly. Izuku felt a sharp spark of pleasure run down his spine at the contact, the warmth of her breath ghosting over his skin. He turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye, her golden eyes glinting with mischief. "I guess this is how we greet each other now," he murmured. Before she could toss back a witty remark, his arms slid around her thighs, and with ease that made her blink in surprise, he lifted her off the floor and into his lap, settling her sideways across him on the couch. "Wow, how strong," she said, though her smirk remained in place, a silent acknowledgement that she liked the display more than she'd admit out loud. Izuku studied her face closely. She looked relaxed, playful even, no signs of the frustration he knew had been gnawing at her since the last time they were together. He had to give her credit, she was good at hiding it. "No hello kiss?" he asked with a smirk. Mitsuki smiled, yet she kept glancing briefly toward the staircase as if checking for movement. "Oh, don't worry," he said, a touch of amusement in her tone. "He's in the bathroom right now." Mitsuki grin widened. "You have good hearing, does Inko know about it?" she teased. "Enough about Inko," he cut in smoothly, his hand coming up to cup her chin, his thumb brushing lightly over her lower lip. "Show me how much you've missed me." The shift in his tone caught her off guard. Mitsuki's breath hitched ever so slightly before she leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their lips met, slow at first, testing each other, but quickly deepening into something hungry. Her breasts pressed against his chest, the warmth of her body melting into his as their tongues tangled. Mitsuki's kiss was deliberate, every movement calculated to tease, to draw out a reaction. She knew exactly how to tilt her head, how to graze her teeth over his lip just enough to send a shiver through him. Izuku, however, wasn't passive. His hands roamed with purpose, one splayed wide over the small of her back, the other gripping her thigh firmly, holding her in place. He could feel the subtle tension in her muscles, the way she shifted minutely against him like she couldn't quite stay still. I should have gotten experience earlier, he thought, savoring the heat between them. This body might be the reason she wins this round. Her nails lightly scraped against the back of his neck, and he pulled her closer, deepening the kiss until her breathing grew uneven. When they broke apart for just a second, a faint flush colored her cheeks, and her lips were parted, still hovering close to his. "You've gotten better," she murmured, her voice low and slightly breathless. "Better than your husband?" he asked without hesitation, his smirk returning. The slight flicker in her eyes told him everything he needed to know. Izuku's smirk deepened as his hand slid higher along her thigh, his thumb brushing dangerously close to the seam of her shorts. "Better than your husband?" he repeated, this time letting the question drip with challenge. Mitsuki scoffed softly, but the way her gaze flickered told him she wasn't as unaffected as she wanted him to believe. "You wish," she shot back. "Oh, I don't wish," he said, leaning in until his lips were brushing her ear, his breath warm against her skin. "I know." His hand slipped under the hem of her shorts without hesitation, the pads of his fingers finding the soft heat beneath. She tensed instantly, a sharp breath leaving her as his touch grazed over her already warm, damp panties. "You missed me," he murmured, rubbing slow, deliberate circles over the thin fabric. Her lips parted, a faint sound escaping before she caught herself and tried to steady her breathing. "Cocky little shit," she muttered, but her hips tilted forward almost unconsciously, chasing more of that pressure. Izuku chuckled low in his throat. "That's not denial." His fingers hooked into the waistband of her shorts, tugging them down just enough to slip his hand fully inside. The heat of her bare skin was intoxicating, and the slickness that coated his fingers as he slid between her folds made him grin. "Yeah, you definitely missed me." Mitsuki bit her lip hard, nails digging into his shoulders. "Shut up," she hissed, but it lacked any real bite. "Oh, I plan to," he said, his tone dropping even lower as his fingers pressed against her clit in tight, controlled circles. He alternated the pressure, light enough to make her ache for more, then suddenly harder, just enough to make her gasp. Her breathing quickened, and her body betrayed her with every shift and twitch. Izuku leaned back slightly, watching her with sharp, focused eyes. "You're close already, aren't you?" "Don't flatter yourself," she managed, though her voice cracked near the end. "Then prove me wrong," he challenged, suddenly sliding two fingers inside her with a slow, deliberate thrust. The wet sound it made was obscene in the otherwise quiet room. Her head fell forward against his shoulder, a stifled moan slipping past her lips. "Damn you." Izuku kept the pace steady but relentless, curling his fingers in just the right way every time. His other hand gripped her hip, keeping her from squirming away. He could feel her legs trembling against his. "You're not walking away from me frustrated again," he murmured, his lips brushing over her jaw. "When I'm done, you're going to remember exactly who had you like this." Her nails clawed lightly at his back, and he felt her walls tighten suddenly around his fingers. He smirked against her skin. "There it is. To be continued." Chapter 43. Let Go, 18+. Her nails dug in deeper as his fingers worked her, each thrust drawing louder and less controlled sounds from her throat. She tried to hide it, biting her lip, but every movement of his hand dragged her closer to the edge. She started, only to be cut off by a sharp curl of his fingers against that exact spot inside her. Her voice broke, a strangled moan escaping before she could stop it. Izuku's eyes glinted. "What was that?" "Didn't hear you." "Shut up," she panted, but her hips bucked forward into his touch, her body betraying her completely. He kept the pressure steady, his thumb now circling her clit in perfect rhythm with the thrust of his fingers. The wet, rhythmic SCHLK of his movements filled the air, mixing with her ragged breathing. Her legs began to tremble hard, thighs clamping around his hand as if to hold him there. "Izuku," she finally gasped, her voice shaking. "I can't." "Yes, you can," he whispered against her ear, his tone low and commanding. "You're gonna let go. Right here, on my lap. I want to feel every second of it." Her head tipped back, eyes squeezing shut as heat coiled tight in her core. The pleasure became unbearable, almost blinding, and then, her body went rigid before shattering in waves. Fuck. She cried out, hips grinding helplessly against his hand as her climax tore through her. Her thighs quivered around him, every muscle in her body clenching and releasing with each pulse of ecstasy. Izuku held her tight with his free arm, keeping her pressed against him as his fingers slowed but didn't stop, dragging out every last shiver and whimper until she sagged against his chest. When it was finally over, she slumped forward, her breath hot against his neck, hair sticking to her flushed face. He smirked, pulling his hand from between her legs and letting her feel the absence. "See, told you I'd make you remember." Mitsuki's eyes fluttered open just enough to glare weakly at him, though the fire in them was dulled by the haze of release. "Cocky, little bastard," she muttered, but her voice was soft, almost grateful. Izuku leaned in, lips brushing her ear. "You haven't even seen Cocky yet." He listened closely, every sound from upstairs feeding into his awareness. Katsuki was still in the bathroom, his low, miserable groans carrying faintly through the ceiling. Up there, Bakugo was bent over, elbows on his knees, pale and sweating as he stared down the floor tiles. "I shouldn't have eaten that much, damn half and half for challenging me," he muttered through gritted teeth, clutching his stomach. Downstairs, Izuku's lips curled into a slow smirk. "Perfect. I think we can go to the next stage." He leaned in, his breath hot against Mitsuki's ear. "We're not done, by the way." Before she could answer, he shifted, his hands locking firmly around her thighs. In one smooth motion, he lifted her, as if she weighed nothing, and rotated her in his grip until she was straddling him, her back pressed to his chest. The strength behind it made her stomach twist with heat. She looked at him over her shoulder, brow furrowed. "What are you doing?" "What else?" he said, voice low but firm. "That was just a puddle earlier. I want a flood." His hand slid down, slipping between her thighs from behind. "Now, take them off." For a brief moment, Mitsuki froze, her pride fighting against his command, but the heat between her legs won out. She stood, her breathing shallow, and bent forward slightly. Her fingers hooked into the waistband of her pants, tugging them down over her hips. The motion forced her as high in the air, round and perfectly framed in his view. Izuku didn't hesitate. Smack, his palm met her cheek in a sharp slap that made her gasp. She covered her mouth instantly, eyes widening in surprise. "Why, did that feel good?" When she turned back to sit, her pants and panties were gone, her skin still tingling from the slap. She settled between his legs, her back pressing against him again. This time, she bent her knees and raised her legs so they rested atop his thighs, a position that left her completely exposed and open to him. Izuku's eyes dropped instantly to the glistening heat between her thighs. His smirk deepened. "You listen well." His hand moved in, cupping her swollen, soaked folds with deliberate pressure. The wet heat of her core spread across his palm, and he gave a slow, testing squeeze that made her back arch into him. Izuku didn't waste a second. 2 fingers slid past her soaked lips in one smooth thrust, burying deep inside her. Mitsuki's head snapped back against his shoulder, a strangled gasp tearing from her throat. Fuck. She tried to hold it in, but the intensity was instant. His other arm locked tight across her waist, holding her perfectly still while his fingers began their relentless work, curling just right, pumping in and out with a slick, obscene rhythm. SCHLK, SCHLK, SCHLK. The wet sound filled the room, echoing against the quiet walls. Her thighs clamped reflexively around his arm, but Izuku just shifted, spreading them apart again and forcing her legs wide over his. "Don't fight it," he murmured, his breath brushing her ear. "Take it." Her body trembled, eyes squeezed shut as tears welled in the corners. Every thrust had her closer, her breathing hitching, muscles tightening, until she was right there, ready to break. And then, he stopped. Mitsuki's eyes shot open, her hips jerking forward against his hand in desperation. "No, W.I." she whispered, her voice cracking. Izuku said nothing. He just leaned back against the couch, fingers still resting inside her but perfectly still, letting the silence stretch. Upstairs, faint creaks of Katsuki shifting in the bathroom filtered down. The quiet was unbearable. Mitsuki's chest rose and fell, her body trembling with unspent release, her mind clawing for that peak he'd stolen. A full minute passed. Without warning, he moved again. Faster this time. Rougher. His fingers pistoned inside her with a wet, merciless rhythm, his thumb finding her clit and circling it in perfect sync. Izuku. She whimpered, her tears slipping free now, her body bowing forward in his grip. Again she built fast, too fast, and again, just before she tipped over, he stopped dead. Her head lolled back, her lips parting in a silent cry, her whole body shuddering from the denied climax. "You're evil," she breathed, half laugh, half sob. He just smirked against her ear. "Not evil, patient." Another long, silent minute. The tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Mitsuki bit her lip until it almost hurt, her hips twitching involuntarily. The third time, he didn't ease her in, he slammed his fingers in deep from the start, knuckles grinding against her soaked heat, thumb circling hard. She didn't even last 30 seconds before her legs were kicking, her voice breaking in messy, desperate moans. Just as her climax was about to crash. Flush. The upstairs toilet roared. Izuku instantly withdrew his hand, leaving her clenching around nothing. Mitsuki's jaw dropped, her whole body frozen in disbelief, sweat-damp hair sticking to her cheek. "Not yet," he whispered, a wicked grin curling his lips. To be continued. Chapter 44, Climax, 18+. A/N. I'm really dragging this scene, aren't I? The sound of Katsuki's footsteps faded upstairs, his door shutting with a muffled thunk. Izuku didn't waste a heartbeat. His hand shot back between her legs, this time with zero restraint. 3 fingers plunged deep, his palm grinding against her clit with brutal precision. The wet SCHLK, SCHLK, SCHLK was louder now, obscene, echoing off the coffee table in front of them. Mitsuki's whole body arched in his hold, a raw, broken moan spilling out of her. Ah, hhhnn, Izuku. Her nails dug into his thighs, her breath coming in frantic bursts as his pace only got faster, harder, his fingers twisting and curling inside her like he was determined to wring her dry. Her thighs clamped around his arm, but he pried them open again, locking her wide and helpless over his lap. Don't hold back, he growled in her ear. Let it out. That command shattered her. Her back snapped into a deep arch, her toes curling hard as her eyes rolled up. A sharp cry tore from her throat, and then her release hit. A hot, forceful spray erupted from her, splattering across the coffee table in violent pulses. The clear stream ran down the wood, dripping onto the rug, while her body convulsed in Izuku's arms. Her voice broke into gasps and sobs, her hips jerking wildly with each wave until she was shaking, drenched in sweat, her thighs trembling uncontrollably. Izuku held her tight through it, fingers finally slowing, dragging out the last ripples of her orgasm before easing out completely. Mitsuki collapsed back against his chest, limp, her breath ragged and uneven. Her flushed face was damp from tears, her hair sticking to her forehead. He smirked, resting his chin on her shoulder. Now that's a flood, he murmured. She could only give a weak, breathless laugh, her eyes fluttering shut. The coffee table still gleamed wet under the dim light. You better get to cleaning. I need to use the bathroom. All that water's not good for me, Izuku said, standing and effortlessly lifting Mitsuki off his lap before setting her to the side. She was still catching her breath, thighs trembling slightly, as he headed toward the stairs. Of course, he didn't go near the one Katsuki had just bombed. That thing probably needed hazmat clearance. Instead, he veered toward the upstairs hallway and slipped into her bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Downstairs, Mitsuki took a moment before forcing herself to move. She tugged her pants up over her still-soaked core, the damp fabric clinging uncomfortably against her skin. Her cheeks burned as she grabbed a rag from the kitchen, the faint scent of herself still heavy in the air. She had barely started wiping the coffee table when heavy footsteps thudded down the stairs. Katsuki appeared in the doorway, scowling. Whoa, Mom, why's the couch and coffee table wet? He stepped closer, frowning at the dark patches on the cushion. Oh, I spilled some water, she said quickly, forcing a small, awkward laugh as she kept wiping. Her blush deepened, the rag twisting harder in her hands. Katsuki's gaze narrowed. Why are you red? Are you angry? Don't tell me you're sick. You're never sick. No, it's nothing. Just, hot in here, I guess, she replied, avoiding his eyes. He shrugged. Where's Deku? He went to the toilet. On cue, Izuku came down the stairs, drying his hands on the hem of his shirt. Bro, what did you eat? I can still smell it from here, he said, smirking. Shut up. Katsuki barked, turning red. While you were busy messing around with those dumb girls. Girls. Mitsuki cut in, curiosity flickering across her face. Well, what was I supposed to do? They practically dragged me over there, Izuku said casually, leaning on the banister. Katsuki folded his arms. While you were busy with those skirts, I was challenging half and half, and I finally beat him. Now when are you leaving? I've got work to do. Izuku's smirk widened. Well, I did come here for your mom. So, do what you want. Katsuki glared at him for a long second before muttering a curse under his breath and stomping back upstairs. The moment the sound of his door shutting echoed through the house, Izuku turned his gaze to Mitsuki. She was still bent over the coffee table, rag in hand, her movements slowing as she felt his eyes on her. You know. His voice was low, deliberate. Why don't you do something for me now? Her hand froze mid-wipe. She swallowed, the rag still pressed against the damp wood, before slowly turning her head toward him. His expression told her exactly what he meant, no guessing required. Mitsuki tossed the rag onto the table, the faint smell of cleaner. Her eyes flicked to the bulge in his pants, thick, defined, daring her to touch it. She licked her lips slowly. You think you can just boss me around? Maybe I should remind you what I can do. Izuku leaned back on the couch like he was settling into a throne, one arm draped lazily over the backrest. Oh, you've been thinking about this, huh? His voice was calm, but the slight curl of his lips said go ahead. Without another word, Mitsuki stepped closer and sank to her knees in front of him. Her hands slid up his thighs, fingers brushing deliberately along the seam of his pants before hooking into the waistband. She tugged them down and froze for a split second. Holy shit, she breathed. Even soft, he'd been impressive before. But now, fully hard, he was monstrous. Thick veins ran up his shaft, the tip heavy and flushed, already glistening with a bead of pre-cum. She swallowed hard, trying not to look too rattled. This is going to ruin me, she thought, but forced her smirk back on. She wrapped her hand around the base, it barely fit in her grip, and gave a slow pump. I'll make you regret underestimating me, she purred, leaning in to flick her tongue along the underside. SLRP. The wet sound filled the quiet living room as she licked from base to tip, pausing to swirl her tongue over the head before taking him into her mouth. Her lips stretched wide instantly, spit coating him as she began a slow rhythm. NGGH, there we go, Izuku murmured, eyes half-lidded as he watched her. She sucked harder, bobbing her head with a steady SHLK SHLK SHLK. Her free hand massaging his balls while the other stroked the part of him she couldn't fit in her mouth. Spit dripped down her chin, making it messier, wetter, just how she liked it. Not bad, Izuku said casually, his voice teasing. But you're moving like you're scared of it. Before she could snark back, his hand slid into her hair, gripping firmly. In one smooth motion, he guided her down deep. GHHKK. Her throat tightened as the head brushed the back, eyes widening. The sudden intrusion made her gag, but he held her there, smirking down at her. GLK, GLK, GLK. The slick, obscene sounds echoed between them. You wanted to take control, right? Then own it, he said lowly, pulling her up just enough for her to catch her breath before pushing her back down again. Her plan to fluster him was slipping away. Mascara smudged under her eyes, her jaw ached, and every time he bottomed out, her core throbbed harder. She hated how much it turned her on. Izuku's hips began moving now, shallow thrusts at first, then deeper ones, his cock sliding in and out with wet, thwop thwop sounds as her spit and his pre-cum mixed. Strings of saliva clung between her lips and his shaft every time he let her pull back. Look at me, he commanded. Her teary eyes met his, and he smirked. Good girl. He pushed her head down again, burying himself to the hilt. GLLK, GLLK, GLK. The rhythm was obscene, wet, and loud enough that if Katsuki wasn't blasting music upstairs, he might have heard. Mitsuki moaned around him, low, involuntary, and the vibration made him groan. Damn, keep doing that. Her pride screamed at her to stop, but her body wasn't listening. She moaned again, louder this time, sending another shiver through him. Finally, he let her pull back with a messy gasp, spit running down her chin to her chest. You're dripping on yourself, he teased, thumbing her lip before pushing it back into her mouth. MMHH. She hummed, swirling her tongue over him like she was starved. Yeah, he muttered, jaw tightening. Now take it all, no stopping. He gripped her hair with both hands this time, guiding her into a relentless pace. SLRK SLRK GLK THWP GLK. The room was filled with slick, wet sounds and her muffled gagging. Her head was spinning, her thighs rubbing together, heat pooling low in her belly. She wasn't supposed to be the one losing herself here, but Izuku's size, his control, his damn voice. She felt him twitch against her tongue, the signal clear. You're gonna swallow, he growled. Before she could even think to pull back, he pushed deep, holding her there as he came, thick, hot spurts flooding her throat. She moaned as she swallowed greedily, gulp after gulp until he finally let her pull away. A thin trail of cum clung to her lip before she licked it up, panting, eyes glazed. Still think you're in charge? He asked with a smirk. She just glared half-heartedly, still catching her breath. Shut up. To be continued. Chapter 45-45, caught, 18+. I'd better get going, Izuku said, standing up and slinging his bag over one shoulder. His voice was calm, but the faint glint in his eyes told her he was more than satisfied with himself. Mitsuki watched him move toward the door, her body still faintly trembling from earlier. Her pride bristled, heat rising in her chest. So you're just gonna leave? She snapped. I'm not some hoe you fucking leave, you know. Her tone carried more emotion than she intended, a crack in her usual composure. Izuku didn't flinch. He stepped back toward her, closing the distance in 2 strides. Leaning in, he pressed a slow kiss to her forehead. You see, I would have kissed you on the lips if you'd cleaned your mouth first. His words were low, teasing, and deliberate. Her eyes widened, a hot flush climbing up her neck. Without thinking, Mitsuki grabbed him by the collar and yanked him down, pressing her lips to his in a sudden, forceful kiss. His eyes flicked open in surprise, and in the same instant, he tasted himself on her tongue. She pulled back slowly, their lips parting with a faint smack. A smirk tugged at her mouth. You can leave now, she said, her voice dripping with smug defiance. For a moment, Izuku simply stared at her, then smiled faintly. We'll see each other on the weekend. When? Well. He slung his bag higher on his shoulder. That'll be a surprise. He walked out without another word, the front door clicking shut behind him. Mitsuki stood there for a beat before exhaling sharply, forcing her body to move. She headed upstairs, feet heavier than usual, and stepped into her bathroom. The cool water from the tap splashed against her face as she rinsed her mouth and wiped away any smudged makeup. She leaned forward against the counter, meeting her own reflection in the mirror. Her mind flickered through flashes of what just happened, the weight of his hands, the way he'd looked at her, that taste still lingering on her tongue. Her breath hitched, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks before she could stop it. A small, wry smile curved her lips as she whispered to her reflection, maybe. I'm not a sadist after all. Izuku arrived home, stepping through the front door with the casual heaviness of someone who'd had a long day. From the corner of his eye, he spotted his mother sitting on the couch. Inko looked off. Her posture was stiff, shoulders a little too tense, and her hands were clasped in her lap like she was hiding something. Her cheeks were flushed a soft pink, and she avoided his eyes entirely. Hey, what's up? He asked, walking closer. She glanced at him quickly, then down at the floor. Oh, nothing. Just, resting. Zzzzzzz. The faint, muffled vibration made Izuku's eyebrow twitch. He tilted his head, listening for a second before letting out a quiet sigh. Oh, I get it. His tone was calm, almost amused. Continue, but not on the couch, Mom. Without waiting for her response, he floated upward in a slow, controlled levitation, disappearing upstairs in seconds. Inko sat frozen, her face now red as a tomato. The humiliation hit her like a wave. He's going to think I'm some pervert now, she thought, her heart racing. She reached under the couch and pulled out the small, sleek vibrator she'd been trying to hide. Her fingers trembled as she set it on the table beside her. She grabbed her phone and unlocked it, the screen lighting up to a familiar, hidden folder. Her thumb hovered for a moment before tapping it, revealing the photo she'd taken of Izuku's upper body weeks ago, sweat glistening on his skin, muscles tight and defined. She bit her lip, a whisper slipping from her. I really need help. 10 minutes before Izuku arrived. The house was quiet. Inko sat alone in the living room, her breathing already uneven. She had drawn the curtains halfway shut, letting only slivers of afternoon light spill across the couch. Her legs were spread just enough for comfort, the hem of her skirt riding high as her hand worked in steady, slow motions. The small pink vibrator hummed softly against her sensitive folds, each subtle shift making her thighs twitch. Her other hand clutched her phone tightly, the image of Izuku's bare, sculpted torso displayed on the screen. Every detail, the curve of his chest, the sharp cut of his abs, burned into her mind. Her lips parted in a quiet gasp as she pressed the toy harder against herself. God, I shouldn't be doing this, she told herself, but her hips rolled against the sensation anyway, desperate for more. The wetness between her thighs grew, coating the toy as her mind betrayed her, the picture on her phone shifting in her imagination into something more. Izuku, shirtless, standing in front of her, leaning closer. His warm breath on her ear, his voice low. Her pulse quickened. Her grip on the toy tightened. Oh, she whimpered softly, her toes curling in her slippers. The pleasure was cresting now, building fast. She could feel her climax clawing up her spine, her body tensing as her breathing turned ragged. Just a little more, just a little. Click. The front door opened. Her eyes snapped open in panic, her orgasm shattering into nothing but a jolt of embarrassment. The vibrator was still buzzing faintly as she scrambled to shut it off, shoving it under the couch cushion just as Izuku's footsteps approached. When he stepped into the living room, her cheeks were already flushed, but for a very different reason than she'd hoped. Izuku entered his room and shut the door behind him with a quiet click. He let out a long breath, tossed his jacket on the bed, and made his way straight to the bathroom. The moment the lights flicked on, he stared into the mirror, face blank. His tongue felt dry. His stomach still twisted at the memory. He grabbed his toothbrush with slightly shaking hands. Scrub, spit, rinse, repeat. Man, that was disgusting, he muttered under his breath, scrubbing with an almost vengeful intensity. Never thought I'd taste myself. Fuck. I can't even think about it. I need therapy now, he thought, groaning internally. He could already feel the trauma nestling in the back of his head like a spider. Once he was satisfied, at least with the minty numbness on his tongue, he headed back to his desk and powered up his laptop. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the screen as it loaded. Click. He began researching the mayor, his ties, background, any statements on the rising homeless rates, and most importantly, available city-owned land that could serve as a shelter site. His fingers moved fast, his mind sharp. Bzzz. A notification popped up on his phone. MT lady, hey, patrol tonight? Just us. Izuku stared at the screen. Her wording was playful, too casual. He could imagine the smug smirk on her lips when she typed it. He rolled his eyes. I'll release the project in her name. I don't really care about credit or headlines, he thought. If she wants the spotlight, she can have it. But still, a small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Then his thoughts shifted, like flipping a switch, to Eureka. He opened a new tab and started pulling up info about her parents. Job records, work history, tax status, even their employer's reputation. I'll offer them jobs, they'd never just accept money or food from me. Not right away anyway. He leaned forward, fingers drumming against his lips. I need this to seem as natural as possible. He paused, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Her dad works in construction, and her mom's in logistics, if I remember correctly. That's useful. Maybe I can slot them in somewhere near the top, but not too high. Give them purpose without pressure. Dignity matters. He nodded to himself and began writing everything down, names, roles, ideas. Little branches forming on a larger plan. The shelter, the PR angle, MT lady's involvement, and now Eureka's family. A spider web of solutions forming in his mind. Eventually, he shut the lid of his laptop and stood up. Glancing at his hero outfit dumped in the corner, he scoffed. That's not gonna work tonight. Instead, he pulled out a plain black hoodie and matching trousers. He slid on a thin compression mask that covered his entire face. Staring at his reflection, he tilted his head. I look like an emo now, he thought. Better than that gimp suit. He pulled the hood up, stepped out onto his balcony, and vanished into the night sky. To be continued. Chapter 46, Date with MT Lady. Izuku arrived at the rooftop, spotting her seated on the edge, legs swinging lazily over the ledge like she always did. The city lights below gave her a soft glow, like something out of a dream. "Hey," he said as he approached, settling beside her. She turned to him with a smirk, eyes trailing over his outfit. "Hey, I like the new fit, makes you look like one of those basic-ass models on Pinterest right now." Izuku let out a dry breath through his nose, glancing away. "Thanks. I think. If I fire back, I'll get cancelled on social media," he thought grimly. She leaned into him, chuckling as she wrapped her arm around his. "I'm only kidding, come on, don't get mad." "I'm not mad." He kept his tone neutral, then shifted gears. "Actually, I wanted to run something by you. I've got an idea." "I'm listening," she said, her voice softening as she turned her full attention to him. Izuku began explaining his plan, the shelter, the funding, the outreach, and how he wanted to use his name to actually make a difference. No PR, no fake headlines. Just real help for people with nowhere else to go. As he spoke, she watched him closely, her heart doing that annoying little flutter it always did when he got like this. Focused, honest, pure. They say don't meet your heroes, but I got lucky with mine. "So, what do you think?" he asked, finishing with an unsure glance her way. "I think you're great," she replied, leaning in and pressing a quick kiss to his cheek, right over his mask. He blinked. Okay. I was talking about the plan, though." She grinned, unbothered. "Oh, that's great too. Just like you." For a second, the air between them buzzed with a little more tension than before. Her eyes sparkled in the rooftop light, dancing with mischief and sincerity at once. Then she broke it. "Hey, wanna go get some food?" Izuku stood, offering his hand. "Sure." Without hesitation, she took it. They leapt down together, her laughter caught in the wind as he held her against him during the landing. They hit the pavement with grace, and with casual ease, began walking side by side toward a food truck down the block. "So, are you buying?" she teased. "I'm the one who just proposed a full-scale social project. I think I earned a free burger." "Fine," she sighed, dramatic. "But I'm not paying for fries." Izuku smiled under the mask. He didn't say it aloud, but he was grateful for moments like this. They found a small table near the edge of the street, the food truck's warm lights casting a soft glow on their trays. MT Lady took a big bite of her burger and hummed in satisfaction. Okay, I think I might come here more often," she said, licking sauce off her thumb and leaning back in her chair with a satisfied sigh. Izuku pulled his mask down just enough to eat, the steam from the food fogging his vision briefly. He took a quiet bite, chewing thoughtfully. "Yeah, me too." She smirked at him over the rim of her soda cup, eyes narrowing playfully. "So, Mr. Hoodie Hero. I still don't get why you always hide your face like some romance manga character." Izuku raised a brow, sipping his drink with a deliberately slow motion. "I just like privacy. Also, what romance manga character hides their face? I'd like to know." "Oh, I was just saying," she replied, feigning innocence, which only made him chuckle. She pouted but decided to let it slide. "Is it because you're some sort of billionaire or something? Makes sense since you said you'd solely fund the project." He chuckled under his breath, his voice muffled by the mask. "Maybe I am. You just don't know it." She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table, eyes glinting in the neon glow from the food truck sign. "Oh, secret agent vibes. Kinda makes you more interesting, I guess. I might just fall for you." "That would be nice," he said casually, though his eyes didn't waver. "What about you, though? You also have a secret identity." "Yeah, but that's because I don't want creeps stalking me when I'm off duty," she said without hesitation. "Oh, makes sense. Then again, you do cater to that kind of audience." "Just saying, of course. It's not my fault. That's what my agency tells me to do," she said, rolling her eyes. "If you want though, I can stop." "Nah, do you?" he said with an easy shrug. She nodded, picking up another piece of food and chewing slowly. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye before speaking again, her voice softer. "You're a good person, you know that. I don't say that lightly. Most people I know in this business, they'd never think of the stuff you do." He gave her a faint smile, quickly lowering his gaze to the table. "I'm trying to do things differently, that's all." "Hey," she said gently, nudging his shin with her boot under the table. "Whatever you're carrying, just know you're not alone, okay? I might not know your name, but I've got your back." He glanced at her in surprise. She sipped her soda and smirked. "And I better get a free meal next time if I keep giving you emotional support." He laughed. "Since when was this emotional support?" "I don't know," she said with a shrug, making him shake his head in defeat. A few minutes later, they finished and began walking the streets. Neon lights reflected off wet pavement as they patrolled casually, stepping in to stop a mugging, scare off an attempted assault, and help an elderly man carry groceries across the road. It was a productive, oddly comfortable night. Eventually, they found themselves at a quiet park. The swings creaked softly as they sat side by side, the air smelling faintly of rain. "You know," she said after a pause, rocking slightly, "I think you made me want to be a better hero." "Me?" he asked, raising a brow. "Yeah, you. The news I hear about your saves, it really gives me hope in humanity. That there's still someone out there who'll save you even if you're out of reach, she said, her voice almost wistful. I think you could be the greatest hero ever. Of course, you still have to surpass me. Thanks, that means a lot. So that's why you're so interested in me? He asked, tilting his head. Yeah, what? Do I have you flustered? Yeah, I have that effect around men, she said with a teasing smirk. Yeah you do, he replied smoothly. I hope you don't get jealous. Oh, don't worry. I'm not insecure. She narrowed her eyes slightly, smirk growing. You speak as if you've already gotten me in your clutches. Maybe I have. That made her blush, just faintly, before she looked away with a small laugh. He's even good at charming. I think I've struck gold with this one. Wanna go back to my apartment? I could show you my rock collection, she said, her tone half playful, half serious. I didn't think she'd be this bold. Why does she even like me anyway? Makes zero sense, unless I saved her once and I don't remember. Oh well, no use refusing. Sure. To be continued. Chapter 47, Invite Home. They arrived at MT Lady's apartment, a modern high-rise with clean glass hallways and minimalist decor. Izuku had expected something more glamorous, maybe marble floors or golden doorknobs, but it was surprisingly normal. Cozy, even. The elevator ride was quiet except for the faint hum of machinery. They stepped out onto her floor, the hallway dimly lit with warm wall sconces. She unlocked her door, and they entered. So, where's the rocks? He asked, scanning the space. The living room was neat, with a few potted plants by the window and a faint lavender scent in the air. He heard the soft click of the lock behind him, followed by her slow approach. She whispered into his ear. Instead of arousing him, the delivery broke him instantly. He burst out laughing, almost doubling over. MT Lady stood behind him, arms crossed, watching him with a pout. It's not that funny. For you maybe, he said between laughs. Seriously, what was that? She sighed dramatically, brushing past him to head toward the bathroom. You're impossible. Izuku smirked and flopped onto her couch, glancing around. Nice place. So are we gonna do the bumbaya or what? The sound of running water and the faint rustle of fabric came from the bathroom. When she stepped back out, she was no longer in her hero gear, just a loose hoodie, tights, and her hair tied back casually. But seeing her like this wasn't MT Lady. This was Yutakiyama. Oh, nice, he said, raising a brow. Didn't think you'd get that comfortable revealing your identity so casually. So, where are the rocks? Like, for real this time. There are no rocks, she admitted with a grin, plopping onto the armrest of the couch. I just wanted to hang out with you. And now that you know where I live, you should come by sometime. Sure, if I'm free. So you got Netflix or? He asked, reaching for the remote on the coffee table. Nope, but I do have a memory stick full of movies. She lowered her voice mock seriously. They're pirated. Izuku froze mid-click, slowly lowering the remote. I think I just fell in love, he muttered under his breath. She laughed, shaking her head as she bent down to plug the USB into her TV. The tights stretched over her hips in a way that caught his eye immediately. She's got one fine ass, honestly. Once the screen lit up with a list of titles, she walked over and sat down beside him, close enough that their knees brushed. By the way, Izuku began, leaning back into the couch, why do you like me? Like, for real. Not the TV version me. She tilted her head, considering. Honestly, I just thought you looked cool on TV. And I said to myself, I'd love to meet him one day. Who knew we'd be here now? He chuckled. Okay, I expected something more, but I'll take it. At least it's not some cliché. She smirked faintly and pressed play. I guess it is kinda basic. The low hum of the speakers filled the dimly lit apartment as the opening scenes of Tenet played. At some point, Yu's fingers brushed against his, and instead of pulling away, she casually slipped her hand into his. No explanation, no hesitation, just a quiet claim. Without breaking eye contact from the screen, she fished out her phone and, with a sly tilt of her wrist, snapped a picture of their intertwined hands. The camera shutter was barely audible over the dialogue. Izuku didn't say anything. His mask was still up, hood shadowing most of his face, but his eyes softened. He focused on the movie. Man, this movie hits better every time you watch it, he thought, leaning back into the couch. Time slipped by until the end credits rolled. He glanced at the clock, 3:02 a.m. Blinking, he turned to see you still leaning on his shoulder, eyes lazily following the scrolling names. The room smelled faintly of her perfume, something floral but sharp around the edges. Yeah, I should probably leave now, he said, standing and stretching his arms. His joints popped quietly from hours of stillness. Oh, I thought you'd stay for round 2, she teased, lips curling into a smirk. Well, maybe next time. I don't like how you worded that, he replied with a half laugh, but yeah, next time. They walked toward the door, but just as he reached for the handle, you caught his shoulder. In one smooth motion, she lifted his mask just enough and pressed her lips to his. It wasn't long, but it was deliberate, warm, with a trace of mischief. I'll see you again, hoodie hero, she murmured, eyes glinting. Izuku nodded once, lowered his mask, and stepped into the cool night air. By the time he hit the stairwell, his mind was spinning. I never even did anything and she already likes me. Is she a slut or something? I heard a rumor she was dating the wood guy, guess that's wrong. Oh well, fuck it, we ball. He pushed the thought aside, exiting into the empty street. With a deep inhale, he bent his knees and launched himself upward, vaulting into the air before kicking into a burst of speed. The city blurred beneath him, neon lights streaking like watercolor. I wonder if Mom handled her situation. A day or two more, then I'll make my move, he thought, the wind tearing past his hood as he vanished into the night sky. Izuku landed quietly on the balcony of his apartment, slipping inside without making a sound. The place was dark, only the faint glow of the city lights creeping through the curtains. He kicked off his boots, letting out a long sigh. Just as Izuku was about to collapse on the couch, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He lazily pulled it out, only to find the class group chat lighting up with memes, inside jokes, and way too many stickers. Lame, he muttered, tossing the phone aside as he headed straight for the bathroom. Out in the hallway, Inko, who had been working late downstairs, was on her way to her room when she heard the familiar sound of the front door earlier and his steps heading to his room. She hesitated. She'd been meaning to talk to him about earlier in the day, but she hadn't found the chance. She knocked once. No answer. Then, deciding it couldn't hurt, she opened the door and stepped in. The balcony door was wide open, letting in a steady stream of cold night air that brushed against her bare shoulders. She shivered slightly. Tonight, she wasn't in her usual helper's uniform but instead in a black, sheer nightdress, her hair loose, falling over her collarbone. She sat on the edge of his bed for a moment, waiting, hearing the faint sound of water running in the bathroom. When Izuku emerged, he did so without hesitation, completely naked, a towel slung casually over one shoulder like it was the most normal thing in the world. Inko's eyes widened instantly, scanning him in a way she didn't mean to, almost instinctively, like that infamous Madara glare-down scene. Her breath caught for a moment before she quickly spun around, cheeks heating. Oh, sorry, I should've waited outside, she stammered, the words tumbling out far faster than usual. No, it's alright, Izuku said calmly, stepping toward his bed and sitting down. So, what's up? Inko shifted nervously, her eyes darting to his face and then away again. Okay, well, I wanted to talk about today. What you, saw. I'm sorry if that made you uncomfortable. Izuku shook his head with a small smile. Oh, no problem. Honestly, I understand. And it's normal. I've done it on the couch myself, though maybe I should have kept that to myself, he added with a light chuckle. Inko let out a soft laugh, the tension easing just a bit. I think you should have. Well, I'm glad you understand. It's really hard for me sometimes, especially at my age. Izuku stood quietly behind her and gently wrapped his arms around her waist in a comforting hug. Inko's body stiffened slightly, surprised by his closeness. Unconsciously, Izuku's growing excitement pressed against her back, and she tensed further, wondering where such a thing had come from. His rod began to harden, and Izuku gave a mock-surprised glance over his shoulder. Oh, sorry about that. Inko turned slowly to face him, cheeks flushed but her voice steady. No, it's perfectly normal. Does it hurt when it's like that? Izuku's smile deepened, a playful glint in his eyes, much like the statue from Solo Leveling. Now that's what I wanted to hear, he thought, savoring the moment's electric tension. To be continued. Chapter 48, Hostage Training. Her hand trailed over and slowly her fingers grasped his head, feeling the warmth radiating from him. She quickly pulled herself back, eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and conflict. No, this isn't right, I'm sorry. I should leave, she said hurriedly, her voice trembling slightly as she turned on her heel and left the room. Izuku remained standing there for a moment, a small, confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yep, that's how it should be. I'll give her 2 days and she'll crack, he thought to himself, his gaze steady and calculating. With a final breath, he turned and dressed quickly, then flopped onto his bed, exhaustion taking over as he sank into sleep. Morning light filtered through the window, stirring Izuku awake. He moved swiftly, pulling on his clothes with practiced ease. He'd sent a message to Tsuyu earlier, arranging to meet before school started. Today was Friday, a half-day for some reason, perfect for his plans. Skipping breakfast, he silently flew out of his open balcony door, soaring toward school, deliberately avoiding any chance of running into Inko. It was part of his strategy, to use subtle manipulation to sway her feelings further. He didn't like having to do this, but saw no other way. Back at home, Inko approached his door hesitantly. She knocked softly. Son, are you already awake? No answer. I'm opening the door, okay? I'm worried, she said quietly, turning the knob gently. Her eyes caught the open balcony door. Oh, he left, she thought with a sigh, closing the door slowly. Biting her nails nervously, Inko paced downstairs. Is it because of yesterday? He must be upset. What should I do? Seeking distraction, she settled in front of the TV, putting on a series to clear her mind. By fate's ironic hand, the show she chose was a drama about a stepmother and her stepson, stirring a strange mix of emotions inside her as she watched. Izuku arrived at school just as the morning sun cast long shadows across the courtyard. Near the main gate, Tsuyu stood waiting patiently, her usual calm demeanor radiating quietly in the fresh air. "You're really early," Izuku remarked, a small smile tugging at his lips as he approached. "Yeah," Tsuyu replied with a gentle smile, "I kinda like being on time." Izuku glanced at the empty stomach pangs he felt and nodded. "Hey, let's go to a cafe nearby. I kinda didn't eat this morning." Tsuyu tilted her head slightly, considering, then smiled. "Sure, I think we have some minutes to spare before class." The two began walking side by side toward the quaint cafe just a block from the school, their footsteps soft on the pavement. The early morning bustle of students and teachers faded behind them, replaced by the quiet hum of the waking city. Once inside the cozy cafe, they found a corner table bathed in warm light. The smell of fresh coffee and baked goods filled the air as they settled in. "So," Izuku started, stirring his drink thoughtfully, "how have things been with you lately? Training, class, everything." Tsuyu leaned back, her eyes meeting his with sincerity. "It's been tough but rewarding. You know how it is, always trying to improve. And you? How are you holding up, balancing everything?" Izuku gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. "Same, I guess. So, who's your favorite hero?" Tsuyu smiled softly, thinking for a moment. "I've always admired Recovery Girl. She's calm, strong, and always there when we need her." Izuku nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, being that steady presence matters a lot. Sometimes, being a hero isn't just about flashy moves but about being dependable." She looked at him with a bit of surprise. "You sound like you really get it." He gave a quiet laugh. "Maybe more than I let on." Tsuyu smiled and took a sip of her drink. "Yeah, she's definitely reliable. What about you? Who do you look up to?" Izuku thought for a second. "Honestly, I respect All Might, but I also think the little things make a big difference. Like how some heroes just show up when no one expects them." Tsuyu nodded. "The unsung ones, right?" "Exactly," Izuku said with a small grin. "Sometimes it's not about the spotlight, just doing what needs to be done." She smiled warmly. "You sound like you've been through a lot." Izuku shrugged. "Maybe, but everyone's got their story." They brought the breakfast meal for Izuku, while Tsuyu kept it simple with a single powdered donut and an iced tea. Izuku ate steadily, the clinking of his fork against the plate mixing with the low hum of the cafe. They spoke about school, the study group, and random bits of gossip, the kind of scattered conversation that didn't really follow a rhythm but still felt comfortable. Even when they weren't perfectly in sync, there was an ease between them. "I kinda see what Momo and the others see. He's just a good guy. Doesn't look like he's trying to make me like him either." Tsuyu thought, watching him briefly before taking another small bite of her donut. Once they were done, the two walked back to school. Morning light filtered through the trees, and the chatter of other students returning from breakfast filled the air. Izuku slipped into his seat and pulled out his phone, idly scrolling until a notification popped up. "Mitsuki, when are you coming?" He smirked faintly. "Aha, now that wouldn't be fun, would it?" "Izuku, you'll see," he typed, before adding another line. "Izuku, give me some fuel for the day," winking face. There was a delay, long enough that he assumed she'd ignore it, but then his phone buzzed again. A new image. He glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then tapped it open. The sight made him grin. Mitsuki lounging in a bath, steam rising, her nipples visible just above the waterline. "Man, MILFs are the best," he thought, leaning back and locking his phone before sliding it into his pocket. Class started, the usual pace dragging on until the afternoon when hero training came around. This time, things looked more interesting. Midnight strolled in, the click of her heels echoing across the floor, her whip coiled at her hip. "Alright, listen up," she purred, her eyes scanning the class. A/N, not canon, but who cares? Today, Midnight began, her voice carrying that mix of playfulness and authority that made half the class nervous. "We'll be doing hostage rescuing. It's preparation for next week's larger event. You will be split into teams of 2, completely random." She tapped a small tablet in her hands, the screen glowing as she read out the assignment. "Here are the rules." She paced slowly as she spoke, letting the details sink in. The trainee must locate and rescue all civilians without triggering alarms or being caught by hostiles. Rescued civilians must be escorted safely to an extraction zone within a set time limit. Trainees can only use non-lethal skills and gadgets, no permanent damage allowed. Bonus points for teamwork and creative problem solving. There will be multiple hostage scenarios set up in different parts of the training facility. You'll have to adapt to whatever situation you're dropped into. Could be one hostage, could be a group, could be an empty warehouse, could be an active street. And remember. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes glinting. If you're caught, your mission is over. Hostage gone, points gone. A ripple of murmurs spread across the room. Some students looked nervous, others were already strategizing in their heads. Midnight clapped her hands once. "We'll explain the map layouts and enemy patterns while we're on the way there. Let's move." Izuku stood, slipping his hands into his pockets as he followed the group toward the training area. "This is gonna be fun." Next week is supposed to be the natural disaster training, which, of course, is when the League of Villains makes their move. The thought didn't make him anxious. If anything, there was a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I can't wait to see how one of those Nemia things holds up against me. To be continued. Chapter 49, Hostage Training Superscript 2. The UA gym's walls split open with a heavy clank, the hydraulic hiss echoing like a stage curtain rising for a dangerous play. Behind them, the multi-story training building loomed, a convincing replica of an urban crisis zone. Shards of fake glass glittered on the floor, broken windows gaped like open wounds, and flickering fluorescent lights painted the walls in sickly yellow flashes. A recording of panicked screams looped faintly in the background, mixing with the low hum of machinery. The top floor glowed ominously in pulsing red light, signaling the location of the hostages. Midnight stepped forward with her trademark smirk, cracking her whip once for emphasis. All right, next pair, Midoriya Izuku and Azui Tsuyu. Your mission, secure the hostages on the top floor. The bots are armed, demand a ransom, and are watching every entrance. You have 10 minutes. Fail, and the hostages are terminated. Remember, non-lethal takedowns only. Style points if you make it look good. Understood, Tsuyu replied, her calm, unblinking stare landing on Izuku like she was already sizing up his plan. They moved into the corner of the prep zone as the tech crew hustled around them, resetting the simulation. Izuku crouched low, eyes scanning the holographic building schematics projected onto the wall. He didn't just look, he read the whole thing in seconds, mapping every exit, every likely line of fire, every shadow he could use. Okay, he began, voice low but steady. The building layout shows one main stairwell, but the bots will have it locked down with crossfire. The hostages are at the north end, windows barred. If we just rush in, they'll shoot before we can blink. Tsuyu's mouth curved just slightly. So we need a distraction, ribbit. Exactly, Izuku said, his tone sharpening. They want ransom money, so you bring it to them. Keep their attention. I'll take the fire escape stairs, slip inside from above, and drop in behind them. Her eyes narrowed. If they see you coming in, the hostages could be in danger. Izuku gave a quick, confident grin, brushing her concern aside with a wave of his hand. They won't see me. I'll wait until you've got their eyes locked on you, then take them all down before they can even turn their heads. From their earpieces, Midnight's voice came through crisp and teasing. Ready, team, make mama proud. Izuku rose from his crouch, rolling his shoulders, already mentally placing himself in the enemy's blind spots. Ready. Ready, Tsuyu echoed, her tone calm, but her fingers flexed, the way she always did before a jump. The klaxon sounded, the red lights bathed them in warning, and the scenario began. Simulation start. The red alarm light bathed the stairwell in pulses, casting long shadows over cracked walls and debris-strewn floors. Tsuyu hopped lightly toward the main entrance, the duffel bag of fake ransom cash swaying with each movement. Her pace was unhurried, her posture calm, projecting the perfect picture of someone who wasn't a threat. I've got the cash, ribbit. No one gets hurt, right? Her voice echoed up the stairwell, steady and even. Inside the hostage room, for combat training bots swiveled in perfect unison, glowing crimson optics locking onto her. The two by the doorway adjusted their stance, weapons trained, while the other two loomed behind the bound mannequins that served as hostages. The lead bot stepped forward, metal servos whining. Its synthetic voice rasped. Place the bag on the floor. No sudden movements. Meanwhile, above the cheap ceiling tiles, Izuku crouched in the dusty crawl space, his back pressed against a beam. He moved with deliberate control, each step a whisper over the metal supports. Through the narrow ventilation grate, he had a perfect top-down view of the hostages and their guards. His pulse slowed, breathing steady. He mapped his attack in seconds. Down below, Tsuyu knelt and set the bag down with deliberate slowness. See, no tricks, she said, tilting her head just enough to keep their red optics fixed squarely on her. She could feel the weight of their mechanical gazes, unblinking, cold. The lead bot bent down to scan the bag. Crash. The ceiling panel above the hostages exploded inward as Izuku dropped like a hawk striking prey. His boots hit the floor between the two guards before they could process the sound. Wham! A low sweep kick knocked the first bot's legs out from under it. Thunk. His palm strike landed at the base of the second's neck, triggering its shutdown protocol. The doorway bots jerked around, too slow. Izuku's body blurred as he dashed forward, yanking one bot's weapon free and flipping it over his shoulder into the wall with a crash of metal and plaster. The last one raised its weapon. Thwack. Tsuyu's leg lashed out like a whip, her heel connecting squarely with its head. The bot's red optics flickered and died as it crumpled to the floor. Silence fell except for the faint hum of the simulation machinery. Izuku gave Tsuyu a quick, easy grin. And that's game. Her lips curled just slightly. Nice, ribbit. From overhead speakers, Midnight's voice purred with playful satisfaction. Hostages secure. Time, 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Not bad, lovebirds. Both froze for half a heartbeat. We're not. Tsuyu began, cheeks warming, but Izuku just smirked and started walking toward the exit. Come on, let's go. Tsuyu exhaled through her nose, hopping after him. She kept her eyes forward, but a faint smile still tugged at the corner of her mouth. Maybe we do look good together, she thought. Izuku went straight home, his mind set on one thing, rest. Today had been long enough, and he didn't want to deal with anything else. The sun was already dipping toward the horizon, painting the windows in deep orange and gold. When he opened the door, the faint smell of cleaning products greeted him. Inko was in the living room, wearing casual clothes and wiping down the coffee table, humming softly to herself. She glanced up for a second, but before she could say anything, Izuku slipped past silently, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He knew exactly what he was doing. Distance was bait. If he stayed quiet, stayed out of reach, she'd be the one to close the gap. Downstairs, Inko paused mid-swipe, her gaze lingering on the empty staircase. She let out a slow sigh. The series she had watched earlier was still playing in her mind, its suggestive tone, the way the characters had blurred boundaries. It was ridiculous, she told herself, and yet, it had left her restless. It felt like the universe had been throwing signals at her all day, as if pushing her toward something she couldn't quite admit aloud. I need to talk to him, she decided, setting down the cleaning rag. She tidied the rest of the room almost automatically, her thoughts elsewhere. Once the living room was spotless, she headed to the kitchen, washing her hands, then lingered by the hallway mirror. She smoothed her hair, checking her reflection as if preparing for, what exactly? She wasn't sure. Upstairs, Izuku heard her light footsteps on the stairs. A faint smirk touched his lips. Without a word, he peeled off his shirt, letting the cool air brush over his skin. His muscles flexed slightly as he stretched, making sure the first thing she saw would be exactly what he intended. Knock knock. Before she could even lower her hand from the door, it swung open in a blur, his sudden presence startling her. Her eyes instinctively traveled over his bare chest, tracing the lines of muscle before she realized what she was doing and quickly glanced down. Izuku, honey, she began, her voice a little softer than usual. I just wanted to check up on you. We haven't really spoken today. Can I come in? Yeah, sure, he said smoothly, stepping aside. She walked in quietly, her hands folded in front of her, while he closed the door with deliberate slowness. As she glanced around his room, he studied her from behind, a calm but calculating expression settling over his features. Let's see if it worked, he thought. To be continued. Chapter 50, finally. She sat quietly on the edge of his bed, her posture composed but her eyes carrying a weight she clearly didn't know how to put into words. With a small pat of her hand, she tapped the space beside her. Come here. Izuku hesitated for only a moment before walking over and sinking onto the mattress. The faint dip of the bed brought them a few inches closer, close enough for him to catch the soft trace of her perfume mixed with the warm scent of her skin. Inko smiled faintly, but there was a shadow behind it. How was school? Anything fun happen there? Inko asked, her tone light, but her fingers nervously twisted a strand of her hair. I guess so, he said with a shrug. Today's training was a bit more exciting than usual. That's nice. Her voice trailed for a beat before softening. Listen, about yesterday. She swallowed, her gaze dropping to her lap. I don't even know how to say this. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. It's just, son, it's not normal. And I don't think I could forgive myself if I ever used you to relieve myself. Her hand rested gently on his thigh, the warmth of her palm seeping through the fabric of his pants. He met her eyes steadily. Yeah, but I don't really mind. The last thing I want is to see you getting eaten up by these emotions. I'd rather break our boundary than watch you get consumed by lust. His voice was steady, but there was an undercurrent of honesty that made her chest tighten. I mean, you might not know this, but I hear you, every night, Mom, he said quietly. You really need help. Inko froze, her cheeks burning at the admission. Embarrassment pricked her skin, but the sadness in his voice cut deeper than the shame. She blinked rapidly as her vision blurred, then she leaned forward, wrapping her arms around him. He embraced her back, his steady hold grounding her in the middle of her turmoil. Then, if you're interested, Izuku said softly against her ear, I can help you with these urges. Mom, I've been studying, and I mean, if I'm going to practice for the future, why not with you? Inko's breath hitched. Slowly, she pulled back just enough for their eyes to lock. Something unspoken passed between them, a question, an answer, and a dangerous agreement all at once. Then it happened. They leaned in, almost at the same time, and their lips met in a deep, desperate kiss. It wasn't tentative or shy, it was the kiss of lovers who had been separated for far too long, pouring all the unspent feelings and forbidden thoughts they tried to bury into one explosive moment. Her fingers curled into his shirt, pulling him closer, while his hand cupped the side of her face, thumb brushing her warm cheek. The room seemed to fade until there was only the heat between them. A/N, man, this was hard to write. Wanted to make it feel natural as possible. Oh well, let's continue. After they slowly pulled away from their kiss, their eyes locked in a moment thick with unspoken words. Sparks practically danced between them, clear, undeniable love radiating from both. The air felt electric yet tender, like the calm after a storm. Inko bit her lower lip softly, a shy smile playing on her lips. I think, we should take things slow. I'm not really ready yet, you know. Her voice was quiet but steady, filled with honesty and a hint of vulnerability. Travis smiled warmly, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I get it. Take all the time you need. As long as I'm here to help you through it, whenever you're ready. His tone was patient, kind, and full of quiet promise. She glanced down at her hands for a second before looking back up, a teasing glint flickering in her eyes. So, do I have to throw away all my stuff now? He chuckled, the sound soft but playful. They say a blind man will throw away his stick when his vision returns, or something like that. That made her laugh, a warm, genuine sound that filled the room. No wonder all these little girls fall for you. You're such a silly, she teased, nudging him gently. Well, I guess you're a little girl too then, he fired back with a grin, eyes twinkling. Their laughter melted seamlessly into another kiss, soft and sweet. This time, Travis gently pushed her back onto the bed, straddling her hips as their mouths met again in a beautiful, lingering make-out session. Every touch, every brush of lips was electric, full of longing but careful, as if savoring the moment rather than rushing it. Eventually, they pulled apart, breathless and smiling. Hand in hand, they made their way downstairs for lunch, the afternoon sun casting a warm glow through the windows. Inko slid onto the bench beside him, her fingers brushing his arm whenever she could. Between bites, she leaned in to press soft kisses on his cheek and jawline, tiny reminders of how much she loved him and didn't want to let go. So, what are we doing tonight? Another movie night? Travis asked, eyes sparkling with anticipation. She smiled, nestling closer. Yeah, but this time in your room. The couches don't really feel that comfortable. He nodded thoughtfully. What time? She bit her lip, shy but excited. How about midnight? If you can make it. His grin was unstoppable, spreading wide like he couldn't help himself. Of course. I mean, what else would I be doing at midnight? In case you forgot. She teased, arching an eyebrow, saving people. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, Izuku said with a mock-serious nod, which made her shake her head, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Their eyes met, and without another word, they leaned in, sharing a sweet kiss, gentle, full of unspoken promises. The quiet warmth of the moment lingered between them, wrapping the night in possibility. Later, after they had finished lunch together, Izuku rose from the table and headed back upstairs to his room. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting thin stripes of light across his floor. He dropped onto his bed and pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a call notification. It was Jiro. Didn't expect her to just call me, he thought, slightly surprised. Deciding to keep it casual, he quickly typed out a message. Izuku, hey, what's up? Seconds later, her reply popped up. Jiro, nothing much. Are you free on Sunday? Izuku, sure, why? Jiro, Momo didn't tell you this, but we're planning to hang out together. I lost a bet, so I was assigned to be the one to tell you. Izuku chuckled quietly. Classic Momo and her schemes. Izuku, okay, Sunday it is. What time? Jiro, earliest is 11, but officially 12. Izuku, cool, I'll see you guys there. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Let me guess, individual dates with all the girls. Smart move, honestly. But damn, I'm going to be tired. His mind immediately jumped to the project with you. I should call her about the shelter. Or maybe just barge in at her place. He smirked to himself, feeling the thrill of his growing connections. To be continued.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.